I am sorry. Are you okay?
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Breakfast Club of Boxing as GTO, Instagram, and just a lot of it's the passion, man. And we're here to talk about the big fight. Super duper, duper duper, big fight. We are live and taking phone calls.
Boxing Voice. Hey yo, Ness, roll up the Hardin. I just landed at Reed, I'm trying roll up. Shout out to I mean, we rollin' permanent marker. Be careful, this jabber stain you like a permanent marker. Size them up, then back them down. Vander Holyfield posture. All these other shows frauds, we the real, they imposters. We got like 2 phones lit, I'm on my 2-tone-ish. Ness drop the line up, we got Bill Haney on the list. Whether it's X or Discord, hit the line, the floor is yours. You ain't feeling my opinion, we can meet at Border Wars. Throw you straight and I'ma slip. Throw my straight, you know it's lit. I take this rollie off my wrist and throw some gloves on this. I throw some gloves on this and turn the money made. Hit the subscribe button, it's free and you can join the day. And hit that champ level. Appreciate it. We live every day, twice a day, we stay dedicated. This the Boxing Voice, no better way to start your day. If it's hot, we got the drop, and that's each and every day. Whether you on the West Coast or the East, press play. 6 a.m. or 9 a.m., we'll get you through your day. This Voice, no better way to start your day. If it's hot, we got the drop, and that's each and every day. Whether you on the West Coast or the East, press play. They tuning in from New York all the way to the UK.
This is just too easy. It's like taking candy from a baby. What up? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. I am your host, Nesta Gibbs, Solo Dolo, Scarface, no Manolo. It's all good because we're going to have a jam-packed show. 2-topic show today as we're going to be discussing 2 big topics. I just felt like if we would have stuck to the previews and predictions, it was probably going to get overtaken by the Canelo Alvarez and Terence Bud Crawford news. Obviously, the world is talking about Canelo's claim that Crawford's only faced one elite fighter and basically who has the stronger resume. So we're going to break that down, what makes an elite fighter, and compare their records. Plus, we preview the explosive return of Legacy Reloaded. The one, the only Bomb Squad is back in action. June 27 in Wichita, Kansas. Headlining none other than Deontay Wilder versus Tyrrell Herndon. Obviously, we're going to have my boy Deon Nicholson on the undercard, as well as local favorite Nico Hernandez in the action as well. So we're going to be making previews and predictions for that, talking about the keys to victory. We're going to have some polls that are already out there going that we're hoping that you're already voting on. And then, of course, we're going to open up the phone lines and take calls and, let the debate fly. So if this is something you're interested in, something you want to talk about, which is obviously a 2-part topic here. We're going to be doing previews and predictions for the big fight in Wichita, Kansas. All the fights we'll preview and predict. Plus, still allowing you to call in and discuss the resume topic that's going viral between Canelo Alvarez and Terence Bud Crawford on that GOAT podcast. A lot was said, and listen, people are ready to talk about it. Phone lines are open. Let's get into it, man. So first things first, the world is definitely on fire, man. Canelo and Terence, they're doing exactly what we needed them to do, promoting the hell out of this fight. Shout out to, Netflix, Sella, Dana White, and Turkey Al-Sheikh for getting this big super fight, undisputed super middleweight fight for Supremacy, Who Will Be King on Netflix. But the controversy was sparked when the two men sat down with legends, Shaquille O'Neal, Tom Brady. I don't know what Dana was doing there, but hey. And the question of elite fighters on Terence Bud Crawford's resume came up. Something that he wasn't happy about and something that he didn't choose to answer properly. The internet, specifically his peers, other fighters came out and said, well, why didn't he say this name? And why didn't he say that name? Instead of saying the names that he did say, which were Ricky Burns and Victor Postal. He called those two guys elite, but it's like I said yesterday, no one's talking about those guys. You can't be elite if you're forgotten. When you're elite, you're still being talked about. Like, look at Deontay Wilder. Some would argue that he's not elite. He's being talked about. The man's still fighting. How can you be elite and you retired off of losses and off of beatdowns? Like, did Ricky even leave with a win? Did he leave as a champion? Did he retire gracefully like Andre Ward? The answer to all those questions are absolutely not. Did Victor Postal do any of that? And again, the answer to all those questions are absolutely not. You know, he could have chose to say Sean Porter, a 2-division champion in the welterweight division, a hard-nosed, bulldog type of fighter, a respectable fighter, a commentator, a life after boxing fighter that people respected. I doubt they would have discredited. I mean, even friend of the show, Devin Haney, tried to come out in support of Crawford, and he asked the same. Well, why wouldn't he say Porter? Why wouldn't he say Earl, Khan? Even Gamboa, who was a gold medalist and was considered elite with elite level skills. Did Crawford get caught under the bright lights and freeze up and not know how to answer his own resume question? Or does he truly think that the best wins on his resume are Earl Spence, Ricky Burns, and Victor Postal? Something for us to discuss for sure. I would love to hear your takes and what you think is an elite fighter. An elite fighter to me is a world champion, or he's a top-ranked contender. I would say an elite contender would be a Jermaine Ortiz. Another elite contender would be a David Morrell. That's what I think is an elite contender. At the moment, I'm not sure that Abdullah is that. But I think he can also possibly be thrown in the category of elite contender. Keyshawn, after having lost the belt and being a former champ, is an elite contender. If you've been on the pound for pound, you're elite. If your resume gets you into the Hall of Fame, you're elite. If you have multiple world titles or you have attained the status of undisputed, you are elite. If you have victories over champions or top 5 ranked fighters, you're probably elite. And I say probably because the top 5 ranked fighters, you know, that's debatable. Like, you beat a Schofield, hypothetically, right? Andy Cruz beat Schofield. Is Andy elite because he beat another dude that was a contender that we didn't know where he was? Some would say yes, because Schofield is ranked at 1 or 2. And Andy is ranked at 1 or 2 or 3. So 2 high top 5 fighters fighting each other should create an elite. I prefer victories over champions. That's why I say get him a former champion. Get him a former champion. You see, Aaron McKenna beat Liam Smith. He is an elite contender. He beat a former champion. This isn't hard to do. It isn't hard to do, you know. Your wins will get watered down depending when those fights happen. Another mistake that Terence made, how dare he? How dare he talk about the ages of the fighters that Canelo has faced when you're the oldest fighter he's ever fought? The stupidity is ridiculous. And this is what I tell you guys as boxing fans. Stop shitting on the fighter because you're not helping your favorite fighter. You're not helping your favorite fighter by shitting on his opposition that's going to be on his resume. This is stupidity. How dare you say, oh, he was old and he was old, and what the fuck are you, my brother? What in the fuck will you be when you get in the ring with Canelo? How old exactly will you be? Was this a joke? Did they not prepare these people? Aren't this supposed to be the top of the top of the top of our business? And you're making these ridiculous mistakes? Nasty work. Nasty work. I don't get it. You know, I try to tell you guys that why will we break down a fighter? You see what Canelo's doing? No, he's a great fighter. He's a great fighter. Look at his accomplishments. Shaq tried to hit him with the only one good question. 20, 30-minute interview, there was only one good question. Do you think this win over Bud is bigger than the Mexican Monster's win? And he said, no, I think the Bud win is bigger because of what he's accomplished. What he's done, a totality of his career. He's 2-time undisputed. While in Canelo's eyes, he may not have an elite win outside of Earl, it's the totality of what he's done. But we got to do better. We got to do better. We can't be talking about the fighters that Canelo fought and how old they are when Crawford is the oldest fighter Canelo would have ever fought. So should we not give Crawford credit for winning because he's too old? Or should we not give Canelo credit for winning because Crawford's too old? Like, this is just stupid and silly. Really. Big mistake there on behalf of the publicists for lack of preparation on the world stage. And again, this is what we say when we say you've never been on this level. Because you're freezing up. You're saying all the wrong things. Why is it that Canelo could keep his cool? He killed Crawford in this meeting. The exchange was nasty. He destroyed the poor man. It wasn't even fair. I don't know, man. We got to hope that things go better. Crawford's got to let that go. Stop talking about age because, homie, I don't know if you noticed, but you're 38 years old. That just makes 0 sense. 0 sense. And I'll show you the audio that I'm talking about where Crawford is taking apart the resume of Canelo.
I thought Laura beat him. He fought Mayweather. You see what happened. He fought Bivol, came up short. He's fought a lot of great champions, but at the age that he fought him in, they was already on a decline. And when he didn't, you see what happened.
See, people are thinking that Crawford's on a decline after the Madrimov fight, that he ain't looked the same, that he doesn't fight the same or hasn't fought the way that he fought in the past. So I don't get this, but again, this is going to be the biggest win on your career. Next time you get asked this elite question, you're going to say Canelo Earl. You're not going to say Earl Canelo. You put it in the proper order. So why destroy your resume? You haven't even won yet, and you're already telling the world that's watching the super fight on Netflix. you're telling people that never seen you before because you've never sat next to Canelo that Canelo's already been beaten by several men. I don't know. It's not a smart move, in my opinion. Not a intelligent move. Canelo, in my opinion, would have been the greatest fighter in the world. You know, he would have been better than Julio Cesar Chavez. Since Mayweather, there's been no one to get near him. Why? Because when I beat you, I want everything you fucking got. That's what I want. I don't want the negativity. I want the praise that they're giving you. I want the accomplishment that they're giving you. I want that red carpet rolled out for me. Why downplay Canelo's resume when that is the best win on your career if you can get it? But you want to downplay it and tell the world that Laura beat him 20 years before you? Silly, 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 silly. Silly. Very silly. Very silly. Shout out to Floyd. Shout out to Shakur. They big up their opponent. They do not put them down. They're not silly. How do you sell a super fight, but you tell them that A, he's old, B, people have beat him before. When he tried to challenge himself like you, he lost. It's like, you know, he only lost to the best ever, and then he didn't have to go to 75. He already won a title. He tried to go back to 75, so I respect Canelo. That's not really a loss. He don't belong there. He started at 140. That's 5 pounds more than me. You feel me, guys? Shaq, Tom Brady, you feel me? Because y'all don't know shit about this sport. Y'all Crestons was ass. Yeah. So look, I'm Shaq. You know what I'm saying? Tell me what you gonna do, and don't be all nice, man. Tell me what you gonna do. Nah, I'm gonna have my hand raised. I'm Terence Crawford. I'm gonna have my hand raised. No. Give me better than that. What you gonna do? Break it down. What you gonna do? No, I'm gonna have my hand raised. That shit was ass. Motherfuckers sending me this shit like, Ness, you gotta see the Go podcast. Y'all dick riders. I'm sorry. I know I sit here and I try to tell y'all to choose better words, but I can't help it. You fuckers are dick riders. Your name horse. Shaq ain't doing motherfucking thing. He got one question. It was 5 motherfuckers there and only one question. 5 people and only one question. Every time they passed the hot potato to fucking Dana, he threw it back. Because Dana ain't shit, nothing but a fucking puppet. Dana, how's it feel to be promoting this? Shake Turkey. He ain't even saying the name right. Turkey Al-Sheikh need to slap this motherfucker. I mean, the disrespect is at an all-time high. This is what I'm saying, bro. These other promoters, Eddie, Oscar, y'all over here be beefing with each other. You should be slapping each other because you should feel stupid that you lost the biggest fight of the century to this motherfucker that don't know shit. Every time they pass in the mic, what the fuck does he do but waste our time? What has Dana White brought? What has he said at any of these fucking podiums, any of these sit-downs? Oh, shake Turkey. It wouldn't even happen without him. I'm just happy to be here. Shake Turkey. I'm just happy to be here. Man, shut the fuck up. And all you UFC dick riders, get the fuck out my chat. I don't want to hear no defense, nothing. Get the fuck out of here. That shit was basura, B. Straight garbage. I'm already angry, bro. I get it because I'm not an idiot. You got Shaq, you got Tom Brady to open them up to the casuals, but, bro, at least get some people the right questions. The man already got a cue card. We know it ain't him. He definitely not Jay-Z. Let somebody put them fucking real questions on the cue card so they know what the fuck to read. Wasting my goddamn time. 20 minutes of bullshit. Thank God for Crawford and his ridiculous answer, or this shit would have been trash. And a lot of y'all not gonna tell the truth because you a fucking name whore. Shaq's a goat, Ness. Fuck you talking about. He was dropping 30. I don't give a fuck. Tell that motherfucker drop his pants so I can spank the shit out his ass for them horrible fucking questions with a wet leather belt. Fuck wrong with y'all. You sitting in the presence of greatness and you want me, so tell me what's it gonna look like when you win? Man, what the fuck? And then Crawford lame excuse, well, I'm going to have my hand raised. Well, I'm going to have my hand raised. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop, man. We got to stop. We got to do better, man. Just because they're your favorite fighters don't mean they free from criticism. Don't mean they motherfucking Jesus. They not the son of God. We could talk about them. They could do better. They could work on their shit. Nasty, bro. Nasty. Oh, man. So, back to the elite wins, man. Earl Spence Jr., Sean Porter. I'm going to just go throw Gamboa. I think he was a multiple times champion and at least a gold medalist, man. That's what I'll throw in there. And, I mean, it might be argued. It wasn't Khan a gold medalist, too? I swear. But in terms of Canelo, there's no need in listing them. It's just way too many elite fighters that he has faced. Specifically the ones that Crawford mentioned, you know what I'm saying? But for Deontay Wilder, the former WBC champion, he's going to be returning after a TKO loss to Big Bang Zhilei Zhang in 2024. So Wilder has been out for some time. He's known for that devastating power, but we're still wondering, is it going to show back up? It's been a while. Herndon is 24-5, 0 losses zero draws. He's a durable journeyman, you know, a lot less power than Wilder and not meant to win. You know, for Wilder, my keys to victory would be extreme patience, composure, use the jab, paw with it, snap it, shoot it, set up the right hand, avoid reckless exchanges, avoid wild looping shots, try to stay straight, try to go down the pipe, try to stay technically sound. Capitalize on your reach and height. This guy isn't even as tall as you. He's not as big as you. He doesn't have the power that you do. For Herndon, he's got to close the distance, target Wilder's body. Fury, Zhang, shoulders Wilder can't take it to the body. He's got to survive the early rounds where Wilder has, you know, power early, right? Usually his power carries late, but that was a different version of Wilder. You know, so for Herndon, he's got to try and survive those early rounds with Wilder to exploit Wilder's stamina issues that we know sometimes appear. For Deon Nicholson, shout out Deon Nicholson, man. He had a good fight with F.A. Apucci. You know, he's going to be taking on Devontae Williams in a light heavyweight 10-round bout. Nicholson is 21-1, no draws. He is a Wilder stablemate. He's coming off of a TKO win in 2024. Obviously, he's an aggressive pressure fighter, and he's made for television. Williams is only 13, 1 loss, no draws. He's a rising contender. He's got a decision victory in his last bout, and, you know, from what you can see, he is a fast fighter, right? Like, he's got some good speed to him. But I'm looking at Nicholson applying that pressure as he always does. You know, F.A. Apucci Tobar is a tough SOB, so I give nothing or take nothing from Deon Nicholson for not being able to win that fight. And I actually watched that fight live. It wasn't like he was blown out. It was just a tough fight. He was fighting at cruiserweight. As you can see, this is 25 pounds lighter. So his loss came at cruiserweight. And he's a short guy. I met this guy. Actually, you can see me sparring him on my YouTube channel. Him taking it really easy on me. But yeah, I'm hoping Nicholson wins. I'm a fan of Nicholson. He's got a hard life story. He made it out on top, you know, married with children, came out the bang, doing his thing, and been boxing ever since. So, you know, he's looking for that big title shot, and he could have got it had he got the win over F.A. Tobar Apucci. That didn't happen, so the rebuild is here, you know. But again, for Nicholson, just apply that relentless pressure. Dude is a big-ass puncher. Like I said, he was at cruiserweight and dropped 25 pounds easily. Not with nutritionists or sauna suits. It's easy. He was always in shape, but somehow he was able to drop 25 pounds. I mean, you go watch his fight with a tour bar and then go watch his recent fights at light heavyweight. It's the same person. So he didn't lose anything. He has good power, and, he should be slowing Williams down. For Williams, he's going to have to use his speed and that footwork to get away from Nicholson, who's going to be coming with hell. So counterpunch and maybe some holding to slow down Nicholson. For Nico Hernandez, he's going to be taking on Any Marquez. I never heard of Any Marquez. Hernandez is 10-0. No draws, no losses. He's already from Wichita, so this was like a plant. You feel me? Let's put him on here because he could sell these tickets and help the show. He's also a bronze medalist, just like the main event, Deontay Wilder. But he's got some skills, right? We'll see. Marquez, on the other hand, he's 8-2 losses. Tough veteran, but he lost by decision in his last fight. For Hernandez, just keep using that speed we all know you have, and outbox Marquez with combination punches and a crisp jab. Again, Marquez, pretty much like Deon Nicholson's opponent, you gotta be able to survive, the pressure and the speed of Marquez, but you probably got to counter Marquez's speed with your own pressure because he's a slick boxer. He's trying to look pretty. You need to disrupt that. Hit him, keep coming forward, hit him on the shoulders, hit him in the neck, on the eyeball. It doesn't fucking matter. Just land punches, specifically body shots. Disrupt Hernandez's rhythm. If I'm not mistaken, Nico is the dude that goes viral. No, that's Mark Castro, right? Or is it both of these dudes that do TikTok videos and shit with their eyes closed or blindfolded trying to show their head movement? I don't know. But that's pretty much it. There's a whole bunch of other fights on there. Yeah. I guess the other notable fight is Gustavo Trujillo and Latif Coyote. I mean, shit, I've been watching Latif Coyote for years, bro. He actually tested positive when he fought. Either he tests positive or Antonio Tarver tests positive or they both test positive. But, yeah, Coyote is back. He's got that experience, but I'm pretty sure this dude's pushing 40, bro. There's no doubt in my mind. He's got to be pushing at least 40 years old. He went from cruiserweight to heavyweight. He's been around for a while. Look, 42 years old. So, shout out to Latif Coyote. He's on there. Gustavo Trujillo, never heard of him. So I'm assuming they're using the name of – actually, I do know the Cuban assassin. Okay, Gustavo Trujillo is the Cuban assassin that was supposed to fight my other Cuban, Lorenzo Medina. That fight never happened. I hear this dude is in the professional world as well. Like, I don't know, some sort of accountant or something like that. But according to Medina, he's not as skilled as – I guess his social media would indicate. And Medina was talking like he was about to body this dude. The fight never took place. But now this is the guy that's going to be facing the veteran. Look, I'm not even following him. So, yeah, man. That is the Cuban assassin, Gustavo Trujillo. He's going to be taking on the veteran heavyweight, 42-year-old Latif Coyote. Other than that, that's really all we got. Getting back to, the recent fights of Crawford and Canelo, Canelo got a 12-round decision, wasn't it, over Edgar? He didn't stop Edgar, but people called that a dominant performance. I thought Crawford's performance over Madrimov was, I guess dominant isn't the right word because he did get hit more than we've seen him ever hit, but I still felt like he hit Madrimov way more than Madrimov hit him. It was easy for me to score. I had an 8-4, so I didn't really see a big deal in those performances or in that performance with with Crawford the way that some tried to discredit. But look, I want to open up the phone lines. I want to know what your thoughts are over the definition of an elite fighter. What qualifies someone to become a quote-unquote elite? And does Canelo's claim about Crawford hold up? Does he really not have other elite fighters? And you know, as Crawford brought up, look at the time that he fought him, saying when Canelo fought some of those champions, they weren't at their prime. So can you not be in your prime and still be considered elite? Right? Because I want to be clear. When people say, oh, well, Amir Khan is elite, was he elite, perceived to be elite, considered as an elite when he fought Crawford? Fuck no, bro. I lived through that. I didn't want that fight, and I was mad as hell. Bud Tenders was even mad because we had ammunition to rip them apart about that stupid-ass fight. How you going back and fighting Amir Khan 20 years later? So I just want y'all thoughts, like, how are we going to calculate elites? Does it not matter if they're not in their prime? Like, yeah, once upon a time, you know, Khan was elite. So does that status like last for your entire career? Does it not matter how you, like Wilder was elite. Is he elite today? That's the simplest answer. Like, how can you sit here and say Khan is elite on Bud's resume? Was he elite at the time that fucking Bud fought him? Is Wilder elite today when Herndon is going to fight him on Saturday? Let's be fair, man. Stop, you know, being biased because it's your favorite fighter. Compare Canelo and Crawford's resumes. Who's faced the tougher opposition? And does the volume trump quality, or do you prefer quality over quantity? Canelo also fucked up. We can't be biased and only point out the mistakes that Crawford made. Canelo also messed up when he's talking about he's a good fighter, but he's too small. It's like, bro, you moved up. You were small. You were successful. So the claim of Crawford that skills pay the bills, that's true. He tried to minimize that when he himself moved up in weight throughout his whole career. So it's like, if you can do it, why do you think that Crawford can't do it? And that's something to think about. Because he's looking at it like he's a good fighter, but weight class is for a reason. But at one point, you were at a lower weight class and you were looking at someone and you thought you could beat him and you actually beat him. So he's got to be careful that he doesn't underestimate Crawford's desire to accomplish the unattainable the same way that you did. It's like you're downplaying the man in the mirror because he's doing what you did. But now you're sitting around these fake goats talking about weight classes matter. I don't be understanding these fighters, bro. I get it. They're under pressure. I guess that's what it is. But Wilder's comeback, does a win over Herndon put him back in the heavyweight title picture? Because since this fight has gotten closer and closer to the fight date, there's been more and more mention of Wilder back on that elite level, which is not what I recommend. We all know I would prefer for Wilder to continue fighting at this level. If I could have it my way, he'd get 10 of these before he's back in there for title contention. But I see that there's a lot of rumors about him and AJ, and they're just trying to make big fights with Wilder again. I just wish that he would take the time for himself. For himself. you know, and work on himself. And I see a lot of y'all upset. Oh, Ninja, you know who's Brady? Did you hear Brady? Did you hear Brady when they asked him what does a GOAT mean to him? This is what I'm saying. You're a name whore. You kissing Brady pictures and posters instead of listening to the words coming out his mouth. I don't give a fuck if you a GOAT in another sport. If you can't hold a conversation with these boxers, well, you not a GOAT to us. If you can't articulate yourself correctly, well, then you ain't a GOAT. What the fuck did Brady say of substance? Someone please call in and repeat it. Bro, get the fuck out of it. That shit was a overpriced circle jerk. You dudes are fucking weird. I can't stand y'all sometimes. Oh, he's a GOAT. He's a GOAT. What did he bring to the table for that particular interview? That's what I'm saying. Y'all name horse. Turkey know how to get you. He's like, fuck it, let's just put some people they know, and they're going to be happy. The people that you know don't even got to say anything because you're just happy to be amongst quote-unquote greatness. Jesus Christ. D-Riders. Nasty work, bro. Bandalorian, what up?
Yeah, it's funny you said that, man, because I ain't gonna lie, man. I agree with you when it comes to that GOAT thing, because I was like, just too much casual stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I could get it, like you said, if at least one of them was a hardcore or some shit. Because even when you were talking about Brady just now, yeah, I started laughing because I'm like, what the fuck is Tom Brady talking about? They asked him that GOAT question. That motherfucker ain't. When you look at like a fighter like Terence Crawford and like Canelo, when you I was like all these and stuttering and shit, even he didn't know what to say. And I was like you, and then even with Shaq and Dana and the fight game, and you know I started with boxing, I was like, yeah, no, I wasn't feeling that either, man. But aside from that, that shit was that shit was so pointless. I ain't gonna lie, I completely agree with you, Ness. Um, so I feel like the thing is, Ness, man, I even said it. I done said it in a potential Shakur and Tank fight, and goddamn when they're fat era, man, that shit be nuts to me when they talk about resumes. Because you're right, everybody could nitpick each other resumes, and then fighters they always do that discredit and shit and step on each other's toes and all that. And then in boxing and stuff in general, it's always a catch-22. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. When Shakur big up who he fighting and all that, people talk shit on him. When Devin do it, people talk shit on him. When fighters don't do it, then like you said, they be like, well, why you taking away from, your potential win and all that stuff. So I'm like, man, these fighters can't win, man. It's a catch-22, so it is what it is. I'm never really big on it and all. I literally just want to see them fight and stuff. I full-fledged think I've been saying it, that Bud gonna win. But like you said, Canelo, he did get the best of him in that whatever you call that shit. Like you said, you could call it a circle jerk, whatever the fuck it was. She was a waste of time. But then at the press conference, I feel like Bud got it back. Like he said, I'm hunting him, and he was saying all the right things. Then immediately after that, they asked Bud, so how you feeling after that? He like, man, he can't outbox me. Bud gonna get it done, man. He gonna show something we ain't never seen before. I'm ready to see him make it happen. Now, the thing where you got me on this, I feel like you kind of stepped on your own toes, though. When you was talking about the elite thing. See, I feel like Bud always talking about, he always mentioned, I guess, Postal and Ricky Burns and all that because, Ricky Burns, four-time, four-division champ and all this stuff and all the 10 title defenses and all that stuff. So he just trying to pitch out. And then, of course, got Bud first belt. So I think that's the one that kind of got Bud really going and all that. But I do agree with you. I feel like you should have mentioned, of course, Yuriorkis Gamboa. Because Bud actually, that was a tough fight. He said it himself, that was one fight that really had him in danger, cracked him good and all that. But then, like you said, Gamboa was actually in his prime and stuff. Now, it's real hard when it comes to the elite stuff because, like, if I go over 2 minutes, let me get a counter so I can fully get off. But
You may feel
the
like it's
elite
your
stuff
time.
is kinda difficult. It's kind of difficult only because like Rolly for example, multi-division champion, all that stuff. Like you said, he more than likely gonna go to the Hall of Fame. He not elite, none whatsoever, not at all. Like you say, even like I just said, Ricky Burns, but he also not considered elite. So it's like it just it's who people consider a leader, who people consider they're not. Because you can have characteristics and traits, like you said. Even Deontay Wilder, he was considered elite because his tighter defenses and because of his power. It really just depends. So I don't. That's why I said I don't think it's really that much of a big deal. But we just don't see because I don't feel like either that size difference gonna mean anything. Like I think Bug gonna be closer to Canelo size. Canelo always been built, like a fucking running back or a linebacker and all that shit. Like Bud said, he got a big ass head. Yeah, Canelo always had that fucking Mike Tyson neck and the fucking jug head and shit. So I don't know, but let me see. With the topic, I'm excited. Honestly, I'm excited. Of course, this what you call this weekend stack for boxing. I know you probably gonna get to it. Like you were saying, next you got your boy Liam Potter coming back this weekend, and Liam Wilson, the co-main event, and then like with Wilder, man, I want to see him get done. I actually want this to be a good fight for him. I actually want this to be a good fight, and I don't know what'll be next because I personally do want that AJ fight because I don't know how long AJ himself got left. Because you're right, I know. Like when Nelson was on here, he said he already got Wilder plan like for his very next opponent already lined up. But when it come to this fight, I just want him to get through it. I don't know if I want him to necessarily go through any turmoil because I don't want to get scared. But I mean, the fact that Herndon them and stopped and stuff before, like you said, then Wilder coming off this layoff, he just need to kind of look good and then make it happen, go in there and get that knockout like he said he want to get, and then we could kind of go from there. So I don't know, but man, what you call it? It was another thing I was gonna say next. Did you see that video I sent you? You probably have seen it anyway. That big ass fucking cut that Callum Walsh had on his eye.
No.
Yeah, I had to bump it back up to you because he said it himself. He want to be on the Bud and Nello undercard, but I had sent it to you Saturday. He had a big ass fucking cut from a headbutt, so that's more than likely gonna keep him off of that. Like that motherfucker was huge. Like they stopped the fight and everything in the 5th round, and all he wanted a technical decision. So, but yeah, I'll probably bump it back up so that way you can see it because he called out Fernando Vargas Jr. and everything, but probably won't be able to get him on that card now because of that badass cut. So, but that's all I really got, Ness. And last thing, man, before I go, you and Tone yesterday, Ness, y'all had me fucking dying. That shit you said about Jay Swift DJing with the cutout gloves or something,
Yeah.
man.
No, that's true though. That's true. Where's Jay Swift? He got me nervous, bro. This shit crazy.
I was gonna call in when you said that shit. I was laughing so hard I couldn't even do it. But it's not your time. But I'm gonna see you later. I appreciate you, Ness.
All right. Listen, if anybody knows Jay Swift, y'all gotta tap in with him. We need to know what's going on. I wish I had his number, bro. I can't believe it. I text myself to see, and I don't see anything. I put Jay Swift in a search, put DJ. I can't find nothing, and it's crazy because he did one of my events. I don't know. I thought for sure I would have had his number at least not stored. But Jay, hopefully you okay, champ. Hopefully you okay, man. We miss you. Tanque, what up?
What up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, man. I think Bud dropped the ball in that interview. That was nasty work.
In what way?
I didn't. First, he said Ricky Burns, and all I heard was Soldier Boy say Ricky Burns. And then he hit Canelo with the you beat him at a certain period of time of their age, and I mean, like, first thing that came to mind was my criticism of him beating Khan after Canelo had murdered him. Him beating Kell Brook after Errol Spence and Triple G had already fucking demolished him. Him beating Porter after 13 months off layoff. Like, fuck, him beating fucking Benavidez after getting shot in the knee. Peg Leg Morgan, fuck. I mean, just to prove my point, bro, like, what elite fighter, what dude in his prime have you beaten besides Madrimov, a dude with 10 wins that...
Well, first, we need to hear your, like, definition of elite because technically, to me, I'm glad you brought it up. I never even thought of it, but Madrimov is elite. To win a world title in 10 fights, you're elite.
Yeah, he was, but 10 fights and you went 12 rounds and you only hit him 10 more punches and he hit you. Madrimov had he threw less. He threw less, but he was more efficient. He landed more. Way more than Bud if we're going off percentages. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, you went up to 54. You fought a younger dude that was similar to your size in weight. You know, he was pretty athletic, and you went 12 rounds with the dude that had 10 fights. 10 fucking fights, bro. What the hell?
Yeah, but you trying to, bro, chill. You trying to discredit. Loma had 2 fights and beat fucking Gary Russell.
Yeah, but look at Roma's career.
And
Look
Madrimo.
at Imagine Alvarez on a 2-fight losing streak. And if they put him in there with ball hot chuck, that's probably a 3-fight losing streak. That dude's not beating any of the other dudes in there, bro.
Bro, he certainly beats, like, you know, a lot
Who?
of
You think he
160
beats
pounders. Bakram?
Bro, he's not beating none of them dudes that are coming forward and putting hands on him. They're similar style as Virgil, bro. Ball chuck throws punches and bunches. Bakram's the same thing. He's not beating none of them dudes. That's already 5 losses in a row, and that's going to look really bad if they do that. You know, he dropped the ball big time, bro. Shit. And the Canelo thing, you said something about him underestimating Bud and moving up in weight.
Yeah, because he's saying, oh, you know, weight classes matter. But it's like, bro, you did everything Bud is doing. So how you going to act like maybe Bud can't do it?
You know what the difference is? Bud did it by the time he was 26, 27. This dude is 37, jumping 2 weight divisions, which is not, it's not the same, bro.
Bro.
It is not the same.
I mean.
And then the thing Canelo did, he would go up.
Age is a state of mind. How you feel at that age. Everybody don't age the same.
Bro, you know, the narrative is Canelo's been on the decline for the last 7 fights since he fought Bivol. So is Terence Crawford actually beating a primed Canelo? Is he beating a Canelo that's elite?
Hell yeah, I'm not doing that shit that he did.
No, I'm with you, bro. But I'm saying, like, the narrative, all these calls is Canelo has been on a decline since Bivol. Bro, that's 7 fights ago. The fact that Canelo is still the favorite after being on the decline with 7 fights is nasty.
But
what would have happened to Bud if he would have caught Canelo in his prime?
But the odds are tight, player. It's not like he's a favorite. He's tight. It's tight.
Shit. Have a good one, Ash.
All right. Again, man, I need you guys. Listen, if we got to not run the clock till you answer the definition of an elite fighter, we can do that. We can do that because I need to know what you consider elite. Because Wilder was elite. Wilder was undefeated. Wilder had 10 straight knockouts. He was perceived elite. He was perceived not only a WBC champion, but the top 3, him, AJ Fury. So Wilder at one point was elite. Is he now today, going into the fight, June 27th, still considered elite? The answer should be no. Just like Amir Khan going into a fight with Bud. He's not fucking elite. Madrimov is elite. A dude with 10 fights, world champion, already beat Karabanov. That's elite. That's elite. Lomachenko, 3 fights, or rather 2 fights, beats Gary Russell in his 3rd fight. That is elite. For me, though, that's considered elite. What is elite to you? What is elite to you? Does that status leave, or are you always elite? Is Mickey Bay still elite right now? He just fought in Philly. Is he elite? Is that a status that doesn't leave? And Boxing Patron, what you mean stop? You see, you're just a Bud hater. No man could win a world title in 10 fights and you not call him elite, bro. What the fuck? I mean, we gave credit to Guillermo Rigondeaux, who did it in 12. It took him 12. It took Shakur, what, 14? But now Madrimov is not elite. You guys have issues, man. This is why we don't grow as a sport. Bud got elite fighters. He just named the wrong ones. That's simple. Malcolm.
Yo, we good? We good?
Yes.
Hey, shout out to TBV. Next shout outs to you, bro. First and foremost, man, you know, 'cause I gotta go on here and say this shit. My boy Galah went off bad, you know what I'm saying? I took my crow. It is what it is. Shout out to Rodriguez, man. This man fucking threw over 1,000 punches and landed 50%. That is nasty, you know. Great performance. We'll be back, man. We'll be back, you know what I'm saying? Taraji, we gonna be back, you know what I'm saying? We lost our interim strap. It's all good, man. I stick with my guys, man. I stick with my guys. But yeah, for the topic, we consider Gamboa elite? Because I would have considered him elite by the time that Bud beat him.
Why
Undefeated.
not? Why
and
not? Why wouldn't he be elite?
Yeah,
he was absolutely elite. He was even a gold medalist.
Yeah, I would consider him. I definitely would have considered him elite. And people like to discredit that that win, but it's not like it was also his first fight at 135 because he had a fight prior to that, but he was wrecking shit. You know, and then people just like to discredit Bud about him getting rocked. But Gamboa was really that guy back then, you know. In terms of Porter being elite,
and bro, he really was that guy back then. Gamboa was.
He was, bro.
They thought he was gonna go all the way. Remember, he was so much that guy. He crossed over, got signed by Floyd in 50, bro.
And if I'm right, at the time he was considered to have probably top 3 or top 5 fastest hands also in boxing, bro. Like my boy's hand speed was crazy and he had a little pop. So I'll definitely consider him elite, you know, but the butt slander got to stop, man. The resume slander, you know, if Canelo's going to do it, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? That's how they going to build up a fight. But, you know, the only one I'm probably iffy about is probably Porter just because I think he was coming off the loss from Errol Spence. And, you know, we like to say that he was at the end of his career. But Porter was still a tough fight for anybody. You know, that style and it's one of those nights when you go in and you're like, fuck, I got to fight Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? You know you have to give it your all. So, yeah, happy for that. When's the Wilder fight? Is this weekend?
June 27th. And it's supposed to be $6.99 on Black Prime, $25 on pay-per-view.com. If you do the subscription, you get the fight on Black Prime.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Damn. But hey, shout outs to Wilder, bro. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I just have to call in for that. I appreciate you guys. And, you know, one last thing, man, because Tip Bayless the other day was asking where I was at. You know what I'm saying? And niggas is saying I got to apologize for the Goliath Fall shit. I'll apologize to the community when he gets on and apologizes for saying that Kambosos was going to give Hitchens problems in the beginning rounds. You know, then I'll apologize. Until then, fuck that. Goliath Fall, we back, man. We going to come back stronger than ever, man. Shout out to you, Ness.
All right. Great super chat, Juice, and I'm going to address it. I'm going to definitely tell you what I mean. Give me 1 second. All right, so $5 super chat says, I'm confused. You want the sport to grow, and now you get an interview with the biggest. Fuck, it disappeared. Hold on. He says you get an interview with the biggest names in bigger sports, and you nitpick. Help me understand. So, you know, because you asked respectfully, I'm going to assume there's no sarcasm there, and I am going to answer or actually help you understand what I mean. While these gentlemen may bring in a quote-unquote audience, which let's check that out, right? Let's check your alleged popular hosts and see what this number is for these popularity contests that you guys got going on with these guys, right? So, Turkey Al-Sheikh, no, that's not it. Where is it? Okay, GOAT's podcast right now as it stands is at 285,000. I'm going to say that's not good. You can call me a hater. It is what it is. We're talking about Shaquille O'Neal, Tom Brady, Canelo Alvarez, Terence Bud Crawford, and Dana White. I'm going to say that's not good. I can point you to All the Smoke podcasts with Andre Ward where he gets similar numbers. You know, we could go to Fight Hype and see that they get similar numbers on big name interviews. This should have been at least 1 million to show me. I mean, what is the combination of social media following between those men? How many do they have? Should I throw that into AI so you can see that the percentage of the views are like 0.0000000.1 or some fucking dumb stupid shit like that? Please. Having big names isn't the only way to promote. And if, like I said earlier, if you're gonna use them, they had cue cards. Feed them the proper information. Give them the right question. You're telling me in 30 minutes that we lost of our life. Okay, it's 21 minutes, so no more lying. It was 21 minutes, 27 seconds that we took out of our life to watch this. There was only one question. Shout out to Shaq. Had to be a Nork nigga. You know what I'm saying? One question. Only one good question. I challenge you to tell me what's the other good question. There was only one. To Bud, or excuse me, Canelo, do you think a win over Bud is bigger than defeating the Mexican? I mean, and he ran it down. You know he's a David fan. He didn't just say David Benavidez. He gave him the whole fucking introduction. That was the only good question. So, you know, to have a circle jerk of popular dudes doing nothing was nothing. It was a waste of time. It was a waste, bro. I don't see how it did what it did because we see these numbers all the time. It definitely got us riled up. The hardcore, you know, audience, we're here. We're always going to be here. We're going to eat this shit up. But you telling me that you got all these popular people, this interview's supposed to go viral and reach another audience, but with what question? There was nothing asked there to get them to that viral moment. I just didn't see, you know, again, they're not journalists. They're not pretending to be. Someone dropped the ball. Those cue cards have to have information on it. Like, what did it have on there? Again, I challenge you to tell me what was the other good question outside of Shaq's lonely only solid question. George, $5. TBV, all love. First super chat of the day. 03 Dub, $2. Nasty work with the stream yesterday. Oh, I mean, bro, like I said this before, I don't have any tape. I have tape in the house, but I don't have like tape in the office. And I'm gonna have to tape my Ethernet cable. I would love to blame someone else, but it's an internal problem. It was my dog yanked the fucking Ethernet cable out again. So I do have it propped up so that when she goes under the desk, she can't do it anymore. But the next step would be to just, you know, tape it for safety, so that she can't yank it out. Believe you me. We talk about views and popularity, right? You think I wanted my show to crash when I had Brian Norman and Bill Haney going at it, and I was fucking texting with Adrian. I had Jolene Mazzone listening. Like, nah, that was a fire show. It just, you know, shit worked out that way, unfortunately, man. Adrian, $2. By your own words, Ndango is elite. By my own words, Ndango is elite. Well, yeah, because he beat Edward Tranowski. Listen, I watched those fights. That's the thing. Like, you can't get me to hate on Bud unless I'm in that mood. You know what I'm saying? Like, I watch, bro. Not only did I watch Ndango's rise, I met Ndango. I spent a week with Ndango in Wilder's camp. Like, he's a good dude. And again, I may not have been born I may not be an immigrant, but I come from immigrant parents. So that struggle story always hits close to home. You know, being from a foreign country, coming to America, seeking the American dream, waiting for that big opportunity. You get the quarter fight, Edward Tranowski. You go to his fucking country somewhere in Russia. You knock him out. You come back. You knock someone else out. You're unified, and then you get the big fight with the American star in Terence Bud Crawford, who fights on HBO. and you lose. It's okay. Y'all dudes shit on him like he's not a legend in whatever fucking country he's from, bro. You know, so yeah, by my own standards, there's an argument for Ndango to be elite, but there's also an argument for him not to be elite from the haters because of the decline after Bud. There was never, he doesn't have a Pedraza or a Porter moment where, you know, they had a second half of their career and became great again and won a world title again. Cantrell, 5-pounder. Is it true Malik not training Wilder? Crawford might stop Bud. Huh? What the fuck? Is it true Malik's not training Wilder? Crawford might stop Bud Khan? Bud better keep him at the end of his stick? This is prime Canelo he's punching. Hopefully you're safe driving, bro. I really don't know what you meant there. Crawford might stop Bud Khan. Bud better keep him at the end of his stick. Yeah, I'm lost, champ. Sorry. Polo Buck. Can't forget, Bud also said Earl wasn't a Hall of Famer. That ain't got nothing to do with elite. We talking elite. Canelo ain't asked what Hall of Famer you fought. Canelo asks what other elite fighter. Y'all like changing the argument. Samat, member for 17 months on the prospect level. Let's go. Shout out to Marco for being at the GOAT interview. Yeah, he's cool with Shaq, man. He should have fed Shaq some questions. I didn't know he was there. Next time he jumps on the panel, he's getting it. He's getting it. A whole mouthful, bro. I mean, again, Shaq, he gets a pass. He asks the only fucking good question. I mean, this is the second time they've passed the ball. Actually, in that interview, they passed the ball to Dana twice that I can remember. And it was like for the what is GOAT to him, and then closing out, and they both was trash. Fernando Gomez, Cantrell, another 5-pounder. I mean, at this point, I don't even watch Dana. I'm only watching Dana now because he's in boxing, but he's exactly like Oscar. Like, Oscar repeats the word tremendous, and this dude's repeating the word shake turkey. It's turkey out of sheep, but somehow this fucker keeps calling him shake turkey. This couldn't happen without shake turkey. Shake turkey. Shake turkey. Like, what else? What are you going to say? I'm so happy to be doing this. You know, it's the biggest fight in boxing. I'm just happy to be here. Yeah, because you ain't do shit. You ain't put it together. You ain't do nothing. You just here. That's why he has nothing to say. Nothing to say. It's a waste of airtime when they go to him. Cantrell with the 5-pounder. I'm scared. And think about the press conference. Like, just think of whenever they go to Dana. Like, think about that press conference. Like, Dana White, dude gets hella cheers. I'm like, holy shit. This the same crowd that just booed Crawford. So Canelo fans loving Dana. He gets up there like, yeah. Who's got a question? He said nothing. He ain't say shit. He ain't say this the fight of the century. We got the 2 best fighters in the world. Who's got a question? Man, listen. Hey, and maybe it's me. Maybe it's new to me. This is the way, the UFC way, and y'all like it. But that's what we're here for. You know, you can't call me a hater because you get to call in and give your opinion. I'm giving you mine. Cantrell, 5-pounder. I'm scared that Bud gets slapped if he get caught with that left hook. We seen Canelo put down 200-pounders, and little old Bud supposed to move up 2 divisions and win? Yeah, man. Canelo was little when he moved up. Fernando Gomez, $2. Khan, Spence, Brook, best fighters on Bud's resume. I would replace Khan because of the time he's been there with Madrimov. Madrimov's argument is better. 10-fight champion. That's elite, bro. Can't take that away from that man. That's elite. I mean, bro, we praise, I praise Devin for being an undisputed champion, 23 years of age. How could you not praise Madrimov for being a world champ in 10 fights. Spizzle SP, member for 10 months on that prospect level. Let's go, champ. Let's go, champ. He says, Crawford in 10. The doubt will end. Overkill, dead emoji, boxing glove. Damn, Crawford getting a stoppage on the man that's never been dropped. Jaime Nieto, $5. Good morning, S. Shows have been fire. Just sending the love, just sending the show love. TBV for life. Appreciate you, man. Good to see you still good. We got Mad Bet, 100 on that champ level. $5. Daily dose of Tanquil. GOAT status in boxing is much harder to achieve than any team sport. Wilder needs 3 fights ending in KO to be back in title contention. Matt Ben back with another 2. Daily dose of Tanquil. Burns, not elite. Duck emoji. Broner, not postal either. Back with another 2. Elite, Bud slaps Canelo around for 12 rounds. 03 Dub, $2. After fighting Bud, boxers don't be the same. GOAT. Bandalorian with the counter. Juice. We read that. Adrian. Porter, great fighter, not elite. Now, the only argument for Porter not being elite would be at that time. Coming off the Earl loss, he immediately got that win over Sebastian Formella. And then he said, look, after that, I'm just waiting. It's Bud or nothing. So I can see you trying to say that in 2021, Sean Porter wasn't elite in your eyes anymore. But there's still an argument that he was. You know, before losing to Earl, you know, he only lost to Thurman, and that was in 2016. You know, he didn't lose to Earl till 3 years later. In between that, you know, he beat Danny and Granados and Berto and Ugas. That was a controversial one for some. I don't know. I like the Porter name. That was an elite, especially being a 2-time champion. He won a WBC and an IBF. He won a WBC and an IBF, bro. This ain't one of them Emmanuel Navarrete ass dudes that just gets vacated WBOs. You feel what I'm saying? Or as my man Alan the Bay would say, you feel me? You feel me? Birdman, $5. I didn't know Fight was on Black Prime. I was about to enable the Fire Stick. I'm still more interested in that Billy fight on Friday, though. Yeah, but Billy versus Selecki, you know, that don't really do it for me. Like, I'm going to watch it, but it's not like, oh, like, Selecki never gave me that world-class performance that it's like, you know, he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter that makes fights tough, but never gave me that world-class, I'm going to watch you performance. Mr. Savi, $2. Earl has a better resume and still lost to Bud. I mean, you can't say better when the man beat you. KL Chapo, pound for pound numero dos on that chat. And he's got a $2 super chat. He says, talk about when the interview was conducted before death emoji? Question. I mean, I guess you mean that they made it clear in the interview that the interview was done before the William Skull fight? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, before Skull, because that's a skull emoji. Yes, so that is what he's trying to say. You know, I'm putting together these hieroglyphics and shit. It's like, I feel like, what's my man name? He's overacting at this point. Fuck, is this Nicolas Cage, right? Didn't he do, like, National Treasure or some shit? That's what I feel like when I got to read these emojis sometimes. Devil's Advocate, $5. This is a retirement fight for Crawford. He hasn't fought at 160 and now is fighting the best at 68. Only a fool would bet on Crawford. He's cashing out. Hey, listen, this could have started as a cash out because there's evidence of that. There's evidence of that. Yesterday, Turkey Al-Sheikh did a Ring Magazine interview with Coppinger, and he said, I'm paraphrasing, but very close to this, is like, oh, yeah, Crawford, when he came to me, he told me, I only want this fight and I'm retiring. But in that interview, Turkey right after that sentence insinuated like he thinks now Crawford may want to continue. So yeah, technically this is a, bon voyage fight. But based off Crawford's recent interview where he's saying now to Akin Barak that he's coming back down to 54 to undispute, based off Turki Al-Ashik's interview yesterday where he's saying he feels Crawford's mind has changed from only fighting Canelo and retiring, I think the signs point to maybe we can get more Crawford. That's really never going to be 100% known to the outcome of this fight. Maybe this could be a controversial type fight and motherfuckers think Canelo lost. Because you heard in that interview, I'm saying you heard, thinking you heard it. But definitely Turki did that interview with The Ring where he clearly said he wants the rematch. And I'm like, you believe this shit? No rematch clause, but there's still a rematch, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? But that's good for the fighters because it's like there's technically no rematch. So, Turki, you got to pay for what you want. So, shout out to them, man. Shout out to them. Coach Myers, what up, champ? I miss you. Member for 35 months on that contender level. Hey, man, he said, what's good, Ness? Hope all is well. Same to you, champ. Connecticut, stand up, man. You need to call back in, bruh. Y'all can't be going that long. Y'all got to check in, make sure you know everything is everything. Jay Swift got me out here nervous now. That's crazy. Polo Buck, $5. It ain't changing the argument, it ain't changing the argument. Bud says some wild shit when asked. He's saying Burns an elite fighter. He also says Earl not a Hall of Famer. Both questionable. Yeah, but there was two separate times is all I'm trying to say. Like today's argument is more about does Bud have elites on his resume? And why did he choose to say those fighters that he perceived to be elite when he has other elite fighters on his resume? And don't forget, we breaking down Wilder's fight, man. I even gave you keys to victory, man. I went out my way. Nobody ain't even predict his poor fight. Y'all ain't shit. And it's only $6.99 on Black Prime if you get a subscription, or you can pay $25 to payperview.com. Coach Myers back at us, $5 on that champ level. You see that? He's been a member for so long on the contender level that he's automatically a champ. He says, question, Porter will be in the Boxing Hall of Fame, so how is he not elite? His only losses were to Hall of Fame fighters Earl, Thurman, and Crawford. Again, because I don't know if elite has a time clock on it. Like, I'm using Wilder as the example. We all have Wilder as a elite in the past. He was elite, 40-0, 10 straight title defenses, getting in the Hall of Fame because of the power and the title defenses, bronze medalist. That was elite. But today, going into the fight Saturday, is he elite? And that's how we end this argument. That's how you find the right fighter to give credit to on Bud's resume. By being fair. Wilder is nowhere near elite today. So we have to use that. When Bud fought fighters, who did he fight? Who was elite? Madrimov's elite. Earl's elite. Gamboa was elite. End the story. He just chose to say the wrong names. Adrian, $2. Porter rated Nello a B+ fighter. What you grade Sean? I would say Sean is that. I can't say he's it's difficult, right? Because you got to give him extra credit for being a two-time champ. Like, doing it once, you're in the 1%. But you did it 2 times. And again, I value his 2-time more than a Navarrete and whoever just automatically gets that WBO vacant shot. Like, Bud got the WBO champion shot. He fought the champion for the belt. He didn't wait for the champ to vacate and then fight the number 3. Like, a lot of them top-ranked dudes do that shit. Porter fought for them belts. And while I believe the Danny fight with Porter was for a vacant WBC. Bro, you talking about two elites fighting for the belt. It's two elites fighting for the belt, not fucking Shakur versus Joette Gonzalez for the WBO. That's a whole different thing. We talking about Sean Porter, Danny Garcia. That's a fight worthy of a belt. It's Tito Vos. Tanalas. Being elite is an objective status, like being pregnant. Either you are or not. And in boxing, there is always an explanation date. Father Time always wins. See, that's what I'm saying. Some people think that elite has a time clock. You can't be elite if you're losing to people. Adrian back with another two. Notice how Porter lost to all elite fighters. Laugh out loud. Oh, no, he didn't. He beat Devin Alexander in his prime, undefeated. Actually, no, he had one loss first. He had one loss. He had Devin had already. Did Devin lose to Porter already? I mean, did Devin lose to Tim? I think Devin lost to Tim in Detroit, then became a champ of fucking again, then lost it to Porter. So get your ass out of here, Adrian the hater. Huang, Houston.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
What up, champ? We hear you.
All right, this morning I'm going to be coming out of Capetians, chapter 44, verse 9. Thou shalt not glaze nuts on TBV, for it is vain. Nah, I'm just fucking with you. Man, nasty work yesterday. Jonathan Sims, I really be looking forward to those Bible verses. For real, that's positive for a lot of these men starting their day listening to TBV. We look at you as like an elder in the community. We look at you as a man of respect. Like, I like that you come on here before in the past, but yesterday was the most disgusting work ever. Please, brother, you need to apologize to the community and don't do that again, man. You know what I'm saying? You could talk shit to niggas all day, but man, when you do it after doing that, come on, baby. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to get that out the way. Number two, as one of the largest Bud fans in the community, man, he has not fought that many elite fighters, and that's been the problem, Ness. The thing is this, right? This is why I was mad. This is what turned me off of Errol Spence. I used to like Errol Spence. I used to like him. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say I was a fan because I was locked up. You know what I'm saying? So shit that I seen highlights here and there. You know, we be having the cell phones we ain't supposed to have. You know what I mean? And you know, you get a chance. Sometimes you sneak around and get to see something. You know what I mean? And so, you know, man, you know, I like the Errol Spence. But the way everybody was freezing out, and that was the problem with Bud, everybody was scared of him. They were freezing him out. So he didn't get them chances, man. You know, I do say Sean Porter was elite at the time because who did he lose to? He had lost only to elite fighters. So we can't sit here and say at the time that Bud fought him, he was on the down. No, man, people fight greats. They don't always win against the greatest at the time, you know, in their divisions. So, you know, there ain't that many elites on Bud's record. Let's just keep it 100. And this is coming from the biggest Bud fan probably in the community, or at least in the top 5. You know what I'm saying? But that's why you know, for me, the Errol Spence thing, it was like, yes, you know, because we've been saying this. All the elite fighters, y'all ducking them. You know what I'm saying? And so, I don't got it 100% that he's going to beat Canelo, right? But in the end, it's like, thank you, Bud. Thank you, because this is who you are. You one of the greatest to ever put them gloves on, man. And you still, to this day, you don't get your respect. You don't get your due. You know what I mean? But, you know, he did fight some elite fighters. We're not going to, but he just doesn't have, man, Canelo's just been, you know, he's been blessed. He's been blessed by God. Just like how we started the call, it's all about God. You know, everybody got to get their thanks to God. We shouldn't be, you know, disrespecting God like that. So, you know, we got to give, you know, Canelo, you know, he got to give thanks to God because he made it possible where he was able to have all these great elite names on his record, man. But, yeah, man, shout out to Bud, man. I hope you do it on that night, man. TBV, like and subscribe, baby.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
J. Will. J. Will.
Come back.
All right. Chad Canada.
Hey, good morning, yes. Man, really great topic in the way that it generates so much discussion, you know? Um, bigger questions about the sport, really, like the whole elite idea. I'll just say quickly, you had said specifically that perceived, when it comes to fans, how things are perceived, and I think that's got so much to do with it, which is why there's so much debate. But I would say that for elite, I liked the super chat that you read. I agree that a lot of it to me is it's a state of being in the ring. It's determined in the ring. I think that it's not exclusive from accomplishments, but I think some people are basing it entirely on accomplishments, which I don't necessarily agree with. To give an example, I would say Cambosis. If you just looked at his accomplishments on a sheet of paper, I mean, that's pretty elite. But do people feel that Cambosis is an elite fighter? There'd probably be some debate there. So it's there's a lot of context to it. It really depends. That's kind of what makes boxing interesting. There isn't just one cookie cutter approach to this. But I would say, man, Nello and Bud, they're both elite. I mean, good lord, man. Comparing the two of them to each other, it's fun and everything, but people are losing sight of the fact that these 2 guys are special fighters, man, like, good grief. Um, but I do wanna make one point when it comes to resumes and accomplishments with Nello and Bud. That is, Bud's been 3 times 3 division lineal champion, at 35, 40, and 47. Nello, on the other hand, is just at super middleweight. He's been the lineal champ, I think 2021, maybe 22. He got that, and till now, right? But you might argue, some might say that he achieved that in a easier quote unquote portion of his career. Like against. I think a lot of fans. I don't necessarily think this, but I think a lot of fans would say that he got that against opponents that were easier or not as tough or whatever. I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to fans and like you said, Ness, it's how things are perceived. Um, I think the whole idea of tomato cans and taxi drivers, man, some people have got that all convoluted, man. And nowadays, I think we see a lot less of the actual taxi drivers like that we used to get back in the 80s, 70s. I mean, they used to put guys in there that was like really bad. Um, you know, as far as with Bud and everything, I personally feel Bud technically skill wise, he's got to be pound for pound. He's at top of my list. I mean, he's amazing. From watching what he can do in there, watching what he does to his opponents, how he fights. That's what I'm saying. That it's got to be about the ring, elite. It's got to be about what guys are doing in there.
You
I
may
feel like
feel
some.
like it's your time,
That's it. All right.
but it's not your time.
Thanks, Ness.
All right. All right. We got a counterpunch from Jay Will.
Hello.
What up?
Yeah. What up? What up? One second. All right. I'm up here at work, but
Yeah, man. Good show, man. Good show. But yeah, man, I'm gonna start with the whole elite thing. Um, let me see, man. I'll say this as far as the elite. My definition for elite is going to be, man, like I think elite status is something that's proven over a period of time. So I would disagree with your Loma example. Loma being champion after 2 fights will make him elite. The fight before that, he had just lost to Salido. So a loss and then a win, in my eyes, it wouldn't qualify as being elite. Now, Loma did become elite once he strung together a series of good wins. You know what I'm saying? So I just think elite is something proved over a period of time. That period of time, it varies depending on the names you get on your belt. But as far as elite, it got to be proved over a period of time. You know what I'm saying? I would say people like Tank, Shakur, T.O. Devin, Spence, Danny, Keith. Those are all elite. Now, people who are not elite would be like Ryan, Rowley, and Pitbull. Like, those guys are not elite to me. You know what I'm saying? I would say Broner had a 2-year elite run. I would say his boy Easter was never elite. He was a good fighter, but never elite. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's my take on the elite status and shit. Now, I do have a little gripe with you as far as like your monologue before you start taking calls, man. You was really hard on my dude Bud, man. You was really, for him kind of standing his ground after Canelo dissed him. You know what I'm saying? The whole premise of this show is Canelo dissing Bud's resume. But you was giving Bud so much grief for him having the nerve to kind of shoot a shot back at Canelo. And our first 15 minutes of your monologue was, damn, he doesn't know media. That was a dumb answer. This, that, and the third. I was like, well, damn, man, when somebody's dissing your resume, your competitive nature is to shoot back at their resume. And then you said Mayweather never dissed resume or Shakur. Mayweather's coined several phrases of use a C class fighter, no frills, no thrills, straight up and down, no special effects. All those phrases are coined by Mayweather dissing his opponents. So, and it's like Bud's in a position where, like, if he doesn't talk shit, if he stays super respectful to super respectful to Canelo, then he's being too soft and he's scared of Canelo. But if he says some shit back, then he's disparaging what he's about to win. And so it's just like, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. And then his take on the age makes sense to me because shit, when he fought Mosley, he was half Mosley's age. He was 21, Mosley was 40. It's different than, Bud being 37, him being 34. So you saying the whole point of, you old, right? You 37 right now when you about to fight Canelo.
Bud gonna be 38, bro. That is
okay.
40,
Bud's going to be
man.
38, and
That
Canelo's
is
going to be
40.
34.
And again,
Canelo's going to be 34.
I be trying to stay quiet for you, but like you purposely do that. No one brought up Mosley. Bud didn't, and neither did Canelo. You bringing that up to help.
No, he brought up.
That's the bell, man. We're going off facts.
You can charge me another five.
Fine. We're going off facts. We're going off of what came out his mouth, not shit
right, so
you trying to add to help the situation.
What came out of Bud's mouth was when some of the fighters that you fought were old, right? And so that got to be Mosley. That got to be Cotto. Those are the older fighters that they're great names. Mosley's a great name. Cotto's a great name. But when he fought them, they were old. So who else could he be referring to? Mayweather. He can't be referring to Mayweather because he lost to Mayweather. So who else could he be referring to? Ness. Thank you. So yes, Mosley and Cotto, one was 40 and Canelo was 21. Cotto was 35 and Canelo was 25. You know what I'm saying? So yes, that didn't matter why he did end up beating those guys the way he beat them. But, it's like I said, it's once Bud started kind of speaking up for himself.
Help him shoot himself in the foot, bro. He's beating a wash Canelo. According to you specifically, he's beating a wash old Canelo, a declining, fading Canelo. Like, this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to help him. But you obviously are just as dumb as him, so you doing the same shit. Like, why would you diss your opponent? That's who you
The
about to
same reason
win.
why Canelo dissed his opponent. You didn't say nothing about that for the first 15 minutes.
Canelo said he is a two-time undisputed. He is a better win than David Benavidez. He gave him the utmost credit. All he said that pissed everybody off is he only fought one elite fighter. And Canelo is wrong. He's wrong.
No, I didn't say Canelo. See, just let me know when I can jump back in.
Anytime you want.
All right. So nobody ever said Canelo was wrong. You the one who had the narrative that Bud did not know anything about public relations, or he didn't know how to handle himself.
I didn't even use that word, bro. You just become. I don't even want your money because you lie too much, bro. I don't like talking to people that put words in my mouth. I didn't use the word public relations at all today.
He wasn't good with media. He wasn't good with media.
I didn't even say he wasn't good with media. You coming on here trying to fucking change everything I said about Bud. Just take your call, bro. Stop doing that. Either play it back so you could prove me wrong, but I never used the word public relations today. This nigga's out of control, man. Keep your money, bro. You a fucking problem starter. Yeah, you a problem starter, bro. You fucking lying on my name, bro. Like, you coming over here making shit up. I said this about Bud, and when? When the fuck did I use the word public relations? Man, nobody got time for you, man. CYP, I'm mute. Cliff.
Yeah, can you hear me over this background or nah? The background noise or what?
So far, so good.
Man, I ain't even gonna be long because it's not gonna end well. Because I feel like the last caller was keeping it 100. He might have said misquoted you, but the point that he was making is valid.
I said his publicist didn't do his job. His publicist didn't do his job.
I'm not being specific to every word that you may have said or he may have insinuated that you said. I'm talking about the whole general point that he was making, and to the point that Canelo is disrespecting Crawford's resume, so you should have the same energy for both of them. You shouldn't just single Crawford out as, yo, how you gonna play your win? And then when they're both doing it to each other, and then you're gonna say, Canelo, you gave him the utmost respect, said he's a bigger win than Benavidez. But you failed to mention that Bud said that Canelo's his best win ever as well. So they basically did the same thing to each other, and to just single out Crawford as, why do you do this? Why do you do this? And then when he brought up Floyd Mayweather with the phrase that you put on your intros, where Floyd's like, you're a C-level fighter. I'm on elliptical. That's why I'm tired. Floyd be like, yo, you a C-level fighter, but crush you, blah, blah, blah. Floyd keeps it 100. If he respects you, he respects you. But he's just more than one opponent.
Bro, y'all both quoted Floyd, and y'all forget that's the same fighter. That was for Gotti. When he calls him a C-level fighter, it's only Gotti.
Yeah, but did he big up Conor McGregor when they were about to fight? I don't think so. Like, he didn't. He doesn't big up everybody he's gonna fight and say how great they are. He has, but I got other things to say. Other than that, the reason why boxing is fucked up is because the sport has no structure. Because this is supposed to be like uncut, raw. It's not supposed to be commercial, I guess, casual, or it could be both. But it's supposed to be, I think, rooted in like the real. And the fact that boxing is so subjective that like there's no structure. One person could say this dude is an elite, and someone could say it is, and we could go around in circles contradicting why we feel that way. And both are people that are making an argument keep contradicting themselves. Like Madrimov, he didn't get. I mean, you say Madrimov, he's elite, but then someone be like, well, he was a champion. but the belt was handed down to him. Like he got it because Charlo fucking vacated. Like there's so many contradictions, which leaves this sport open to a casual not being able to come in and identify who's the man and who's not. And the sport is fucked up.
It's your time, but it's not
I
your
ain't get to
time.
make my point the way I want it, but y'all get it.
CYP trying you again.
Yo. All right, let me break it down. My opinion. If you are top 5 in your division for most of the time that you were there, you are elite. I remember I did not become an elite coach until my athlete was top 10 in the world for consecutive years. Then I became an elite coach official. In sports, it really is such thing as elite. Like if you look at a basketball team, you're a top 5 basketball team, you're an elite team. NFL, top 5, you're an elite NFL team. So all the dudes that Bud had fought that were top 5 in their division for most of their career, or when he fought them, then you have to give him credit for those guys. In my opinion, I personally think that it don't make no fucking sense when you talk about Bud don't fight nobody, but then you downplay the Mexican monster. It's just, some of this shit just don't make sense that they both saying, and it's like I think that both of them are not really good at talking no shit like that. They kind of talk with their hands. And now, the Sultan got them around trying to be talkers, and it's really backfiring. It's not really giving the light that we wanted to give. But the truth of the matter is, they both some fucking dogs. They both Hall of Famers, and they both about to get it in. Like I said, all this shit is really getting on my nerves because it's really a close fight, and it shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be a close fight if you're talking about how you think Canelo's really that great. It really shouldn't be close. But the fact is, Bud is greater than y'all really, really want to admit. That's why you nitpicking all the dumb shit, this, that, the other. It really don't matter because Canelo has fought dudes who have worse resumes than Bud, who are worse than Bud, who have done less than Bud. So it's motherfucking Bud's turn. CYP out.
All right. We got AC.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, man. Shout out to y'all this morning, man. Just a correction from my man Chad in Canada. Canelo is actually a 3-time lineal champion. After Trout at 154, after Cotto at 160, and then at 168. But to answer your question, man, about the whole elite thing, bro. To be an elite fighter, man, is somebody who has beaten a bunch of proven, established, top-rated champions and contenders. Just winning one good fight doesn't make you elite. Just having a belt doesn't necessarily make you elite. It's a sustained dominance. Like sometimes, in the case of Bud Crawford, at like 135, 140, sometimes you may not have other elite fighters in your division. In a situation like that, to become elite, you just got to dominate every single dude that's around that you can fight. You know what I mean? Like, take Brian Norman Jr., for example. If you look at the rest of the welterweight division, not including Devin and Tio, ain't really none of them guys elite. But if this man puts on spectacular knockouts versus all the rest of these guys like Barrios and Roca and all these dudes, Polanco, that would make him elite. You know what I mean? And like, just like with every sport, bro, with that elite shit, you got to update your resume every single day. You know what I mean? Like, and like I said, just necessarily winning the fight or necessarily losing the fight does not make you elite. Like, let's have another example. Boots at 154. 154 is stacked. If Boots beats Virgil, beats Madrimov, loses to Fundora, comes back, and then beats Jermell Charlo, say he fucking gets upset or some shit like that at 160 by Lester Martinez or something like, or whatever that 160. He gets upset at 160, but comes back and bounces back and beats a dude like Carlos Adames. Him losing to Fundora and getting upset does not make him not elite. Now, if he gets whooped by a dude who's a journeyman and then keeps losing, he's gonna fall off that elite status. Like, I feel like the problem with nowadays is that dudes ain't really fighting like that. So we basing guys as elite based off of how much money they're making or how Instagram popular they are. But with the sport, bro, you only can prove that elite shit in the ring. You know what I mean? You prove you elite in the ring and you prove you're not elite in the ring. As far as Bud Crawford, like I said, I feel like for his resume, man, Earl Spence, John Porter, is debatable, and Postal. It's not really his fault, though, man. You can't magically make an elite fighter appear in your division. Look at Brian Norman at 147. All you can do is fight the dudes who are there, and when he got the chance and opportunity to fight elite fighters, he beat the shit out them folks, man, and proved that, hey, I am, in fact, an elite guy. You know what I mean? But it's not about one fight. one win or one loss. This is really about a sustained dominant. You know what I'm saying? You can catch an L at some point in there because if the best is fighting the best enough, eventually you're going to catch an L. But it's about taking on the top fighters more often than not. If you can win 85% of the top level fights, you're an elite dude. You know what I mean? Simple as that. 85% of the top fights versus the guys you really supposed to be fighting, the other names in your division, you're elite. If you can't do that, you're not elite, pretty much. But that's my comment, and salute to y'all.
Aight. Paper chaser.
Yo, what's up, Nick?
What up?
Hey, man, the show cut off yesterday, man. That's about to be a good ass show, man. There's probably a reason why the shit cut off, man. They
Yeah.
probably wouldn't supposed to be online negotiating and talking that shit like that. But when it comes to elite, man, that's all opinionated, man. It's opinionated. So everybody calling in with their different opinions. It's opinionated when it comes to that. But I feel like they both took shots at each other, but nobody questions nobody questions Floyd's resume. Nobody questions Canelo's resume. Nobody questions Ali, Tyson. Nobody questioned those guys' resume. So the fact that it's a constant question about Crawford's resume, it got to be some truth to it. And like the last caller said, you know, he just fought who he can fight. You know what I'm saying? Whoever they put in front of him, that's who he fought. You know what I'm saying? It's not his fault, but his resume is in question. And I feel like everybody tries to put Bud, say he's this Hall of Fame fighter, and which he is, but only because of the two-time undisputed. Floyd never won undisputed. But how great is that accomplishment if your resume is weak? Yeah, you won undisputed, but I mean, look at the guys you fought and look how you got to that undisputed status. If the shoe was on the other foot, if Bud did all of the heavy lifting and took three belts from three champions and then when took Earl's one belt, then 100%, yeah. But it was the other way around. He didn't do no heavy lifting for that second undisputed title. None at all. He beat fucking who was that? Joe Horn? Who's that guy he beat for that one belt, the WBO belt?
Jeff Horn.
Jeff Horn. So it's like if they're questioning your resume, man, it's a reason why they question it. And Canelo bringing that shit up for a reason. Like, yeah, his resume is a little weak, and that's just simple as that. So if he didn't have those two undisputeds, if he just had that one, then yeah, maybe he's an all-time great. But it's like his resume is weak. Like as simple as that. It's weak when you look at all of the other people they're comparing him to when it comes to all-time great. Like it's weak. And I'm sorry to say it, but Bud is going to sleep. He's going to sleep. Because what we do know is Canelo is going to touch his ass. He going to get hit. And Bud likes to fight fire with fire. He's going to sleep. I hate to say it, and I don't want to see it, but he's going to sleep. If Canelo can put down Berlanga, then I don't think Bud's going to get up from them shots. So his best bet is to fucking move around. Because Turkey put a hit on his head. I don't know if he realized that, but Canelo is going for the knockout. He's going for the knockout. Turkey put a hit on his head. So he's going to sleep, though. And mark my words, he's going to sleep.
Bud is Turkey's boy.
You may feel like it's your time.
I know.
It's not your
And that's the thing that I'm saying. Turkey put a hit on his head.
That's the best. I don't know that Turkey would want to get his own man clapped. I don't know about that. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit the thumbs up. It is free. It's going to help with the visibility. It's going to put this show in the eyes of boxing fans that don't know we rocking out every day, multiple times a day. We got a couple of super chats here. We got Coach Myers that says, if we're judging fighters as quote-unquote elite when they fought, then how many elite fighters did Canelo beat when they were elite at the time they fought? Man, you want me to go through his whole resume, or is that sarcasm? Because that's what it sounds like. really sounds like sarcasm. Because again, based off my criteria and what I said in my monologue, plenty of the fighters that he fought were elite. Plenty of the fighters that he fought were elite. You know, if you go off my criteria, what I think is elite, you know, then yeah, you know, having won world titles in multiple divisions or just multiple titles, having been a champion, when you became a champion, how fast you became a champion, how many champions you beat, how many top 5 fighters you beat, that's what makes you elite. That's what makes you elite. Your dominance can make you elite. Your longevity on the sport, the impact on the sport, that's what makes you elite. So, you know, if you beat a Hall of Famer, you're elite. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, this is what I'm saying. This is why I don't get him. Like, I don't know if he got something against me or it's like something against Canelo that's that deeply rooted. Because he sat here and said Canelo fought Cotto at 35, so that's not elite. Cotto started his career at 40, and when Canelo fought him, he had a 60-pound with a WBC title. Somehow he's not elite. Like, people's hatred for a fighter will go beyond, but, like, that's the definition of elite. You see, I just told you, winning titles in multiple divisions. You know? Of course Haney's elite. I know you're looking for a troll, but you know I'm here for the action. Of course Haney's elite. He undisputed at 23 years old. Of course he's elite. He's a 2-division champ. He's a ring lineal belt holder. Like, he's beaten former champs. All the criteria that we mentioned. He beat an active champ. He beat a former champ. He beat a Hall of Famer. That's how you become elite. Y'all make it difficult. Yes, Ugas was elite after beating Pacquiao because he beat a Hall of Famer in Pacquiao. That was his biggest win. Like, you're going to give Pacquiao credit for beating a young Thurman, but you're not going to give a Ugas credit for beating a Pacquiao. It just, again, we will never grow because of the way that y'all, like, you know, value and assess fighters. Jorge Mexico.
Mexicano soy. Llevo en alta mi bandera.
Bro, this is nasty
What's up,
work,
man?
B. Paulie. So you telling me after Jeff Horn beating Manny Pacquiao, he wasn't elite? Now, the only way you can not consider him to be elite is if you thought that was a controversial loss. If you thought he didn't deserve the win. But you telling me a fucking Australian comes out of nowhere and beats the living legend. And y'all mean, bro. Y'all mean. Y'all would be horrible teachers. Y'all failing everybody. Go ahead, champ.
Yo, what up, Ness? How's it going?
Chilling.
You all right, man? You all right? These more busters pissing you off, man? Canelo, we know Canelo. We know I'm just a big fan, so, you know, to me, he's the best ever. Crawford is a great fighter. Honestly, I just think his career was handled, you know, not perfectly. He could have had more, could have been better, but his management and all that shit, I think that's what ruined his. And yeah, I think it's a huge stage for both of them. I think it's a huge stage for both of them. So, well, not for both of them, but not for Canelo. I mean, for Crawford, you know, because he's never been on that level. But to go back to what you were saying about Dana White, he's doing the same exact shit he does in the UFC, man. I used to be a big UFC fan. Used to, like, way back in the day with Cain Velasquez and Chuck Liddell and all that shit. But he does the same shit. Just stands in the middle of them, hopes that the fighters are gonna do the whole, you know, Conor McGregor shit, you know, get crazy, get riled up, and that's what he's expecting. You know, I'm also against Dana White promoting this fight. I think it should be someone who really deserves it. You know, someone who fucking honestly, I don't know if I think Oscar would have done a better job. I'm not just saying that, man. Oscar's a great promoter, and he always, he's always got the raza up there. I think he brought Canelo up there. You know, he brought some of the best. But just wanted to shout out to everyone. Shout out Canelo. It's boxing season, man. You can tell already. You can fucking feel it, dude. Every time Canelo fights, you can feel this shit. You feel the ambiance. You feel everything, man. So that's my call, man. That's my call. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to Dos Tonos, la superestrella, homie. Peace.
All right. Man, bro, I would hate to be a fighter. It must be tough, bro. I mean, y'all sitting here trying to discredit Jeff Horn. You know, imagine sitting around your grandchildren and telling them that you beat Manny Pacquiao. But somehow y'all acting like that was nothing. It's crazy, bro. You'll take someone's biggest accomplishment and diminish it. This is why we made Border Wars, because a lot of y'all just type. Y'all can't fight. Bad Girl TKO, $2. Bud has bad footwork. Canelo's going hunting. We shall see. JT, counter, making boxing.
Yo, what's up, man?
What up?
I just think it's a contradiction when we talk about this elite. Because if you look at Canelo's resume, he fought a lot of elite names, but they were not elite at the time he fought them. If we break down the record of elite fighters, that probably would have been Floyd at the time. He lost to Canelo lost to Floyd. He lost to Bivol because they both were undefeated at the time. So if we look at a lot of fighters that Canelo fought, Miguel Colo, he had a few losses when he got to him. He was an elite name, but he was an elite fighter at the time Canelo fought him. Shane Mosley.
Can I ask why Cotto wasn't?
Because he had a few losses on his record by the time Canelo had fought him.
What does that mean?
No, we're saying at the time, because now if we breaking down who has he beat, this and that, is when Canelo got to the guy.
No,
that's what Coach Myers had.
I know, but maybe
that's what Coach Myers called in Ness. Hey, bro, look, I don't need you to mess up my wording. All I'm saying is, I think what we're getting confused. What I think we're getting confused is that he fought elite names, but they were not elite fighters at the time. And I think that's what Coach Myers was trying to sit there and say. We could break down Canelo's resume to a T. The only fight he had was a Triple G, and that was a draw. And then he popped dirty right after that test. So like, let's look at the elite fighters that he fought. And that Floyd Mayweather, he lost to him, and then Bivol, because at the time these guys were still elite. They still were dominating. We questioned Miguel Cotto because he took a few losses right before he fought Canelo. So was he elite at the time, or he was an elite name? I think at the time when Canelo fought these guys, they were elite names. They were not elite fighters. So when Canelo want to contradict people's resume and shit like that, he got to look back and we can look back and critique his resume at the time. So like, if I break it down, the only two fighters that were elite at the time was Floyd, and he lost, Bivol, and he lost. So look, let's just focus on September 13th, because all this shit gonna start making sense. And then we're gonna sit there and say, well, did it really matter? We could talk about Bud's resume, but when Bud beats him, what we gonna sit there and say? He lost to a fighter. And then truth be told, we could break down, we could sit there and say Canelo was an elite at the time. That's probably what's gonna happen. Because look how he had 2 losses. That's what's gonna be the next excuse when Bud beats him. Canelo was an elite at the time. Look, he started struggling in his career. So man, look, it's contradictory and all that shit, man. When they talk about all this, bro, it's just a bunch of back and forth. You know, you know what we need to talk about next?
Champ. That's the bell.
But it's not your time.
I just get so sad at y'all, man. It's I mean, CYP. I don't know if it's y'all don't listen to him because he's too aggressive, but he's giving y'all good advice. Like you paying to call into the show to not even like know what you're talking about. Somehow you want us to believe that Miguel Cotto is not not elite, but he came off of a WBC 160-pound title shot over Sergio Martinez. Somehow this man will look for a way to come back and discredit Sergio Martinez. Then when I tried to interrupt him, and I knew I shouldn't because you know what? Just let these type of callers run their 3 minutes and go. When I tried to interrupt him and ask, why wouldn't Cotto be elite? He said, because he got a couple of losses. Do you know who he lost to? And this is a coach. This is what I'm saying. This is what we teach in the youth, man. Do you know who he lost to? Do you know who he beat? Like, so Cotto's not elite because he lost to Floyd and Margarito. But even though he beat another champion at 164 WBC title, that you can't become elite again somehow in this dude's eyes. Like, it's nasty work. He got a couple of losses, he said. Do you know who he lost to, man? So now if you lose, you can't be elite. Like, listen to what he said on the outro. The argument's going to be that Canelo's not elite. So now we saying undisputed champions that's been defending for 5 defenses at least. What is it? 4 or 5. He's not elite. It's you guys, the fans. You guys, the fans, are the reason that the sport is damaged because look at your way of thinking. An undisputed champ who's got. He defended undisputed versus Gennady, versus Ryder, versus Charlo, versus Munguia, versus Edgar. They stripped him, and then he got it back versus Skull. He's not elite. He cleared out the division. He's not elite. Oh, man, Lord, baby Jesus, we need help. We need help. Cam in the 804, welcome to the prospect level. Devil's Advocate, $2. Caller said, contradictory. We need that emoji nest. Listen, bro, I'm just shocked that Cotto isn't elite because he's 35 and got a couple of losses, even though he was coming off of a couple of wins plus the win over Sergio Martinez. And how many losses did Sergio have? Like, who did Sergio beat? Didn't he beat that dude from Youngstown? Didn't he beat Paul? I'm telling you, these dudes don't know nothing about boxing. Y'all terrible, man. Y'all the problem. Y'all the problem, bro. Y'all the problem. It's crazy. We can't diminish, man, because it you know what? Whatever. Al in the Bay, what up?
Yo, what's up?
What's up?
Yo.
Hold on. Ruler's back. You said at some point you decline, but you got to let the man decline. It can't be made up in your head because look how old B-Hop was, and he didn't decline until fucking Joe Smith knocked him out the ring. What are we talking about? PBC, what up?
Yo, what's good? Definitely, I mean, that interview they had was pretty dope. Tom Brady, Shaq. Dana White was kind of dry. He seems like he was kind of pissed. I think that John Jones stuff really is getting to him, retirement. Um, what Canelo said about the eliteness and stuff, I wasn't phased. I wasn't hurt. I mean, look at Bivol. Bivol didn't really have an elite fighter. So, I mean, I don't think that matters, but I'm not phased by what Canelo said because I believe the same thing. I've had arguments with some people about this, comparing Bud to freaking, what's his name, Usyk. They believe he has more elite fighters. It is what it is. Um, some people have their own parameters of it. Um, to me, Usyk beat the most dominant fighters from. I mean, he beat the more dominant fighters than Bud. So that's how I went by, just by your criteria. Tom Brady, to me, broke down the criteria pretty well too. Someone that has that presence, that you're going to have a hard time. Someone that has that dominant factor. That's how I definitely rate elite. I mean, it is what it is. We got to see in the night who really wins the fight. But I did feel a little nervous energy from Bud when that question really threw him off. I mean, he talked about fighters that I didn't think he'll bring up. But, this is a big, big stage, man. You're sitting next to Shaq and Tom Brady. The nervous energy is going to be there. Let's keep it real. But we can't argue with Canelo's resume. Real talk. It's really wild at this point in time right now. I know he lost to two people, but those two people obviously have the ability to beat a lot of people that even argue with it. I don't think you shouldn't be going down the list with Canelo's resume either. You're going to make this show too long. The dude got like damn near 60-something plus fights, and you got to go through a whole list of dudes. That's crazy. I really do believe Earl Spence is the best on his resume. And, when the rabbit got the gun, man, I definitely had this argument before, and they really, truly believe Bud had more elite fighters than Usyk. That's my call.
I mean, again, if we knew understood the sport, we wouldn't even be having the debate. Trout was elite. He beat a prime Cotto. That's who Canelo beat. Laura was elite. Still a champion. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're right. We shouldn't be having these debates, but people don't know how to be boxing fans. They just know how to tear boxers down. Leo, $10. It's kind of unfair, Ness. Mexicans and Puerto Ricans already have a default fan base and go up from there. If Crawford was Mexican, he would have the same names as Canelo. That's not true, man. That's not true. Y'all got to stop because Floyd is the biggest fighter. Ali was the biggest fighter before him. Like, it's all the biggest pay-per-views have an African American in it. I don't know if you never Googled that little statistic, but this lie about Puerto Ricans and Mexicans having an advantage, why it doesn't show up in the pay-per-view numbers? Where are they in the pay-per-view stars? Okay, they got Canelo. Before that, they had Oscar. That's two people. You know how many pay-per-view stars we had in between that are African American? That's a silly little message without facts that you need to Google. All the biggest fights include an African American. All of them. All of them. All of them. Led if Connor, $2. We're confusing being elite and being in your prime. Is what he meant. Spell auto check, put a D. I'm not confusing it. I'm clearly telling you that elite is a status. There's a clock on it, like prime. But again, that's the perfect example for Miguel Cotto, bro. Just stick to that. Let's stick to a factual example here. We'll go to Cotto. All right, Cotto loses to Manny Pacquiao in 2009. Margarito in 2008. All right. He goes on after Margarito. He beats Michael Jennings, Joshua Clottey. I remember that. He dropped Clottey. He gets the Pacquiao fight. Pacquiao puts him on 144-pound catch weight. He loses to Pacquiao. He moves up in weight from 47 to 54. He fights Yuri Foreman, stops him. I remember that fight. I think there was something wrong with Yuri's knee. It is what it is. He's a Puerto Rican. You know, they treated him softly to get him back into that shot. So he fought Ricardo Mayorga next, stopped him in the 12th. Then he gets his rematch with a different version of Margarito, also at a catch weight. He stops him. He gets the Floyd fight. He loses. Right after that, he loses to Austin Trout for Austin Trout's WBA that he took from Canelo Alvarez's brother, Rigoberto Alvarez, in Madison Square. So right off the Floyd fight, he was getting a title shot like Antoine Russell because of his name. That's Trout's biggest fight at the time. He loses to Trout. He goes on to fight Delvin Rodriguez, the Dominican, stops him. Moves up from 54 to 60. He weighs in 155, the 60-pound limit. Sergio weighs in at 158 3/4. He stops Sergio. Okay? He goes on and he stops two-time IBF champion James DeGill. Not James DeGill, Daniel Gill. Excuse me, James DeGill is the gold medalist, but Daniel Gill is a two-time IBF champion. Then he loses to Canelo Alvarez, a young prime Canelo. How is he not elite, bro? Explain that. Like, how was he not elite when Canelo fought him? You beat Sergio Martinez, a Hall of Famer. Then you beat a two-time IBF champion, Daniel Gill. And then you lose to Canelo. You wasn't elite somehow. We got to stop, man. Again, if we didn't watch the sport, it's okay. Everybody got families. You know, this is my job. I'm not better than you because I watched more boxing than you. It went from my passion to my job, so I have that advantage. But I watched Daniel Gill. I interviewed Daniel Gill. I know who the fuck Daniel Gill is. And I'm pretty sure Daniel Gill took the Gennady fight because he got big balls. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all tripping, bro. Y'all just sit here and shit on fighters when you don't know about the fighter. It's not fair to let you talk about shit you don't even fucking know about. Of course that man was elite. Of course he was a fucking elite. He beat a Hall of Famer, and then he beat a two-time IBF champ. Of course he was elite. How the fuck were you not? Ron,
Slim, what's good with you, Mo? Well, it's a consistent thing. Every time I call you, I tell you these Bammers know nothing about boxing. I told you this. You need to create some type of aptitude test where these motherfuckers can pass a test before they call in. You need to ask these Bammers for their portfolios, some equity in their house before they start talking business in this motherfucker, man. Too many broke motherfuckers and fucking ignorant motherfuckers call the show too much, man. Don't know what the fuck they talking about. The fact is, Cinnamon is elite, Bud is elite. The fact is, Cinnamon resume is better than Bud's. So now let's get with the next thing. They both fought elite fighters. Now let's just leave it there. That's what it comes down to. Now let's go to the numbers. If Bud ain't did all this and ain't all that, why the fuck the odds so fucking close? Why? How? Let's talk about the real professionals who hit on an 87% on getting fights accurate or how tight a fight is going to be. They got Cinnamon winning. Okay, that's cool. But you know what they don't have? Cinnamon by -700. You know what they don't have? Cinnamon by -1100. You know what they don't have? Cinnamon by -800. His customary shit. You dig what I'm telling you? And I'm not saying that Cinnamon is cherry picking. I'm telling you that Bud is something different. That's why you ain't seen the odds this close since Triple G. You understand? So I'm not trying to hear no Bud ain't fought nobody. Bud ain't did this. Bud resume is trash. Bud did this. Bud ain't do that. But you know what's another 100% thing? Is that every time y'all doubt Bud, Bud is 100% proving y'all wrong. Those are just the facts.
That's another fact. Every time y'all say, but we heard the same bullshit leading up to Earl. We heard the exact same shit. Everything is always something. The reason why Bud, every time Bud succeed, it's always a reason, an excuse why he succeeded. It has nothing to do with his skill set. Has nothing to do with this motherfucker's a complete fucking animal. And we gotta understand what elite mean. Are you elite? Are you comparing these motherfuckers to fighters in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, or are you comparing them against their contemporaries? And I think that's where we getting it fucked up at. Are we comparing him to Sugar Ray? Is the elite? I mean, well, Bud is, but if you compare Bud to like Sugar Ray and Earl ain't elite on Sugar Ray level. You know what I'm saying? So is that what y'all doing? Because if not, if you talking about contemporaries, then Bud fought a shitload of motherfucking elite fighters. The same with Cinnamon. So are we doing this based off of contemporaries or based off of motherfuckers that of the great fighters that were so-called elite in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that we saw? You know what I'm saying? And you got some early, and you got some 2000s. But that's all I got, Slim. And I don't give a fuck who promote the fight, man. Y'all motherfuckers worry about the wrong shit. I don't give a fuck who promote the fight. I can promote the fight. The point is the fight, man. I'm out, Slim.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Hey, yo, bro, somebody sent me a video of my short giving Bud credit for the Ricky Burns win, and I'm just saying he not elite. But yeah, that was an overseas win. I gave everybody credit who goes over and gets a belt. I think I bet I ain't played this video, but I bet you that video is when I'm giving Earl, Bradley, and Bud credit because they all went to the UK and got a belt over there. So it's different. That and that's probably why he brought it up, because to him it's different. He had to go get the belt from the champ in enemy territory. So to him, it probably meant more. Pat Bandero.
Yo, you hear me?
Yep.
Salute to the community. Salute to you, champ. Yeah, I think the elite subject is, I don't know, I think it can confuse, but for me, it's kind of simple for me. I think there's the level. So if you fight at elite level, so Bud and Canelo always been fighting at elite level in the last 5-6 years. So they're obviously elite fighters. I don't understand that. I don't understand how it's a debate. But then you can still be an elite fighter and have a bad performance. But having a bad performance, that doesn't make you not an elite fighter. Now, if you have like 5, 6, 7 bad performance on a row, then obviously your level is gonna be like we cannot consider you as an elite fighter anymore after 6, 7, loss or bad, especially bad performance. So I'll give you an example. Like for me, Errol Spence, when he fought Bud, he was an elite fighter at the time. But the loss that he got against Bud is crazy. So you cannot say like, oh yeah, he lost that way against Bud. He's not an elite fighter. However, now if Errol come back, he's gonna come back as like we're gonna like anticipate him as an elite fighter. But if he fights and like have a really bad loss and fight again, have another bad loss, then at some point it won't be like classified as an elite fighter anymore. But he will still remain a name. So I think that's the point of time and the consistency of your performance. But did you say someone say like Cotto wasn't an elite fighter when he fought Canelo?
Yeah, JT said Cotto was not elite because he had a couple of losses.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. That doesn't even make any sense. He obviously wasn't an elite fighter at that time. So, no, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, I just have a quick question. What do we say about Deontay Wilder if he loses? Is he like a big problem or like what was the
if he loses? Damn, bro, if he loses, I don't know what to say. He's not supposed to lose.
Do we write him off if it's the case?
Bro, I wouldn't. I don't even want to. I don't even want to speak that into the world. I don't know. I don't want. Yeah. I don't want him to lose.
But it's on the title, so that's why I'm asking.
No,
Um,
for sure. But yeah, you can say that. I don't want to speak that into existence.
yeah, because that would be like his second loss on the third loss on the row. Would it be?
Yeah.
Okay. So you see, obviously Deontay Wilder has been an elite fighter for like a consistent time. But now if he's got like a third loss,
But that's what I
I'm gonna
said.
have to
That
say
right now Wilder is not elite. Right
yeah.
now,
So that's what I'm saying.
I think
Yeah.
elite is a status.
Yes, I agree. It makes sense. It's simple. I don't understand when people make it like confusing.
Exactly.
But anyway, but that's my call, brother. I keep listening.
All right. All right. All right. Counterpunch, JT.
Uh, you said Wilder's not an elite fighter right now.
No.
Nim?
No.
All right, so he's an elite name. That's my
Yeah,
whole
but
point. I'm trying to make.
we're not arguing names. We're talking fighters. You're changing it.
No,
Like,
I'm not changing it.
I
When
mean, it
y'all putting
says
elite
right there. It
status on.
says no elite fighters.
No, listen. Y'all putting elite fighters. Y'all getting confused with elite names. This last caller, I just went down Miguel Cotto. He had 4 losses before he fought Canelo. So at the time, he was not elite. He was elite name when he got to Canelo. I don't think he was at the top of his game when he fought Canelo.
Bro, he
So I
beat
think
2
y'all get.
champions before he fought Canelo. He took the belt from the active champion, bro, like a Hall of
All
Fame
right,
champion.
he took the belt from a Sergio Martinez, right?
Hall of Famer,
That's his,
first ballot.
okay, but then we question what Sergio Martinez, didn't he just come off a major knee surgery or something like that before he fought Miguel
He
Cotto?
also came off a hometown win in Argentina for the first time.
Okay,
over Martin Murray.
Against the low. Who?
Martin. This is what I'm saying, my dude. If you don't
No,
know
I
this,
didn't hear the name.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Martin Murray.
No. Okay, yeah, he was a okay name. That's the same guy that I think a Triple G had fought
Yes.
at 160.
Yep.
Okay, so he was a decent name, but my whole point, my whole point is where we getting it confused at where the argument happens. Canelo fought a lot of elite names. He did not fight these guys when they were elite fighters. He did not fight these guys when they were elite fighters.
But
that's my whole point.
My only argument is for the Cotto win, bro. Like, how are you calling him not elite? He beat the current champ and then defended it versus a two-time champ.
You know how you could determine that though, because we watched that onslaught slaughter against Manny Pacquiao, and Manny Pacquiao came up in weight and he beat the crap out of Miguel Cotto, and it was questions. Miguel Cotto was not the same fighter. Because we also said if Miguel Cotto was a little younger, would that be in a different fight? Would Manny Pacquiao even have fought a Miguel Cotto at that time? So it's red flags when we look at these fights. Margarito, even though Margarito might have cheated that fight, he took a beating that fight. So it's questions with these fights. Of course, he fought Miguel Mayweather and then Austin Trout. So my whole point on the thing is, Miguel Cotto is always gonna be elite fighter at one time in his fighting career, but he's also gonna be an elite name. He's a Hall of Fame,
but it's not your time.
He's a Hall of Fame fighter.
That's the bell.
Y'all just getting the two mixed up.
I think that you just are having a hard time understanding the words and the definition of those words, and you're terribly confused. You cannot call like, again, this is just the nastiest work I've ever seen, what we're doing right now. Like, think about what this man is saying, right? Because again, he's not having good memory of all these things. Margarito arguably had hand wraps, right? That's Cotto's first loss, right? In a bloody Nasty fight. He goes on to fight Pacquiao, another first ballot Hall of Famer, who gave him a catch weight and arguably, according to Floyd Mayweather, said he was on PDs. Because I guess JT doesn't remember Pacquiao fought Cotto first before he fought Floyd. So the drug testing never even started. So not only did he get a Cotto on a catch weight, but we don't know what the Ariza Shakes was looking like. And I say Ariza Shakes because that was a fucking thing. So cool. The dude probably got cheated 2 times. Lost to 2 dudes that will be remembered forever so far. We ain't never forgetting Margarito. We ain't never forgetting Manny Pacquiao. Somehow, this broken, battered person that he said them fights took time off of becomes a world champ again. Somehow he beats a first ballot Hall of Famer in Sergio, and we gonna say it was an accident? It's not that he's elite? What status do you give a man for becoming a champ again at a higher weight? If you don't want to call him elite, text me what word should we call him. Because elite name makes no sense when you beat a first ballot Hall of Fame and you defend that belt versus a 2-time former champion in the IBF. And then after that, you go on to try to do another title defense with a young former champ in Canelo. Or probably current champ at 54 in Canelo. Like, I just don't get your argument. I really can't make it make sense. We got Adrian with another $2. He says, elite fighters are legendary fighters. All right, Cotto still falls into that. He still falls into that. He's a fucking Puerto Rican legend. Like, that's what I'm saying. I don't get it. Adrian fought, especially after coming back from that. You lose the Margarito, you lose the Floyd, you lose the Pacquiao, and you still come back and become a champ. It's crazy. And don't forget, he had a great fight with Floyd. A great fight. But he's not elite. Floyd was so good that all we could talk about is Shane Mosley punching him one time, Castillo roughing him up one time, Maidana fake roughing him up. Because to me, he outboxed Maidana both fights easily after the 4th round or after the 5th round. Arguably in the first fight, again, you know, there's weirdos that like to give Maidana's too many rounds in that first fight. And if you want to give him all 5 first rounds, my man, do it. But after that, Floyd takes off like a rocket ship. You know, so I don't know. Elite, whatever. Let me get to some callers, Lord. Adrian with the $5, he says, is this that mother F that is on the Frank Ocean's Facebook song? Or am I tripping? I don't know what you're talking about. Leonard with the £2, homeboy, hometown robbery. Murray beat Martinez. Get out of here. Martinez went down because of the water. It was raining. That was a horrible canopy. Water. We got Bo Rogers. What up?
Yo.
Yo.
Hey, I'm glad you taking this stance that you taking today. Defending these guys and stuff. So how about putting some respect on Tank Davis' resume, on the guys he
I
fought?
do. I always give him credit for Pedraza being a 2-time champ. I always give him credit for Barrios going on to be a welterweight.
Leo Santa Cruz. All these guys.
The Leo was arguable, bro. Come on, that was a really whack ass move.
How?
I mean, you asking? I'm answering.
Come on, there you go.
You asking and I'm answering. You asking and I'm answering. He vacated the belt so that Leo could fight somebody that no one remembers for it. Then he moved up to fight Gamboa for that regular. Then he came back to fight for his own belt. It's the same Clarissa Shields shit. That's not, like, who is your opponent if you got to gift them the belt to make the fight
He
big.
still had to fight. Leo still had to fight for the belt.
Versus who though? Tell
Tank
us.
was
Tell us.
young.
Tell us. Tell us. Versus who?
It don't
Exactly.
matter.
No, it
You was
does.
just
It
defending.
does.
See what I'm
It
saying?
does.
You
It
was just
does.
defending
It does.
everybody.
It does. And that's why today, in my defense of fighters, I said Danny
All right,
versus
okay.
Porter,
Okay, you gonna
when
take
they
that
fought
approach.
for a
You gonna take that
vacant,
approach.
that's a
Okay,
real
if you gonna
fight.
take that approach. All right, if you gonna take that approach on Leo, what do you think about Leo resume overall?
Leo ain't
What
never
do you
even
was he
been
all
back. Has he been back?
yeah, he been back. But ain't he a Hall of Famer though?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Leo got great wins, bro. He beat
So how we shitting on that? So how we shitting on that?
No, we ain't
Come on.
shitting on his
I wanna
career,
get I
man.
want
Come on, bro.
see
You
I
can't
wanna
play
be the type of
fucking
guy.
word salad with me. We ain't shitting on his career.
Listen,
We
I
talking about when
wanna
you bring him up specifically to Tank. That's not a big win. I don't look at that as a win. That was a gimme.
that
That
was
was
the
a
win that put Tank on.
yeah. It
That
was
damn
cause
win.
cause Leo
Leo,
is cause it was a viral knockout. It will never be forgotten.
so now you see you give credit, but then you want to take it because I put Tank into the picture.
No,
See what I'm
no,
saying?
no,
Terrence
no.
Crawford to
I
me,
give Cotto
Terrence
credit.
Crawford.
I give Cotto credit because he beat a first ballot Hall of Famer that was a threat. Like, what type of threat was Leo to Tank, bro? And this is what I'm saying
So
specifically.
what type of threat was Loma to Devin?
What you
What type of
mean?
threat
Look at
was
the
he was
threat he was. The fucking some of y'all
he
think he
out
lost.
there
You
like three or
silly.
four
You silly. Some of y'all think he
people,
lost. So
people
obviously
said
he was a
people
threat.
thought Jermaine Ortiz beat him.
Oh my
People thought
lord.
Jermaine Ortiz had beat him
Look,
in his last fight.
these
People
dudes
thought
don't even be
people
wanting
thought
to
Loma
talk
was
about the
looking
topic.
fast.
They wanna argue with me and get under my skin. He bringing up Devin to a fucking Wilder, Crawford, and Canelo show. You bringing up Tank into a
Bro,
Wilder,
I brought it
Crawford, and
up because I
Canelo
wanted
show.
because the day while you defending all
No,
this good
no,
shit that we
no, no.
doing,
You brought up
it
Tank
was a
because
good
you's a
time for me to
weird.
give you
You
to give
brought
our
up
boy
Tank
some
because you's
credit.
a weirdo,
I'm giving
man.
up these credit. I just swallowed my prime. I'm giving Terence Crawford credit for the shit he done done. I don't feel like he did shit, but I'm giving him credit. Do the same for Tank.
Ain't nobody talking about Tank, bro. You Tank fans
You
get
ain't gotta
so
be talking
mad.
about him, but
You get
this
so
is a good
mad.
point to show
We
you
wasn't even
probably
talking about Tank. Why y'all mad we not talking about him? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear you.
okay.
Fucking weird fucking tankomaniacs. This shit is nasty. They get so mad. They suicide bombers, these Tank fans. Look, he just tried to blow up the show. He risking his life to blow up the show on some suicide caller shit
You may feel like
because
it's your
we
time,
not talking about Tank. They
but it's not your
forcing
time.
Tank on us. God damn, if you don't get your nasty ass out of here, Lord. Starks, what up? On us. Hey, Matt, why you ain't talking about Tank? Why you ain't talking about Tank? Jesus Christ. Starks, you got to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think Ricky Burns is definitely an elite fighter because a lot of your viewers might not be aware that he
I
held a.
followed Burns' career. The issue with that problem, the issue with calling him elite to me is that he was never perceived as a threat. He was always perceived as weak, and he always ran from Broner. I lived through that. There's nothing you can tell me.
Yeah,
He literally
but
moved
I'm from
up
the UK. Yeah,
division
but Ness, let me
after
talk for a minute.
division. He moved up division after
Ness.
division running away from Broner. I
But
lived
at the
through
beginning of
it.
the show, though, you were dissing him quite a bit, and I'm from the UK, so I'll just say he held the WBO super featherweight title from 2010 to 2011. Then he won the WBO lightweight title from 2012 to 2014. Then he won the WBA. Then he won the light welterweight title. That's three divisions, though.
Okay.
How can three divisions not be an elite? I'm just
Now
going by
tell
what you were
us
saying.
tell us who he faced and tell us the two times that it is on record that he avoided prime Adrian Broner. See, because you can't.
Yeah, I remember that.
You
He
can't
was
have this
ducking.
debate
He
with
was
me.
ducking.
You can't have this. And
No,
he
I'm
was
just saying that
also
he's elite, though. Based on your
protected.
standards,
Was he
he's elite.
not protected?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Sure. But
okay.
he's
So
still
how the
elite
fuck?
though.
So
And
how we
he's
gonna? No,
ducked
no,
as
no, no,
well.
no, 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 no. Now we
No, I'm
talking.
talking about from
Now
the
we
beginning on
cooking.
your monologue.
Now we
On your
cooking.
monologue,
Now
you
we
saying
cook.
how
No,
come
no, no.
Bud say?
But how can he be elite if you would not think he was protected, my brother?
Because of the titles that he won in different weight classes.
But how you winning strategic titles? You're not fighting none of the fucking dudes. I watched all his fights.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm just saying though, you
But
say
how
how
you
come Bud
agree
mentioned
with
his
it, but
name?
also calling them elite? Oh man, this is world
No,
class.
based on his accomplishments that makes him elite. Like what they say, after Bud beats them, they don't do nothing. Well, after he beat Burns, he went on to win another title. You can say strategic. A lot of guys win titles.
Bro, he
Strategic.
was with
He's not the
fucking
only one.
Eddie Hearn, bro.
Yeah, and
Please,
Francois
bro.
when he was with them all.
Eddie Hearn fed fucking Adrian Broner, Gavin Reese not to do the fucking Ricky Burns fight. Please, bro. Please, I got tons of videos. I was on Ricky Burns' heels, bro. I've been doing this shit way too long, my brother. Way too long.
Yeah,
Like
no,
he
I'm not
lost
even a big Ricky Burns fan.
he lost to Anthony
But I'm a
Carolla.
Bud fan. I'm a Bud fan, innit? I'm not a big Ricky Burns fan like that, even though I'm from the UK. But I'm just saying, based on what everybody was saying, like he won 3 world titles, and they're not just WBO titles either.
Yo,
so
let me show you how bad it is, right? People shit on Bud's Ndango win.
Yeah,
Fucking
Bongo,
Burns
he
lost
knocked
to
out that Russian guy.
Ndango. Burns lost to Ndango.
Yeah, that makes Ndango good because Burns was accomplished.
Yo,
Burns was
but that's
accomplished.
my point. They shit. Like people do not give Bud credit for Ndango.
Like what you say, yeah. How many people can win a world title?
1%.
Luck or no luck. And
1%.
And he did it 3 times. He did it 3 times, 3 different weight classes. So he must have some type of talent. That's what I'm trying to say. So if he's elite or not, I think elite fighters are special
Kyle
fighters.
Relic.
So
Didn't Kyle Relic get stopped by Regis and Broner?
Yeah, I remember that dude, but I'm just saying. But yeah, before my time's up, I want to move on to Wilder. Yeah, I'm happy that he's back. I would like to see him fight Wardley or the other English guy, the one that knocked out Fisher. I can't remember his name. The White Rhino they call him. That would be a good fight for Wilder. What do you think?
Allen? Dave Allen?
Yeah.
No
Dave
way,
Allen
no
Wilder.
way, no way, not yet, no way.
What are we talking about?
No way.
He's lost 7 times though.
Bruv, we building.
Yeah, but how can you need to rebuild with someone that people know?
No.
Business at the end of the day.
We don't need to rebuild in the UK unless they're gonna give him a big bag. But I don't think that's the right thing to do. He needs to keep doing what he's doing. His next stop should be Atlanta, and he has to fight. He could fight Suge Knight. The dude, Stanley Wright, that's a perfect opponent next. He looks perfect on the fight poster. He's gonna come to win.
I expect you to say that against Wardley. Wardley and Wilder would be a good fight, but
what the fuck?
Just to be scared of Allen. Yeah, put him in with Wardley.
It's too soon. He's trying to rebuild. It's too soon.
You're saying rebuild, but he's talking about title contention. He's saying that.
Yeah, no, man. He's just got to do what he.
So you're not on the same page, are you?
That's just interviews. Of course, we're not on the same page. I'm not part of the camp. But listen, that's just interview talk. Let's see how he looks Saturday. That's interview talk, bro. We got to see how he looks, bro. Like, now we hearing that he's not with Malik Scott anymore either. That's crazy. Now we changing trainers again. I don't like that.
Yeah, but Malik Scott was, yeah.
I like Scott as a trainer,
who's going to be in the
bro.
corner? Yeah, but I don't think he suited his style. He was trying to make him something that he's not. So, yeah, let's see what happens. I had to see what he's still only like 38, 39. How old is Wilder?
Yeah, no, he's 38, bro.
Yeah, he can still do it.
Yeah, but we gotta work him there. We're gonna make him a 40-year-old champion. Let's get this 2 years to rebuild, bro. We don't need a big fight right now. Because it's better to win a world title after 40, bro. You know, you put your name up there with George Foreman, Manny Pacquiao, Bernard Hopkins. You know, you do it at 38, you don't even get to be talked about in that same category. You know what I'm saying? You gotta do that shit at 40. Let's see here. Another counterpunch from JT. Shout out. That's Tree.
Yo, Ness, real
Yo,
quick,
yo.
just kind of rhetorical, so I don't want you to respond. So,
Okay.
like, I see you making excuses for Miguel Cotto losses, but we all know if he would have fought Manny Pacquiao when he was elite at that weight class, it would have been a different fight. Question there. Margarito, when he lost to Margarito, he took a beating, even though Margarito may have cheated, it still was a beating he took. Okay? So you could make excuses for Miguel Cotto losses, but when it came down to when Sergio Martinez fought Miguel Cotto, moved up in weight class, Miguel moved up to, I think, 155, 160, if I'm not mistaken. Sergio Martinez just came off a knee
160.
surgery. My question is, at the time, would he have beat a Sergio Martinez before knee surgery? So it's these what ifs. All I'm trying to tell you is, man, Miguel Cotto is elite, was elite fighter at one time, and was elite name. I just think he was an elite name when Canelo got to him. Because if we go down the resume, he took 4 losses. He took 4
Hall of
losses.
Fame,
Talking
Hall of
about
Fame
with
fighters,
Miguel
brother.
Cotto. Hall of Fame. It doesn't matter. We talking about how he lost because you just try to make an excuse on the losses with Manny Pacquiao, his cheating and all that stuff like that. So we could do that to every fighter that he fought. We could even sit there and break down Canelo resume when we do that. So let's stop doing that. Let's take it out. Let's take it out there. Let's look at when he fought these guys. Miguel Cotto was not at the top of his game when he fought Canelo. So all I'm just trying to tell
I
you is when
disagree.
Canelo
That's
sit
all.
here, okay, when Canelo sits here and try to break down talking about elite and all this time, at the end of the day, this is going to be his test right here. He's finally fighting an elite fighter with another undefeated record. The first fighter was Mayweather. He lost. Bivol, he lost. Bud Crawford, he is undefeated still, and he's at the top of his game. He has a possibility chance on beating him, which I highly think he's not. I think he's going to take another L.
You think
In September.
Crawford's the biggest challenge of his career?
The biggest challenge? No, it was Floyd Mayweather. But then we saw what happened.
Okay.
Then it was Bivol. He had another he lost to every undefeated fighter on his resume, on his record.
I'm saying to date, do you think Crawford will be the biggest challenge out of everybody?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, then when he loses in September, who does Marco?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, Marco? And if I gotta go, if you know you got me on a strict time list, I'll pay for another one. I think Bud is gonna be his toughest challenge to date. But it's gonna be crazy when he loses because my thing is they're gonna sit there and say, damn, he was really ducking Benavidez. Another fighter, we could say that's elite. Benavidez is at the top of his game right now. So like he's 0-2 against these undefeated fighters, these elite fighters that we're talking about. He's about to be 0-3. It's gonna be a pattern with Canelo. So all I said is I just don't want to hear the excuse when Bud beats him. They're gonna sit there and say, well, damn, actually he lost to Floyd, he lost to Bivol, he had a few draws on his own. He wear a knee pad. It's gonna be a bunch of excuses.
It's hilarious because that's everything that you're saying. This is why these dudes get called names. Who's talking about knee surgery? You.
Hey, Nick,
who's talking about age? You.
What's going to be said?
No,
after the
you
fight.
ain't saying what's going to be said. You're saying it. You're saying
no, man,
it.
We just know how
you just ain't fucking. You can't even comprehend what you're doing. Shit is crazy.
Yes, we know how boxing. I think you're a little retarded because you can't comprehend. All I'm saying is I'm preparing for what I'm going to hear after the fight. Was Canelo elite at the time when Bud beat him?
According to you, he's not, my brother. According to you, he's not. Cause you said Cotto wasn't because he had knee surgery, right? Or Sergio wasn't because he had knee surgery.
No, I just brought that out because you brought up what Manny Pacquiao was at the time.
Man. Goodbye.
You said he was a drug cheater, right?
Goodbye.
I mean, Crawford is absolutely at his peak. He's older, but not everybody peaks. You know what I'm saying? Some people stay peaked older.
Let me walk some of y'all through some of the shit we just heard. we're gonna shit on Sergio and not give Cotto credit for the win, because guess what, Marco? Sergio was coming off a knee surgery and had a knee brace. But then you're gonna ask us not to shit on Canelo and say that he was declining and wearing a knee brace. Okay. Okay. You're going to tell us that Cotto wasn't elite even though he beat a first ballot Hall of Famer in Sergio Martinez and defended that title versus a two-time former IBF champion in James Gill, right? Daniel Gill. But you're going to tell us that he's not elite when he did that because he had 4 losses. So when Bud beats Canelo, is he not elite because he has losses?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get all that.
Oh, man. The mental gymnastics with these dudes.
Who was that? What caller was it? That was funny.
The logic is just not even, it's not even fair. We supposed to praise Bud for beating Canelo, who got losses and uses knee pads and shit too. I mean, stop saying stupid shit into the universe. Alex Vega, what up?
¿Qué pasa?
Let's shit on Cotto's win with a knee brace, but let's give Crawford credit for the win over a dude that wears a knee brace.
Man, Cotto was also coming up in weight, man. That was impressive.
No, it's not impressive.
Can you hear me?
It's not impressive. Yes, we hear you.
All right. Yeah, man. Good morning. Good afternoon to some. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, man. Interesting topic. I'm loving the discussion. I think when it comes to this fight with Wilder and Herndon, I have no opinion because I've never seen Tyrrell. That's his name?
Yeah.
Tyrrell Herndon?
Yep, Tyrell.
Shout out to him. I enjoyed his interview. Seems like a very respectable, mature man. It seems like he's putting in work, and you know, when we heard his interview here at the Boxing Voice, it's hard not to want to root for him. Ness, you have this saying about upsets are great for boxing, but I think when it comes to this fight, that is absolutely incorrect. I think to get Deontay Wilder back in the mix, to get him back in the win column, is not just important for us here in the United States, but also important for the heavyweight boxing, which is buzzing right now. A lot of people feel that it may be the best division in boxing, and that's mostly because Turki Al-Sheikh is having these guys fight each other. You got the young blood Moses Hatama, who is a shooting star. I mean, I said it yesterday. I've never seen anybody that young at heavyweight with the way he's looking. You know, you got Usyk still fighting. Daniel Dubois, who's looking to get his get back. Some people feel like he should have been heavyweight champion. And you got several others still jockeying for position. We still have AJ around. People still want to see Wilder versus AJ. Bacoli, a lot of people felt like that was just a minor setback. Big Baby. We got 2 big babies that might fight each other. Let me tell you, man, if Turkey makes that fight, I'll be very, very happy. That's a fight that I think is I think it's the perfect time. I think we want to see a Big Baby Jared Anderson can make a comeback. And I think Jarrell Miller, he still has a little bit of a sting to get off of him from all those failed PED tests and then being robbed of a win against Andy Ruiz. So I definitely want to see that. And but to be honest, I can't really give you my prediction because I don't know who Wilder is. He's looked like complete shit his last 2 performances, and I've never seen the opponent. But I'll definitely be fire sticking that fight on Friday, you know, if I'm not hanging out with the fam. This elite talk, it's funny. First of all, Bud Crawford saying Ricky Burns, that shit almost made me crash my vehicle. I was listening to it. That is atrocious. Out of all the names, obviously Errol, I think Sean Porter would have been respected, though people would counter it. You know, Gamboa, a lot of people I think at that time had him in and around the pound for pound list, but Ricky Burns is disgusting. A lot of people felt that when he fought Jose Gonzalez from Puerto Rico, I'm pretty sure he was losing that fight.
You
Dude
may feel
separates
like
his
it's your
shoulder.
time,
And then,
but it's not
everyone
your
felt he
time.
lost to Beltran before that. So he's come off 2 shit performances. That doesn't scream elite. That's my bell, man, but appreciate the time.
Peace out.
Alright,
Yeah,
alright.
I've seen Wilder's opponent fight before. He's this is a tune-up of the highest proportion. But Wilder. I mean, what do you think, Ness? I think Wilder. He's suffering from the Roy Jones syndrome. I think sometimes great fighters just have a switch that turns off in their will, in their drive, in their competitive streak. Yet they still keep making the fights, and they're never the same. That's what I see in Wilder.
Yeah, I mean he's competitive, bro. He reminds me of Crawford. He doesn't want to go out the way that we are perceiving him. He's always been a dude that thought very highly of himself. Remember, he was talking like king and my people. So he probably misses that, bro. Like, bro, he
Yeah.
had a good fan base. He had a good fan base. He had a cult following.
People don't realize, I talk about how I know Shaq, right? So here's why I'm bringing this up. Shaq retired from basketball. He started DJing. And the reason he DJs, he goes, yo, I'm playing in front of the 20, 30,000 people, getting that roar, getting that adrenaline rush. Like, when it ends, you miss it. It's like crack. So I went into DJing. And I feel like the same thing with these fighters. Like, how do you just stop getting all 20, 30, 40,000 fans, 100 if you're fighting in Wembley or whatever, cheering
man.
for you? It's like you fucking get withdrawals.
Not easy.
Yow.
Easy. Trees, Toledo, Ohio.
What up, though? What up, though? What's
Actually,
good,
let me pause that because it's nasty work that Alex said what he said. I know he's pressed for time. Maybe that's why he forgot to give me my credit, and I'm not gonna sit around and let you give me my credit. I manifested that fight. The last piece of the puzzle, Turkey already has. It's Eminem, aka Slim Shady. He has to rewrite.
Oh, this
He has to
fucking
rewrite. Can the real Slim Shady please stand up? Rewrite that, and it has to be the real Big Baby. Please stand up. Please stand up.
We don't fucking want that fight.
Yeah,
Jared, don't
the
fuck
fight.
with. We
The fight is
don't
there.
don't
The fight is
Jared,
there. It's
don't
on the.
do it.
It's on the
I'm on my shit.
Canelo.
Hey,
It's on the Canelo.
it was one fighter who didn't listen to me on this motherfucker.
Fam.
Here we go.
It's on the Canelo Bud undercard, bro.
Why the fuck ain't we fighting Ruiz? Give us Ruiz, man. I want the Ruiz. I'd rather fight Ruiz.
Because Big Baby beat Ruiz. Why would you fight the
No,
loser?
he didn't. It was a draw. He ain't win that fight. I thought Ruiz won the fight.
You so scared. You so scared.
Now I'm scared because I want to fight the more accomplished fighter. Ain't that a bitch? We on here motherfucking dissecting niggas. We on this bitch dissecting a motherfucker 2-time undisputed fighter resume, and you mad at me because I want my fighter to go fight the fucking former unified heavyweight champion. And you mad at me for that. I can't believe this shit. But that's neither here nor there.
Baby, please stand up.
We need to do that shit. Hey, man. Shout out Andy Ruiz, the only Mexican heavyweight champion, you feel me, that I want my fighter to fight. You understand me? They call me Mr. BMS for a fucking reason. We do not need no Gerald Miller. I'm not into it. Andy Ruiz, let's do it.
Oh,
hey,
Jesus.
They got Canelo versus Bud, a black guy fighting a Mexican guy as the main event. You would like to think that, damn, huh? We got an American heavyweight. Why not put him in there with the only Mexican heavyweight champion? Why not fight that guy on the Canelo and Bud undercard instead of fighting the fucking drug cheat? That's what you want from my fighter? I'm not into that. I'm not into it at all.
Treese. Ruiz will hammer this dude like a carpenter.
Hey man, I got nothing to do with that, man. I need to see the fight, man. You got to show me. Apparently Ness thought he lost his last fight. Apparently, Even though they don't say that on this box threat.
Everybody thought that.
No,
Jarrell
not
Miller
everybody.
got robbed in that fight. Come on, bro. You
He
could be a
got robbed.
fan.
Get the
You could be
fuck
a
outta
fan
here.
of one big baby and still know what you saw,
This
bro.
guy, you out of control, man. The man Andy Ruiz broke his fucking hand, man. And come on, man, he
so
broke
you
his
giving
hand,
us
and still your fighter couldn't put him away.
You giving us
Your
an
fighter
excuse?
couldn't put a fighter with a broken
that sounds
hand
like
away.
An excuse. Sounds like an excuse.
Now what the fuck? When he took it, you seen Andy Ruiz's hand when he took the glove off, my nigga. What you mean an excuse?
Just give my man his win.
But your fighter couldn't put that man away.
You talking about everybody except Jared? This is a little scary talk.
And I'm telling you, well, excuse me, if you didn't hijack my call with the bullshit, I would have. Let me go ahead and get another call. I suppose. Let me go ahead and damn.
You got a whole minute left. You just rambling. You know you ain't got nothing to say because you afraid.
No, well, you see what you're doing? What I wanted to say was this motherfucker Wilder fighting the same weekend as Jake Paul. Who am I to surmise that later on down the line we get Deontay Wilder versus Jake Paul? I think that's what we get. I'm not gonna lie to you. I know motherfuckers talking about championship contention and all this shit. No. I want Wilder and Jake Paul. Man. I like that fight. I don't want to hear the bullshit that you talk. I like that fight, man. I like that fight, man. The motherfucker Jake Paul, Mr. BMF, let me build my fighter, goddammit. You just fought Mike Tyson. You fighting this Chavez Jr. We decreasing in age. Fuck it. Next fight up, we can do a Deontay Wilder. I like that fight for Jake Paul, man. I like it a lot. But in the meantime, if Wilder run, yeah, let's do it. In the meantime, because we don't want this bum ass fights of these big baby Millers and shit of this nature. I'm not into that. I would like the Deontay Wilder fight for my guy Jared Anderson.
We not ready. We not ready. We building.
Nah, y'all not.
We building.
Y'all building.
So, we ain't
you
on
like
Turkey.
The Jake Paul fight?
Do
Jake Paul fit into the criteria? One of them guys.
But remember, Wilder's not on Alex Sheik's radar. Jared is.
And I'm with you. And I'm asking you real quick. Do you think that Jake Paul do you think he would fit the criteria for a Wilder? Could he go in that list?
No.
Yeah. For Wilder, that's a perfect tune-up. It's just a big tune-up.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wilder still got that right hand.
Marco, you picking Jake to beat Wilder?
Not me.
I don't know. I just think it's an awful fight because Wilder's a heavyweight. Jake is not.
Jake fought at heavyweight. He was up to 240. He could bring his ass up there.
Yeah, but he's not a natural heavyweight. He's a natural cruiser. I think that's an awful fight.
Hey man, he talked about it. You could put that on Wilder's bum of the month club.
Because if he beats Wilder now, he doesn't even get the credit. Oh, Wilder's washed up. But yet it's a super dangerous fight against a bigger man. What's the point of that? I wouldn't take that fight if I was Jake's management.
Yeah, Wilder coming off the win. If he come off this little win, shit, the motherfucker
if he beats his dude,
he's fighting right now. Go ahead.
So what if he beats his dude? No disrespect to the guy, but it's not like he's an elite fighter.
Exactly.
Hey man, it ain't like the guy who says the Chavez just.
Neither is Jake though. Jake ain't elite. Jake ain't elite.
No, he's not. He's not. He's
popular. Hell, that's what I'm saying. That's what we need. That's a big name, though, to bring the people out. It covers all the bases. We can tune up, put some asses in some seats. You feel me? And get a bag at the same time. I like it for Wilder.
Yo, Jake
that's a fight.
I don't know that this guy's gonna want to do that though.
Hell no.
Jake,
hell no.
That could fuck up his whole money train.
Yeah.
Hey man, it depends. All right, say Wilder go in here and he don't, because we expect the motherfucker to go in here and knock his shit loose. But I don't know. Say Wilder go in here and it look like, because you just said that he got a new trainer, didn't you? You told me man got a new trainer.
That's what somebody super chatted that he's not with.
Well, all right, bingo. So therefore, we would be under the impression that he ain't here to work on some shit. If he going on here working on some shit, not punching, like, you feel me? Wilder known to be punching, maybe Jake Paul thinks shit, licking his chops, like fuck that. I want him. He been talking some AJ, motherfucker. If you talking about AJ, why the fuck can't you fight Wilder? Shit. But
I think the AJ thing was a pump fake.
Hey man, I just heard him put it into the universe. If you talking about AJ, motherfucker, you can talk about Wilder. I like that fight for you, gang. And real quick, man. The IBF, you motherfuckers is out of control for ordering that FA jog button, Frank Sanchez rematch. We don't need to see that shit, man. I'm not into that shit.
Who did that, bro? Who did that? That's crazy. Who asked for that fight again? That's nasty work. Counterpunch, Bandalorian.
Yeah, I guess that shit because of the Adelaide and the Hergovic fight or whatever it is. So I don't know. That is a glass what you call it? A glass rematch though. Cause yeah, that shit ain't necessary to me either. Man, Treese be talking in some hypotheticals, but yeah, he lost me with that one. Cause yeah, I don't see that Wilder and Jake Paul being realistic and like Marco was saying, even Jake Paul calling out AJ, we know that shit was pump faking too. So yeah, I ain't trying to hear that. But yeah, you do get your credit for that Big Baby versus Big Baby. Speaking that into fruition, possibly next. The only thing is, see, when Vega said it, see, I said, I guess Vega probably didn't see the interviews. Jarrell Miller literally himself just said, though, he was like, I'll help the kid out, even though I don't like him. Because Eddie again, he literally just said too, Saturday, post Galal year five fight, I guess, that Jared Anderson supposed to be fighting AJ. Like Jarrell Miller and Eddie Hearn, both of themselves said that, and then Jarrell Miller was like, "So if the kid ended up taking that fight with AJ, if he let his nuts drop and he take that fight, I'll still help the kid out." So I don't know if Turkey himself
Damn,
just
so
be
he
talking.
got options. That's the thing,
That's
bro. If it sounds like he got options, but the better option, let's be real, bro. The better option is Jarrell, because yeah, the AJ fight might be a bigger bag, but that's a tougher fight.
that's what
That's a
I'm
tougher
thinking. But see,
fight.
at the same time, though, you do know that AJ Chin shot the shit, and he coming
Nah,
off that damn
shot?
UCL elbow injury.
Nah. You can't call his chin. This is what I'm saying. Yo, Dubois is one of the biggest punchers in the division. How we gonna call AJ's chin shot because he got hit by a known puncher? It's not
Man,
fair.
that motherfucker been getting rocked by more people than I'm not saying that just because of Dubois at all. That's one of the more reasons why I've been saying, like, I get it, like you said, Deontay Wilder, he rebuilt him, but that's one of the reasons why I said after both of their last fight.
Yeah, but
See, I know Wilder tried
The
to put that on
Ruiz
the crazy
knockout
shit.
wasn't nothing like the Dubois. The Ruiz was more mental. He was on his feet, bro.
Oh,
Come
no,
on,
yeah,
you gotta not have you gotta like really go back and remember. He was on his feet. That was more mental. The Dubois shit was a punch. That shit was like
you
bang.
know, if you remember that, Nash, you know what's crazy? Remember that the Ruiz fight camp, that first camp? Remember, that's the camp that Dubois allegedly knocked AJ out in. He knocked him
Well,
out in sparring that camp.
well,
Remember, Eddie said he wanted to
it
come to
was
the camp or some
allegedly.
shit?
I heard it was allegedly DeVaco with the left hook. That's why everybody was interviewing DeVaco because of that shit.
Yeah, I remember all that. So, but that's just what I'm saying. That's more so the reason I wanted AJ and Joshua. Like, I mean, I agree with you though, especially too from an American standpoint. It is much better if you know, like that little shoot you said
You may
that
feel
for
like
the
it's your
real big
time,
baby stand up.
but it's not your
That's
time.
crazy. Hey, hey, I'm
Yeah.
finna leave this. You forgot though. Get on Marco ass for that bullshit ass ghost interview he let them get on. So, but that's all I got. Appreciate it.
What he say?
Yeah, I did forget.
What he say?
We found out that you was at the GOAT round table.
I was. Yeah.
Why you didn't feed Shaq no questions, bro?
Oh, nah, I did. 3 of the questions were on mine. Shaq hit me up and asked me to write for him, but I was keeping that.
But he didn't
Yeah,
use all 3, right?
yeah, he used all 3. He used
What were
all
they?
3.
What were they?
The one about wielding 10-ounce cinder blocks. That's the way I talk. That was me. The one about Benavidez, about like, yo, you think
Okay,
this
that's
is
the
doing?
only one I gave him fucking credit for.
That was
The
me.
only one. I said that was the only question in the entire interview.
That
Because
was
give
me.
me the entire cinder block question.
Bud's chin is battle tested at 47, but can you your chin to Bud, your chin is tested at 47, but will you be able to deal with him wielding those cinder blocks, those 10-ounce cinder blocks
Yeah,
at a
and
higher
that's
weight?
when Bud said, well, that's the good part about this fight.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to know, can Bud get hit? Because Gamboa hurt him. So it's like, we ain't get what we needed from that. But shout out to you, though, because everybody heard me give Shaq credit. I'm like, it had to be the North guy. Because the Benavidez question, like, that was a
Me. Yeah,
great
that was me.
question, right? Like, that was putting him in the fire, but they didn't put Bud in the fire.
He asked me to give him 3 questions for each fighter. I did. He used maybe 4 out of the 6 I gave him. and he chopped a couple of them real smaller. But yeah, nah, that was good.
Yeah, man. I wish they would have, the same way they put him in that fire, they needed to put Bud in that fire.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't know what they were
Like the
doing there.
Boots question, like it could have been the Boots question, especially now that Boots moved up. It's like you're literally still a champion. This dude has been calling you out. He moved up. He can't make weight. It's the same Benavidez question backwards.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
whoa. Lord. I hope you're not a troll, buddy. I give everyone a shot here.
I'll tell you a troll story I just had. Nothing.
I'm going to call you AWB. What up?
No, it's AWM, Angry White Man. What's up with you, Ness? What's up, Marco? I don't call in too often. I listen a lot, though. You hear me?
I hear you. I'm nervous here if you go troll or not with that name.
Nah, bro. I ain't no troll, dog. I got my own podcast. I talk
see.
boxing all the time. That's great. I just had number one, Cotto, to me, is always considered elite. There ain't never a conversation you can have not considering Cotto elite. I think American hardcore boxing fans is the reason we're number 14. It like swimming is past us. We got to do better, man. We call new fans that come into the sport, we immediately call them casuals and run them out of here. We got to do a better job, bro. It's like when Boots beat Stanionis. A lot of people were picking Stanionis before the fight. Soon as Boots gets done with him, he ain't shit. Boots ain't got no credible wins. It's a joke, man. We got to do better as hardcore boxing fans, or we'll always stay 14 in America. Salute to y'all, man. Thanks for taking my call, bro.
Did he say he was an angry white man?
Angry White Man Boxing.
He didn't sound white to me, but I
Hit
guess.
me up, Angry White Man, on Instagram, bro. See if we get you on the panel, bro. Tip Bellis.
T.I. Nothing.
Uh-oh. So it begins.
What happened?
Bill Haney out here. I don't know, bro. Bill's way of getting this fight is going to play right into Tip's hands. Tip, what up? You busy? Dom, what up?
PBV, Marco Ness, how we doing?
Straight.
What up?
All right, yeah, I'm en route to Wichita to this Wilder media workout.
Salute.
And I just gotta say, I'm pretty excited. Being that Wilder was my first favorite fighter, first fighter I really sought out his interviews and cared about, I guess, outside of the ring. It gave me a reason to. So much so I wish I knew the program, the Boxing Voice back then, when he was sort of at his height and prime. I was listening to trash ass LBDC just to catch an interview with him. So it's good that, I can now potentially ask him my own questions. And yeah, I'm glad I found a better platform to, listen to. But he was sort of my intro to these boxing podcasts, I guess. But as far as this topic goes, man, that round table, yeah, it was sort of geared to the casual. Shout out to Marco with the Shaq connection. But I want to speak on how when they asked each of the people what do they consider a GOAT, it's so funny how they all had a fine-tuned response to fit themselves in the GOAT category. Starting with Canelo. Canelo said, somebody who just sets their mind to something and does something. He was all about the determination aspect. And if you look at his career, 60 plus fights, he's got a great resume. He fits in the way he labeled a GOAT. Then it went on to Crawford. he went on to say pound for pound was his focus. You know, who could move up and be successful. That's sort of where he fits in, especially if he goes on to beat Canelo, and that'll set him apart from Canelo, where he's failed when he moves up in weight. They asked Tom Brady, what does he see as a GOAT? And he said, what did he say? He said, think about who you want in a specific moment to win, and that's who I would determine a GOAT. That's totally Tom Brady. Love or hate him. Ask who you want on your team in a Super Bowl, you're going to say Tom Brady. And I don't hate a player more than him. And then Shaq, he said, who's untouchable? Who's undeniable? When Shaq was at his prime, nobody was fucking with Shaq. He was in a league of his own. So I just found that interesting how everybody responded to that and sort of like qualified themselves. But yeah, I'm looking forward to more of these closer to the fight press conferences. That was a little bit a while ago. We're not used to seeing Crawford
6
this
months
far ahead of a fight. Yeah. They'll
By
get
the
into
time the
it. We
fight
saw a little bit
happens, it's
more.
gonna be 6 months. They said that was crazy.
I'll give you guys a little
Yeah,
background on that
that's
thing.
wild.
So, like, you never know with these things, right? But that was on top of Rockefeller Center, right? At the top of the rock. It was mad windy, so they couldn't hear each other talking. So I think that yeah, and they were all complaining, like, who the fuck, whose bright idea
You may
was this?
feel
And it was
like it's your
March,
time,
so it was brick.
Let me
but
run
it's
this
not your time.
Ness.
You got it.
All right. Marco, what was up with Brady? What was up with Brady on his phone the whole time, man? Turkey couldn't have been there. No way he was on his phone the
Nah,
whole
Turkey
time.
wasn't there, and that's what Shaq was actually trying to hook me up with Turkey to get me in, but Turkey didn't show up. I don't know. I'm not a football fan, so to me, like meeting Brady was like, who cares? But he's a, I don't know. Maybe he was kind of disinterested. You know what I mean?
My point exactly, bro. They had guys there underqualified, bro. Being
Yeah.
a GOAT in your status, in your field, doesn't make you a GOAT in this. And that's why the numbers don't show that. I hope it keeps growing, but 250,000 views is low, bro. That's low. The
And
Breakfast Club does that with Crawford going there just to talk. And
and
they do way better than that.
shout out to Shaq because that's why he hit me up. Like he knew that's not his lane. He knew he had to get some real questions to really make it a good show. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying? They're going to
Oh
be
man,
asking.
shout out to you because everybody else I thought was ass. I'm like, thank God Shaq asked that one fucking Benavidez question, bro.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
I think
came
we
up with the good questions. That's whatever. And if you notice, it wasn't really answered. He didn't really answer it.
Well, he did. He clearly said no, that the win over Crawford would mean more because Crawford is more accomplished, which is true. It's true. It's true. When it's all said and done, like, yeah, again, until Benavidez becomes more than a 1-time champion, 3-time interim champion, like that's right now. We're in the moment. 5 years from now, if Benavidez doesn't do his own thing and become his own man, no one's gonna be saying that Canelo avoided Benavidez, bro. That's a right now thing. He's gotta go on to be this great guy we think he is, so it could be like, look, that's why he avoided him. Look. But right now, I don't know, bro. I hate that he fought Vazdek and Morrell. That was a waste of time.
Yeah, let me say this, that Benavidez, where he was at in his career, he could have positioned himself for this fight, but let's be real. His legacy was not going to get this fight on Netflix. The magnitude is just simply bigger with Crawford, both
That's
fan
true.
bases included.
Nah, he might get it next, man. I still believe, bro.
Next for sure.
I strongly still believe that Canelo is doing what he's always done, what I've always said, and that's try to get the most money. It's not his fault that Turkey gave him what he asked for, this amount to fight Benavidez. It's Turkey Al-Sheikh who wants Crawford here. So Canelo just gotta win, and we'll get the Benavidez fight. We'll get it. He just said in the interview yesterday that he wants Canelo to finish his career with Riyadh season. And Benavidez said in an interview about a week ago that Turkey told him he wants to make the Canelo fight. I mean, look, yesterday we talked about Turkey talking about Tank. Like, he still wants these fights. Just because they're hard to make don't mean he don't want them. And I don't think the Benavidez fight is as hard to make anymore when you're giving fucking Canelo Alvarez, the amount of money he asked to fight Benavidez to fight Crawford. You got him now. and he knows you got him. So all you got to do is get him to fight Benavidez next. It's not gonna be hard. Pay that man. You already paid him.
Hey,
I
let
hope
me
so.
let me end on this. The last time we saw Deontay Wilder on a 2-fight loss streak, we got a first round knockout. So that's what I'm expecting come Friday night. I'm out. Peace.
I mean,
Damn, first round. I wonder what the odds are for a first round on Wilder right now these days. It's probably good odds, period, on a knockout because he's not been the same for so
he,
long.
even that fight, man, he was hit him. He hit him on the back foot. I don't know. He was still circling. He was running. He just hit him on the back foot and happened to put him out.
Nah, man, I think we gotta have hope. Who was that? Angel Padilla. Shout out to you. But again, see, you're a fighter. You in the gym. You training with Robert Garcia. You know, it's different for you. But yes, I think we do have to have hope, especially now that we've seen him get that amount of money. It's really comes down to Turkey. And shout out to him, man, because that big baby is what it's about. And there's some other fights there. We're going to talk about that on the second show, though, just to give us something to talk about on the second show. Tip, trying you again. We're gonna break down that whole Canelo undercard. I think it's a rumor right now, but it's probably what's going to go down.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, man. First of all, just want to give a big shout out to the Normans. You know what I'm saying? Held it down yesterday, man. Held it down yesterday. You know what I'm saying? We ain't fold. We ain't break. We ain't fold, man. You know what I'm saying? The South got something to say, man. The South got something to say. But yeah, man. Yeah, it's kind of wild that Terence Crawford said Ricky Burns, man. Ricky Burns. Good old Ricky Burns.
3-division champ. 3-division champ.
I mean, that's cool. I
He
mean,
took the belt from him on the road. He went
his
to
best win, bro. Like, good fighter. You know what I'm saying? Good fighter. Good fighter. Not great fighter. Good fighter. I mean, his most noticeable name is Roman Martinez, is it not? I think that's the best name on his
the Puerto
resume
Rican,
by
right?
far.
The Puerto Rican?
Yeah, the one that beat the one that Lomachenko beat.
Yeah, but who he beat? Didn't he beat Salido?
I
Or
think
did
he
he
did beat
lose?
Salido, yeah.
What we trying to do here? Like, what we trying to do here?
Like Ricky Burns is a good fighter, but he's not no elite fighter, bro. Like,
Nah, I agree with you, man. I
It's,
agree. Elite, no, but it's like I explained. I think for Terence Bud Crawford, that's a special win. It's a 3-division champion. I went to his home country. I took the belt from him. There's only a few names that I know did that. Go to another country, specifically UK. That was Tim Bradley, Earl Spence, Terence Crawford. That's not.
Didn't Burns lose twice earlier in his career before he even got to Crawford?
Oh, hell yeah. He lost, but that's what make him special, right? Like he won. He became champ after losing. That's like what makes you good, shows you good, like Sean Porter and like Pedraza, no?
Yeah. I ain't that. Listen, I ain't saying Burns is a bad fighter. I think Burns is, but I don't know.
I just
The
don't
elite.
think.
I think you got.
I just don't think he was elite. I think he was a good fighter. He's just not elite because he didn't want to fight the elite. He ducked Adrian Broner. I lived through that.
Yeah, when we talk about elite, we gotta base it on the quality of names, bro. The name quality and opposition, and the accomplishments they've had in their career. I mean, Bud's most notable. I mean, his biggest win is probably Earl. Earl will be his biggest win. You know what I'm saying? Porter. I mean, you want to throw Porter in there, right? But then the discount is Porter was on his last leg, right? You know what I'm saying? You want to throw Kell Brook in there, but it's like Kell was over the hill. I mean, you want to throw Khan in there, but it's like Khan was over the hill. You know what I'm saying? He got the names. Don't get me wrong. Terence Crawford had names, but it's the time period of which he fought him, bro. It doesn't look good. You know what I'm saying? Like, these names once upon elite fighters, but you know what I'm saying? It's like if you look at Danny, bro. I mean, you look at Danny's resume, you be like, Danny got the names, you know what I'm saying? But like, how much of an elite fighter is Danny? I mean, at 140, Danny was definitely elite. That's why I carried up to 147. But at 47, it's like digress. So I don't know, man. It's a trick, touchy. So who else did he name? He named somebody else outside of Ricky Burns. Who else?
Victor
There's
Postal.
somebody else.
Victor Postal. Gary Antoine win. Be careful what you say, champ. Be careful. That was Gary Antoine's coming up out party. See why we can't discredit people?
But I get what you're saying, but I ain't gonna say like during that time Victor Postal was an elite. Yeah, former champion for sure. Former champion for sure. I guess that'd be, but like, damn, bro.
See, I think Madrimov is elite. I think Madrimov is guaranteed.
Nah, you bugging, bro.
Now, hear me out. Hear me out. I guess you was working. Madrimov is a 10-fight champion. That's the definition of elite. Guillermo Rigondeaux took 12 fights. Like Shakur took like 14 or 15. Loma took 3 fights to be a champ. Like, bro, that's the definition of elite. You so good. You so good. You rush to a title shot. That's the definition, bro.
Nah, bro.
Bro, come on, bro.
He got elevated and he lost his first defense, man.
If you got dudes that's getting title shots after 30 fights, 20-something fights, and we call that being built up, how a dude gets a win in 10 fights and you calling that not fast track? That's elite. Only an elite fighter could be fast track. You can't fast track a non-elite fighter.
I get the optic you're pushing here, but that man literally lost his first defense.
Yo, he fought Terence Crawford, a generational talent. They comparing him to Floyd Money Mayweather. Like, y'all gotta stop. This is why the sport don't grow.
And then he went on to
lose to a Mexican phenom.
Opponent.
Lesser.
I mean, Virgil ain't never been no champion.
He is a current. If you a Benavidez fan, you give him credit for his interim. Now you taking away credit from Virgil. He's a current interim champion for the WBC.
David Benavidez has actually been a champion, 2-time champion at that. Virgil ain't never been a champion. Ron Boy Fresh will tell you that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Virgil ain't never been a champion.
That's fine, but he's a current interim champion now because, you know, Fundora was busy with all the things he was busy with. Now he's even busy with a fight.
I mean, he really an interim paper champion.
No, not Fundora. Shit, wrong division.
Wrong division, right? Oh, no, yeah, 54, right division.
Yeah, we all know he really got cooked by Bochuk. You know what I'm saying? He just a paper champion and all honesty.
Oh man, y'all so mean, bro. Y'all just diminish.
Hey man, it's the business. We know Virgil brings dollars, and you know what I'm saying? Golden Boy gonna keep him around as long as he makes dollars. If he didn't, they would have got rid of him.
He a dog, bro. He might have more dog than Bud. Why we gotta diminish? Why he couldn't just beat Boachet, Madrimov better? You know, he was hungrier or something. Like, Lord, mercy. Leonard Sterling, 5-pounder. Cotto is a legend. The reality is that he fought a one-legged Martinez in a drained Gil down to 157 pounds catch weight before Canelo fight. So is he not elite? Because you sound like you siding with JT there. I don't know. That was like
that fight was weird. Like, you remember that fight? His knee went out, but he hit him first. Like, it was a punch that landed, and then his knee went out. It was like I couldn't tell if it was a knee problem or if it was the shot, because the knee only got bad when the punch landed.
And that's why I don't give it any credence, because, listen, Berto fought. He went into the ring with 2 arms, but by the time the fight was over with, was it Carras or was it, I think it was Carras. His shoulder was dislocated. Bro, shit happens. It's a fight. Juice, $2. I'm officially calling out Bad Girl TKO for Border Wars. Okay, Juice, she's really a girl. Leonard Sterling, 5-pounder. Even Hearn doesn't call his former boxer Ricky Burns elite. Hearns and Crawford had that convo live about Burns, remember, during the Madrimov fight promo.
That's what I'm saying. I think to Bud, and let me apologize to Bud, because in no way do I try to disrespect him. Someone texted me, said I called him dumb. That was obviously enraged with Jay Will that knows how to get under my skin. So apologies to Terence Bud Crawford. I don't want any issues. I do believe he's the type of man that come up behind you and put you in a chokehold for things that you might have said. So, you know, if I said something like that, I apologize. It was Jay Will's fault, but I'm taking responsibility. Apologies. Yeah, man. Want no beef. Juice, $2. Ness, if she don't want to fight me, give me Marco at Border War 17. Marco's a former professional fighter. He can't get back in the ring as an amateur. Peace to God, $2. Great show, Ness. I love the topic. Salute, champ. We appreciate you. Christopher Carr, $2. No words, all love. Back with another 2. He says, Devin did it too. Damn, champ. What are we talking about? Boston Jared on that champ level. Damn, Boston, you've been going since Terrence packed up Earl. He used to hate. I mean, boy, he used to send in super chat after super chat hating on Bud.
Bud?
Yeah, here he goes. I bet you this is a hate chat. Burns was that last fighter, not KO'd or knocked down by Bud. Not elite, but definitely a good fighter. Oh, look at Boston Jared. Shout out to you. Maturity.
Boston Jared. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, again, I respect Burns, but I also kind of hate Burns because I was a huge. I repeat, I was a huge Broner fan. I was probably a fanboy.
Damn.
Really.
What about Broner?
But like in my own way, not like projecting, because then probably people wouldn't have liked the show. But I thought he was that. I thought he was great. I thought he was great.
Was it his out of the ring antics too? You liked everything?
I loved everything. I loved everything. He did always get too. He always went too far.
Yeah.
So I wish that he had some sort of like, you know, some sort of level where he wouldn't cross. But bro, he invited Rihanna to his private parts. He did videos live eating girls out on camera. Like, he did everything, bro. He was disrespectful to everybody. But outside of all that, he knew how to promote a fight. He knew how to talk shit. And he was a great fighter. I think he could have been an amazing fighter at 35. If he could have been disciplined, bro, and not moved up. Because remember, his issue was moving from 35 to 47, fighting bigger men. The Paulie fight should have been an indication maybe we shouldn't do this. But there was always that lack of discipline. So it was always more not you're too little for the division, you're not working enough. So, you know, it killed him. But he was that dude, bro. So influential. So influential. Like, at the prime of Broner's career, Lord, man. I put in work for Broner, bro. For real. I went to Cincinnati. I watched that man. I remember he had one of them rappers bring him out. Whoever got punched in the face in his ring walk, it was nasty work. But I think it was Young Thug or Rich Homie Quan, one of them. But that shit was lit, bro. Nobody had fights like Broner. I went to Broner's fight in AC for Gavin Reese versus Eddie Hearn and Gavin Reese, bro. That was lit. Like, DeMarco, that was lit.
Yeah, that was
he was that dude, bro. He just, you know, look, he doing fucking feature songs with Meek Mills and Rick Ross. You start to believe your own hype and you don't do what got you there. But bro, he could have been.
It was the
so
weight,
huge.
but then sometimes I looked at him and I wondered because of his body frame. Like, he was a short, stocky, like, he had like a pit bull.
He had the Canelo frame. He has Canelo's frame.
Right. So maybe he couldn't have stayed at 35 just physically.
No. Get out of here.
No?
Lack of discipline, bro. No way.
Okay.
Bro, listen, bro. You're living this fast life. You're partying. You're getting girls. When you're getting girls, you're drinking.
look at the stomach. We seen him on tour. Bro, I followed Broner.
Yeah.
And I was cool with him until I wasn't cool with him.
What happened?
So, you know these fighters. You say something. It was really the Danny Garcia thing. It's like the Brian Norman thing right now. Somebody's going to get mad at me because I'm a fan of no one. See, Tone just says that. I actually lived that. Like, you know, Broner, it was an opportunity for him to fight Danny, and he wasn't moving right. And I did my normal Nesta Gibbs interview. It's like, but you said you wanted a shot at the WBC. He's like, yeah, I wanted whoever got the WBC belt. I'm like, well, Danny Garcia has the belt. He's like, whoever got the belt. I'm like, his name is Danny Garcia. Are you saying you want to fight Danny because he got the belt? Man, whoever got the belt, that's who I'm going to fight. The fight never fucking happened. They took a picture. He doing this and the whole nine. They never fucking fought. And he got mad at that. And also the girlfriend shit, the fake girlfriend shit, because I hate narratives, even though I sell my own, right? So he created that fake narrative that he took Paulie's girl, but it's a fucking side piece. And you're telling the world you took Paulie's girl, but your wife is right there. So, like, did you take his girl while having the wife? Like, what are you talking about? You know, but everything is a selling point here. I'm just a realist.
He got upset at you for pulling him?
Well, they got upset because I interviewed the side piece. It's a pretty good video. It still brings in dollars to this day, you know. People love the side piece story.
What up, guys?
Hey, Round Uno.
What's up, man?
Sun,
hey, yo,
bro.
who's this dude in the chat?
Hey, yo, he did a few push-ups now, and he want to wear tank tops. Check out 50 Cent.
Oh, yo, stop it, bro. This is all real sweat right here. I just finished working out.
Yo, why you trying to make Marco look old, bro?
What you mean? I'm up here right now. I heard somebody challenge some girl and then challenge Marcos. They need to fight for Border Wars. What's this I'm hearing?
Oh, you trying to fight for Marco in his honor?
I mean, you know what I'm saying? They trying to step to the co-host already. Let's go.
Hey, yo, that testosterone and adrenaline got this man ready to fight. Go ahead, C-Dub.
Yo. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself. Shout out to the panel, man. Nez, Marco. But I forgot your name, man. But
round one.
You know, you bring round one. Shout out to you. Shit, salute to the chat.
Y'all better be careful. He just got out the gym, bro. Y'all got to give him 15, 30 minutes to calm down.
Yeah, man. I'm amped.
He aggressive.
Right now.
Look, he amped. He still got what that shit is called? The pre-workout shake.
Yes, yeah. I do.
My
Yeah.
bad.
My hand's still shaking.
It's all good, man. You know,
that's that snack shit,
man. People kind of been stealing the points, but you know, it's still the same point the same drum that I've been beating. You know, this was wrong with the sport, man. You know, Ness, are you going to say it or you want me to say it, man? You know, for the fickle fans, you know, we do not need you in this sport. We just don't need you. To say Arrow not elite is blasphemy. Arrow still beat Ugas when he came back from the wreck. He still dominated Danny Garcia. You know, that makes you elite. Just point blank, period. You know, Triple G was elite. I think Colin Smith was elite on Canelo when he fought him. You know, you have some other like Cotto, they say, but I'm not sure. You know, it just, when do you stop being elite? After you lose to another elite fighter? I don't think so. You know, you're going to have some wins, you're going to have some losses. You know, if you lose to another elite fighter, I don't think that don't make you elite. Now, when you start losing to people on the come up, or you start losing to people in the top 20, okay, we can say, okay, now you are not elite anymore, but you were at some point. But it just, man, people are so critical, and then they throw fighters away once they lose to another elite fighter. It's just crazy. It's just, this was wrong with the sport. This was definitely wrong with the sport, man. Bud fought Arrow. He fought, I want to say, Gamboa. Was Gamboa still elite? I'm not sure. Was Amir Khan still elite? He had beat Madonna. He had lost to Danny. He had got dropped by Samuel Vargas. But I could kind of say that Amir Khan was more elite when he fought Canelo than when he fought Bud. But at the same time, I don't know why Bud didn't say Arrow name. I'm not sure, because I'm sure Canelo would have agreed.
he would have agreed. Why he didn't say Amir Khan name? You know, he could have said, man, I beat the elite fighter that you beat in a better fashion. But you know,
He might have
that's
been like,
just
oh, after I killed him, I
he
killed
probably
Amir Khan.
yeah, most likely he would have said that. But we don't need you fickle fans in the sport, man. If you it's 1,000 people in the division. If the top 5 or the top 10 is not elite, I don't know who is. If the top 10 in the division where it's thousands of people, I don't know. This shit is just kind of crazy to be so critical of their status. Maybe
Preach, brother,
it's
preach.
just a fighter. But yeah.
But
And you know we're
you
going to
didn't
end
side
with
with me. You didn't side with me. You said, "Oh, I don't know about that one." Why don't you know about the Cotto? Come back to that after you. Oh, look, he
no.
fell.
Nah, you know I got a little time, man. We kind of talk to Wilder statue shit. You know, Wilder brought a lot of people
You
to
may
the
feel
game.
like it's your
He brought
time,
heavyweight boxing and
but it's not your
US
time.
back. You know, I remember being on all those shows, the LDBC and all of that, and I was like, oh man, who is this TBV? Who is this Wilder with TBV? Got the exclusive. Oh, let me click on this and look what he brought to the show. A great caller, value. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. And what he came into this sport for money to save his to help pay for his daughter medical bills. And guess what he got? Hall of Fame nomination. He earned it. He earned to make it to the top and 10 title defenses heavyweight consecutively. He earned it. He earned to go out how he wants to. If you want to do 2 tune-ups and come back, if you want to go out on a knockout, on a tune-up and retire, if you want to do 2 or 3 tune-ups, then come back and try for the shot again, he earned it.
Champ, answer my
Statue
question.
shit,
Answer
man.
my question before you go.
What was that?
Why
With
was
Cotto?
Cotto not elite when Canelo fought him? In your hardcore opinion, C-Dub,
Oh no, I'm just
hardcore
not
shit.
sure. I'm just
Yeah,
not
but
sure. I
no,
got to
but
go
go
back and
ahead,
look at
get sure, get sure. Like what? I mean, what does it take for you to get sure?
See, I gotta look at the fights, look and see what he did before because I know he was up in age. So I want to
35. He
say
was
and lean.
35. He was 35.
Yeah,
Bud's
he was
30.
he was
Bud's gonna be
35.
38.
Did he lose? Did he lose to anybody other than elite fighters before he
No,
fought Canelo?
no. He lost to
Well,
Margarito.
he was still elite. He was still elite then. There you go. Straight cut, straight cut, man. It's that simple. If he didn't lose to nothing but elite fighters, then he's still elite.
All right, my brother. All right, all right, all
Shout
right,
out
all
Yo,
TBV,
right.
smash that like button. It's free.
what up? Great call and everything, and about the topic that you're talking about, elite fighters and Bud, and giving your explanation. I think that it boils down to people not being able to see styles, real styles. You know how when we all say styles make fights, but I don't think everybody understands that. You see, Errol Spence Jr. is an elite fighter by far. How is he elite? Well, he beat 99% of all his competition. Only one guy beat him. That means that you knew what he was going to do. You just couldn't stop it. That means that Errol knew something about his style and he mastered it. All fighting styles don't have to look the same. When you no longer can view an elite fighter for what they're doing, fighters like wild fighters like Navarrete, I always think that every time I saw him, he was going to lose. He just understood himself as a fighter. And when you got confidence and you understand what you're doing, you got to look at fighting in its purity. Not all fighters are going to look the same to be considered elite. They don't have to look flashy. They don't have to look smooth, but make no doubt they're elite fighters, just like Saul Canelo Alvarez. His style. Look at 60 plus fights. Nobody's ever put him down. You're going to say he's not an elite fighter, right? But is he flashy? No, he's not. But make no mistake, he's an elite fighter. And I think that that's where most fight fans no longer see these fighters, and one loss, like the caller said, he loses one time and all of a sudden they're not elite anymore. That's not so.
All righty then. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. If you're watching this on X live streaming video, don't forget to hit that retweet, repost. We got Boston Jared with the $2. He says, that was Jared Lloyd. different. Jared, you're absolutely right. The Lloyd sounds more familiar. I apologize. Leo with the $5. The disrespect to Cotto is crazy. He was one of the four kings in the 2000s to 2010s. For sure. I mean, bro, like, it was Cotto, Mayweather, and Pacquiao. And then Sergio got some clout and did 500,000 pay-per-views. Think about that. Name a fighter right now. Well, he's not listening, so name a fighter right now that did 500,000 pay-per-views. There you go.
Now or then. Yeah, or no, right? It's hard.
You could only name the then, bro. Now, bro, fucking Earl didn't get to 500 till he fought Bud. Bud didn't get to 500 till he fought Earl. Khan didn't get to 500 till he fought Cotto. Gennady didn't even get, bro. Gennady's biggest pay-per-view was 170,000 pay-per-views, bro. He didn't get anywhere close to anything until he fought Canelo. Sergio did 500,000 with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. at the same time that Canelo was on pay-per-view on Showtime versus Josecito Lopez. They did two pay-per-views. Excuse me. One of those was free. So it must have been Canelo's fight was free on Showtime, but they were both here in Vegas. One in the Thomas and Mack and one like an MGM or some shit like that. And Sergio Martinez and Julio Cesar Chavez still did over 500,000 pay-per-view buys and sold out the Thomas and Mack. Like, bro. Then
that's why these guys got to share the ring.
Shit on Sergio and Cotto. That's crazy.
Wow. That's why these kids nowadays got to share the ring with other people and stop being like, oh, I'm the star. You're going to need somebody to share the stage with.
For real. Hamza.
What's good with the squad?
What's good?
Oh, shit. What up?
It's good.
What's elite to you, bro?
It has nothing to do with me. Elite is about your skill set. I didn't create boxing. So that's when we be making these mistakes because we be saying what's elite to us. It doesn't matter what's elite to us. What's elite is shown through observable, your eyesight. A Sugar Ray Leonard, Tommy Hearns, Roberto Duran, those guys are elite. The Kid Gavilans, the guys I post on my Instagram, those guys are.
So
elite.
do you finish and start your career elite? Because that's the argument. Like, oh, Cotto wasn't elite when he fought Saul Canelo Alvarez.
Yeah, it was. It's just levels to eliteness. He was elite until he ran into an elite fighter. Another elite fighter who had more elite skill than him, and he was bigger. Canelo was he's a bigger man. Cotto was very small. Cotto is at least 5'6.5". Like, he's little, man. I got a picture with him on my gram. He's a little guy. Canelo is not little. So you know the rules of boxing. A good big man always beats a good little man. It's the same thing with elite guys. Cotto was elite. Canelo is just the highest form of elite, like Floyd. Like, elite is your skill set. I don't know, like, we're talking boxing, right?
So did you not agree with Crawford that he said Ricky Burns was elite?
Ricky Burns was not elite. He didn't have an elite skill set.
Yeah, I agree.
Crawford doesn't have an elite guy on his resume.
Oh, well, that's because you don't like Earl.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
No, he's just not. He doesn't. No, because Earl doesn't have elite defense. I just say it's about your skill set. No, Pacquiao is elite.
Yeah, but how could you not call? How could you? So you're again? I'm not even saying how can you not. I'm asking questions here. So you're saying that
Yes,
you
sir.
can be a multiple-time champion and still not be considered elite?
He never left his weight class. He was just a unified champion.
Yeah, but you didn't answer me. Do you?
I did.
Are
That
you
answered
saying
it.
no? I'm asking you specifically.
No.
Can you be a multiple belt champion and still not be?
Yes. Yes,
That's
you
what I
could be a
want to.
multiple
I
belt
want to hear
champion
that.
because
I want to hear that.
you could be a multiple belt champion because it's about the promotion. Well, you remember, it's just still a bit. It's
Well,
first
it's
is
not. It's
business,
not. In
then it's
his
about.
case, he fought champions. There's no promotion involved. He fought champions for their belts. It wasn't vacant
I
titles.
know. And
And
then when he got in there with somebody with elite skill set, he got chopped up. Now, what I was about to say is when Manny Pacquiao got in there with an elite fighter named Floyd Mayweather, he didn't get chopped up. When two elite fighters get in there, it's not that bad. It doesn't
but he
look
got
like
chopped
that.
up with
With
Marquez.
who did?
Manny.
No, he didn't.
What? He got flattened in the last fight.
Yeah, that was in
Flatline.
that. How many times did they fight?
Yeah, okay, but in that fight, he got
Yeah, and
flattened.
that's what I was about to say. That can't happen. Roberto Duran is elite, and Tommy Hearns knocked him out. That doesn't
Tommy
make him
Hearns is
not
also
elite.
elite.
You see what I'm saying? But Hearns is also elite. Marquez was considerably elite due to his skill
Yeah,
set.
he is.
You gotta think who we talking about. We're talking about Juan Manuel Marquez, trained by Nacho Beristain, who also trained
Hey, I'm
Ricardo
not saying he
Lopez.
wasn't elite. I'm saying that elite faced another elite and starched him,
Yeah, he
flattened him.
did, but after how many
Your
times?
argument was Pacquiao was elite, Floyd was elite, and that's why Floyd didn't starch him. And it's like, well,
No, but
Marquez
he
did.
boxed his ears off. Marquez did, but then you put Marquez in there with Floyd, and he got starched.
Yeah, I mean, he also
He
came in
got
overweight on Marquez. It wasn't a fair fight.
yeah, that's fine, but I
It's
mean,
not fine. He blew the weight.
no, it's okay. It's okay
It's
because
not. It was a contracted
the weight
weight.
had nothing to
If it
the
didn't
weight
have
had
nothing to
nothing
do
to
with it,
do
why
with
not
it. It
make
was the
it? If
skill
it didn't
set
have nothing to do with it, why not make
because
it?
he couldn't make the weight.
All right
I
then.
mean,
So how
Floyd
elite are you if you can't
Canelo
make the
was
contracted
bigger
weight?
than Canelo was bigger than Floyd when they fought. It's not about weight at that point. When they both come
Canelo was
in
bigger than
at
Floyd with a
around the same.
rehydration clause and a catch weight, bro. Cut the shit.
There was no rehydration clause in that fight.
There was a catch weight of
Floyd
152.
literally said that.
There was a
Yeah,
152.
that's because Canelo said that he could go down to 152.
Canelo.
No, he did. Floyd said that, and he called his bluff, and he looked as stupid. But elite is about your skill set. You have to have elite skills. Earl never had elite skills. Like being able to hit and not get hit in certain concepts of boxing is
Bro,
elite.
Pacquiao got knocked the fuck out early in his career. You talking about defense and trying to diminish Earl.
That doesn't make him not elite.
Man, get
He
the
was
fuck
one of
out
the
of here.
few
If you get
exceptions.
hit, so Earl getting hit makes him not elite, but Pacquiao getting knocked out
No,
doesn't
it's
make
just
him
so
not
that
elite.
Did Earl come back and fight? Hold on. Did Earl come back and fight? Can I talk? Did Earl come back and fight after that?
Not yet,
Has he
nah.
fought since?
Not yet. He might take
All
that
right,
Devin
ain't no
Haney
not
squabble.
yet. Hey, listen, and that's the difference between Pacquiao. Pacquiao come back and do his same stunts, no tune-ups. He coming back and getting the 6
Yo,
foot
Earl
Mario
is no
at
tune-ups,
46.
bro. Oh, you out here
Hey,
wilding,
bro, Earl
man.
is not an 8-time world champion.
You out here
and
wilding.
eight-
No,
eight
but
did all
no.
them
He's a
divisions.
three-time. He's a three-time.
No, in the welterweight division, he's a
And?
unified champion.
Yeah, the most
He-
luxurious
that's
division
not-
in boxing.
That's not pound for pound.
It is. That's where pound for pound was
No,
at
it's
for the
not.
last 10, 20 years. Mayweather was in that division.
No,
Fuck you
because-
talking
hey,
about?
Brother, can I talk?
Talk.
Pound for pound is the way you fight. You could beat anybody in any weight
And who was
class.
the last great pound for pound
And the way
fighter?
Earl fight-
Who was
hey,
the
brother,
last great
brother,
pound for pound fighter?
brother,
Answer the question.
brother,
Answer the question. Answer the
way-
question.
No, I'm talking, bro.
Pacquiao was a pound for pound fighter in the welterweight division.
talking.
Floyd
The
was a
way
pound
he
for pound
fights,
fighter in the
he
welterweight
could not
division.
beat
And
anybody in any weight
Bud's
class.
been on the list for the
I'ma
last
say it
how
again,
many
brother.
weeks as
The
a welterweight?
The way Earl fights, he could not beat anybody in any weight class. His style does not determine that. He could not be pound for pound. He goes up in weight. He is cooked food.
Bro. All right.
You gotta have a certain amount of defense to go
You
up
just
in weight.
hate
It's
Earl,
been
bro.
proven.
Everybody know that
No,
shit.
I don't.
That shit
I
documented.
don't hate him. I'm just. It's not documented. I
It
never
is.
hated on Earl.
It's actually
I
is.
never hated on him.
You've
I
been
never
saying
hated on
he
Earl.
ain't had defense
No,
while
I
he
just
racking
said
up belts.
He
Like
don't. He don't, bruh.
Bro,
He fought Danny
we
Garcia,
can only
who has
we
no
can only
defense.
remember.
He
Listen,
fought
listen.
Sean
I gotta
Porter,
go.
who
I
has
gotta
no
go. I
defense.
gotta go,
Yeah,
bro.
well, go,
I
go.
love you
Cause my
though.
Instagram proves
I
my
love you.
intelligence and
Yo,
Why you fucking
this
push his
this
buttons?
dude, right? This dude, Earl ain't got no defense, but we can only remember that one African early in his career to hit him. Then we can remember Ugas dropping his mouthpiece and Bud doing what he did throughout his whole 34 fight career. Like,
Yeah,
come
now Earl
on,
was
bro. It's
Earl,
not.
Earl
It's
was.
not. It's so unfair how we treat fighters. It's like, oh, he ain't had no defense. He ain't elite because
I mean, his
even
offense
though
was
he
his
won
defense.
3 titles in the welterweight division, bro. We
His
talking about
offense.
Sugar Ray's division, Duran's division, Floyd's division,
Yeah.
Pacquiao's division, Oscar's division. Somehow winning a belt in the welterweight division is the same as winning in the fucking featherweight division? No, the fuck it's not. Never been, never will be. They call it the most luxurious for a reason. Heavyweight is called the heavyweight division for the casuals. You understand? Boxing has always been welterweight. Like, what are we talking about, bro? This guy is out of control. I respect Porter, 2-time welterweight champ. That's respect.
Yeah, I mean, Spence's
Paulie.
offense was his defense. You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of like Hagler. He just came forward and broke you down.
Shit, I was on mute.
So wait, you
the
think he
last
had
guy,
no defense either?
No, I'm not saying that. I said that he hit part of his offense was part. It was all packaged together and it was successful. That's why he kept doing it.
yeah, the last guy that called, right? He was all over the place in his analogies, right? And I'm not sure if he caught himself contradicting himself. First, he said that it's always the better big boxer skill fighter will beat the smaller guy, right? Well, and then he talked about Floyd Mayweather. Well, then Floyd Mayweather fought Cottos. Cottos was the much bigger guy in that
Canelo
fight,
too.
and Mayweather was the smaller one, and he won the fight. Then Mayweather
Canelo
went on to fight Saul Canelo Alvarez. He was bigger in the fight than Mayweather. And then to your
Morales.
point is about what Ness is speaking of. Ness is telling the truth about the welterweight division, because we all know in boxing that from the smallest weight division to the highest, right? Heavyweight, you got the most power. The lightest one, you got the most speed, but no power. In these glamour divisions between 130, 135, 140, 147, sometimes 154, is where you get speed and power that match at where the fighters are at their best, where you can get the best speed out of them and the greatest power. That's why they're the glamour divisions. That's why you get the best athletes, the best fighters that in the world fight in these weight divisions for a reason.
That's why Hagler was at 60.
That's a good point. That's
why Floyd was at 47. No, because at heavyweight you get the knockouts, but they're slower, they're lazier.
Right.
So what he's telling you, with the lower weights, you get all the speed and they throw 1,000 punches, but they don't. Everybody's not fucking a new way.
Right. Yeah. No power.
It's where we
There's
come
no
together.
power.
It's where we come together as a human in the weight classes, and now we get that explosion. We get our Jamel
fighters
Charlos
in the world.
We get our Floyd Mayweathers. We get our Keith one-time Thurmans.
Yep.
Come on,
that's
bro.
where the best fighters in the world, because that's where it blends perfect speed and power, and you can see the most flashiest.
It's not a coincidence that there's not a bunch of fucking Hall of Fame cruiserweights and light heavyweights, bro. It's like same thing for those lower division. Again, Inoue shining because motherfuckers don't be hitting like that down there.
Nah, he's special. He's different, but there's no that comes every fucking so often. But that's what you're talking about, Ness. That Errol Spence Jr. did it in that weight division, and he held
took the
3
belts from
titles.
champions. Like
one
you
by
telling
one,
me that
one
man
by
is
one.
an elite, and he went to the UK, took the belt from Brook.
Oh, that was the best fight in the world.
Then he unified with Porter. And then he unified with Ugas. Like, he took the belts from the champions.
Here's what Troy's trying to say. Tom's, excuse me, is that his defense isn't elite. Now, from a perspective
how does one
let me finish.
aspect of boxing not make you an elite fighter? That's just one little thing.
I agree. But from a perspective of, he's not doing the shoulder roll. He's not. But just because he doesn't have defense that's optically captivating doesn't mean what he does. Like Marvin Hagler's an example. This motherfucker had good defense, but it was mostly his offense, the way he put pressure. Defense is applied differently in different fighters. So, but you're right too.
He's still all over the place. In one, he says the bigger fighter always beats the better little fighter. That's what
Not
Earl
always.
did. That's what Earl did. It just so happens that Mikey was a pound for pound fighter when Earl showed his defense. Why didn't Mikey have any highlights of clipping Earl, left hooking Earl? He was a boxer's boxer with power and was on the pound for pound list. I can't say Earl isn't elite because he doesn't have defense that he claims he doesn't have when, again, he only took one beating, like. Where is the fights that we could point to that he was getting his ass whooped?
Right.
Or he was just
exactly.
Or he was just taking shots. Like, it's cat, bro. I tell you. The dude's been beefing with Earl for mad years. It's sad. He got to let that shit go. You did get a counterpunch, Hamza, courtesy of Tip, but let that hatred go, bro. That shit is old, bro. You wanted to spar him. He ain't let you spar him. He ain't bring you to camp. It is what it is. No, this is all fact. Like
that's
Tank
what
said.
happened?
Of course. Of course.
Shit.
He was doing millions of videos talking about Earl. Eventually, Earl was like, yo, you know what? I'm going to bring him to camp and whoop his ass. But he never could give him a fight. He wasn't on that level. So all he could do was bring him to camp. He never really brought him to camp. And he always hated on him. Like, come on, bro. Everybody knows that shit.
Damn,
Pat, what up?
You hear me?
Yep.
Yo.
Yeah, shout out to you, Ned. Shout out to you, round one. Marco, shout out to you. Hey man, to be honest, I don't have much to say, but you guys said it all, like, because I heard that call about saying about the guy said that Earl was not an elite fighter. That's crazy. Just because like he's one of his skills that was maybe like the defense was not as good as his offense. That doesn't make him an elite fighter. I mean, you have to look at, first of all, he's coming from like a good amateur background, and he stayed on the top of the division for I don't know how long. Was he like 3 years, 4 years, something like that? I'm not sure. But anyway, he was on the top on that division for quite a while. And the only fight that he lost is against like an elite of the elite. So it doesn't make sense to say that he's not an elite fighter. And also, skills doesn't make it's not because you don't have to be flashy to have skills. Skills is just the ability to do something. So, for example, the ability that Errol had to fight in the pocket, like to be able to like body shot in the pocket and to avoid shots while he was in the pocket, that's an elite skill. That's really, there's not many who is doing that. You don't see many, like, you don't see many black fighters that fight the way Errol was fighting in the pocket. So, yeah, maybe the way he was defending wasn't, that wasn't like flashy. It wasn't like elusive or, but he showed, like Ness said, he showed his skills, like being able to keep the distance, stuff like that against Mikey Garcia. So if he really wanted to do it this way, he could have done it, but that wasn't his style. So a certain style doesn't make you not being an elite fighter because you chose that style. You know what I'm saying? So like, Canelo is not like an elusive, like a defending fighter, but he avoids shots. He rolls with the shots. Some people think that he get touched, but he rolls with those punches. So that's an elite skill to do that. So I don't know that that call about Errol not being elite. That's crazy to me. Like that should be banned. That call really. That's my call.
Hey Pat.
All right.
Since you got some time left, what did you think of Earl Spence's specific performance over Kell Brook? Were you living in the UK at that time?
Yeah.
What did you think of that performance and when? Do you remember it?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. That wins. To be honest with you, I don't think that was the best Earl performance, but that win showed his heart and his let's say his determination to get the the belt, and the mindset. He beat Brook with his mind. That's how I feel like he beat Brooks because his skills were Brooks and Kelly Brooks at that time. It was like on a high level, and Kelly Brooks got a really good job. So that was really the I think for me that was the most difficult part of the game plan is to get rid of Brooks' jab. But for me, that was a really good performance. First of all, it was away, so that's really difficult, especially with the UK fans. And yeah, this win was like mindset wins to me.
Um,
Well,
how
as
many
as for
rounds
me,
would you say Earl won or lost in that fight?
It went up till what? Till was it up till 9 rounds, 10 rounds? I don't remember.
Oh, I don't know. I can find out.
no, the Kell
Oh,
Brook fight went eleven
I would
round.
say
He stopped him in the 11th.
the 11th, right? I would say
Yeah,
I
he
would
stopped.
say so. I would say if you were watching the fight, I would say like it was about I would say up to the 10th round. I would say it was about like 6-4
Mm.
Earl.
All right,
Well,
brother.
can
Appreciate
I
you.
can I
Yeah,
answer that
yeah. Go
same
ahead,
question?
champ. Go, of course. I actually want
As
yours and Marco's. What did you think of Earl Spence's performance versus Kell Brook specifically?
Well, as an American watching it on my side, it was one of the most proudest days I felt in boxing at that time. I thought that Errol Spence Jr. was gonna lose that fight to Kell Brooks. Nobody beat Kell Brooks in that weight division. He had suffered that loss and came back, and I was real nervous for the young man, Errol Spence. I thought they were putting him in too early. Yo, how proud I was of Errol, how he went out there and to enemy's territory and took it to that man. And it wasn't the fact that defense, he outsmarted him. I thought it was those shots to the eyes and that power that was breaking Kell Brook. And then I remember it was a little bit competitive. Errol wasn't finding his timing. When he started connecting, I jumped out of my seat. I was like, come on, you could do it, Errol. You could do it. I just remember feeling like that rush and just watching the young man at that time become a world champion, bro. I became a fan right there instantly. It was just like for me, it was different. I thought he would the cards were stacked against him. I thought they put him in too early. I thought Earl wasn't gonna pull it off. And boy, he went out there and he shocked the world, in my opinion. What you think, Marcos?
It's on
The
you,
Kell
Marco.
Brook versus Errol.
Yeah.
I mean, God, kind of what you said, man. Errol is systematically broke down everybody. Well, not everybody, but almost everybody he's fought. You know, I keep saying Hagler comparisons. I'm not saying he's just like Hagler, but he would come, chop you down, chop you down. He took a couple shots every now and then coming in, but a lot of times his gloves were up. He was catching a lot of the shots. I thought Kell Brook was one of the most talented fighters in his division in the world for many years. So anybody who beat him, I was very impressed with. So yeah, man, I thought that was a very, very impressive victory. That wasn't the Kell Brook who jumped up to fight, Triple G and these guys that were way bigger than him. This was in his weight class, strong Kell
In
Brook.
his weight class, yeah.
Yeah.
I was scared for Errol, bro, and he was young then. Remember, Errol had the fresh little waves and shit. He was mad young, and he had the gold trunks. You know what I'm saying, with the white and gold. And I was so proud of him, man. Just going out there, I was like, man, if this goes the distance, there's no way Errol wins this fight. In my head, I was like, no way he's winning this fight if this goes the distance. And he stopped him in the 11th. And when he went down, he grabbed his face like that. He was like, no mas. I was like, oh man, bro. Like, I can remember the time. I can remember the time.
So, thankfully, we're in a time where artificial intelligence can help us. So, guys like Troy King can't lie. And the beef between Troy King and Earl Spence stems back from 2017.
Let me actually go all the way back. We've done a significant amount of research here. It stems back from 2017 from a YouTube video that Troy King posted where he expressed an unpopular opinion that Spence Earl Jr. lost every round except one before stopping Brook. So obviously, this was in Earl's infancy. So Earl jumped on a YouTube channel by the LDBC. I'm not sure if it was 78, doesn't say, or if it was at the time. Who was the other dude? Lord, I talked to him. Talked to him once or twice. What was the other one? Black Fight Fan TV. So I don't know which one of those two he jumped on, but eventually he jumped on there, and that community, the Lions Den boxing community, then was willing to fly Troy King out so that Earl, quote unquote, Earl Spence challenges Troy. Spence will destroy him. LDBC will pay for him to fly down. So, like I said, he never fucked with him because in an away fight in England where everyone, because not only did I look that up, but then I looked up the fight and I asked artificial intelligence to get me the sentiments on Twitter back then, on Reddit as well back then. And the sentiment is that Earl was clearly ahead in the fight and dominating in the fight. There's only one person that aligns with King who says that Brook won the early rounds. No one else feels like our good friend Troy King, who felt Earl lost every round except the knockout round. So, of course, there's a beef. You're fake not seeing things that are not there. Earl called you out and probably made you feel bad on social media, and you've never let it go. You've literally never let it go. Like, it's nasty. But KL Chapo, pound for pound, number 3 on the chat with the $2 super chat. He says, was Jermaine Taylor elite? To me, he certainly was. That's your era too, Marco. What you think? Jermaine Taylor, elite? You're on mute. All right. You're also as old as me.
I'm out.
Okay,
Is Jermaine Taylor elite? No.
Wow, you don't think he was elite?
No, because Jermaine Taylor
holy shit,
beat Hopkins, right? Beat Hopkins, which was at the time a feat and nobody had done. That was the first loss Hopkins had in 12 years or some crazy shit. But other than that, Jermaine also had a lot of holes. He was a little bit like Wilder in terms of he had a lot of holes. A lot of people called him amateurish. He was wild.
Call it like it is, Marcos. He gassed out and got knocked out every time in the 12th round, bro.
Listen, it's not even just
so he wasn't
out.
elite to you either?
No, because who did he beat at the elite
crazy.
level besides Hopkins?
I mean, Corey Spinks,
who was a smaller dude moving up.
Former undisputed. Oh, see what I'm saying? Look at what you're doing. So we're going to do it to Crawford 20 years from now? See what I'm saying?
What you mean?
Corey Spinks is Crawford, bro. Crawford's undisputed, moving up. So we're going to read his resume 20 years from now as a smaller dude? That don't work that way. No. Undisputed champ. Undisputed champ. Yeah, but that's 2 guys. You got a Hall of Fame fucking Bernard Hopkins win and an undisputed Corey Spinks win. What the fuck are we talking about?
2 guys.
You got Jeff Lacey. You beat Jeff Lacey.
He beat Bernard twice, not once.
Twice, yeah. And that was very impressive.
Bro, Caleb Truax went on to be a champion. Y'all tripping. This is what I'm saying. I don't like what y'all do. Bob, Lord mercy, man. Lord mercy.
See, there's a problem with elite. Like, okay, you have an argument for it. I'll say that. You have an argument.
He beat William Joppy, Raul Marquez. Like, y'all don't know about boxing. Y'all wilding.
No, well. And
it's
then
it's all about what you define the word elite to be, your specific definition.
Meanwhile, I just want to know, I said yes before I went to BoxRec. Like, that's wild. You know, I went to BoxRec literally because I wanted to say out loud, didn't he beat Kelly Pavlik? But he actually lost twice to Pavlik.
Nah, he lost. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's
That
what
was
I
a great
wanted
fight,
to say.
though.
That's what
That was a great
because
fight.
I know I watched that with my dad.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe y'all saying Jermaine Teller wasn't elite. That's nasty.
Let me guess. He got
I
knocked
would
out in the
say
12th round.
What, in the Pavlik fight?
The Pavlik fight. Let me
it was
guess.
11 or
No,
something
he
like
went
that.
to the decision and won in the 7 in the first one when he did get knocked out.
7.
But then he
It
made it
was
to the
7,
12th in the second rematch. But bro, you're talking about Pavlik like he wasn't a puncher.
He was a big puncher. Nah,
Like,
look,
bro,
look.
you know, we're gonna laugh at people for getting knocked out to a puncher. Like, that makes zero sense.
You can argue he was elite.
Mind
On
you,
what
he got a
definition
draw
is.
with Winky Wright, another elite. Yo, y'all tripping, bro.
Yeah, but you know, again,
Lord Jesus, man. Lord, it must be tough being a fighter, bro. Nobody respects you, bro. It's like, how do you get on Floyd's level where everyone appreciates you, bro? You guys are terrible right now. And honestly, it's like, I want more from you, Marco. I'm not trying to come down on you, bro. As a fighter, you and Troy supposed to be like, nah, bro, what? You know, like, you got to value things because it's like you were in those shoes trying to do what they do. Like, to not think Earl's win over Kell Brook is huge.
I didn't say that.
It's what? No, I know. I gotta go back to him. They paid for a counterpunch. Why? Because the community doesn't like this history lesson we gave them about real boxing. They prefer for him and I to go back at each other. I'm not gonna engage. I'm gonna bring him to the stage and I'm gonna zip it.
Will.
Zip it good. Zip it. Zip it good.
Hey, you gonna play the interview when you gonna play the interview when I was talking about Earl? You gonna play the interview?
We got you live. Why do we need to play the interview? You tripping right now.
Okay, because I mean, I'm just asking because you were stating that things were documented.
They are.
So when something's okay, in the interview, I never hated on Cuz. I made one video about him, 2 to the max. One, because the Boxing Ego asked me about Earl, and I said he be throwing smoke, but he can't be fighting everybody in the high guard. And then the second video was about the Kell Brook fight. Now, if we're going to talk about offense so we can get some understanding, everybody I post on my Instagram page, they have some of the same offensive attributes who are elite. They jab. We're not talking about their style. We're talking about what they do with the punches they deliver. They jab. They hook off the jab. They uppercut off the jab. They go drop down, go to the body. They do the same things. Every fighter who has an educated jab hand does it. Earl Spence does not do those things with his jab. He uses the same jab every time. He doesn't really hook off of it or uppercut or use the jab going to the body. Those are the things that I'm stating. Secondly, I never asked to be a part of Errol's camp.
I never said that. I never said that.
No, you just said it.
No, I didn't.
No, you said
no.
I was mad.
I'll let you go, but I ain't say that.
I can't
Okay. You know what? I think you. I'm sorry. I think you told my last call. Maybe you're right. Now, I was talking about after I did the research and read everything. So maybe you're right. I apologize. I'll give you that 20-second back. My bad, Ken.
Like, I never asked to be a part of my man's camp, ever.
But you was asking to spar him.
No, I can't even get that out. I never asked to spar him. He literally came on Boxing Ego and said if Troy, when I was Troy, he said if he doesn't think I have it, we can lock horns, we can meet in LA and spar. He actually challenged me to spar.
And from then on, you wanted to make it happen, and he never made it happen, and it got you mad.
I can't talk. At the time, I had a detached retina. So there was no sparring going on. And then when I got better, he detached his retina. So we were never got to lock horns or do anything. We never got to spar. I never asked to sparring. I never cared about sparring. I'm not even about to spar you on that level if I'm not getting paid. I was a professional. I got paid to spar champions. I'm not about to do that. When I'm gonna just come spar you for free because that's gonna prove a point? It's not. It's practice. We talking about real boxing now, not casual shit. So yeah, no, that those things never happen, brother. They never happen to the way you describe them. And when we're talking about
They happen
skill,
the way I secondly described them when I read the
no,
artificial
they never happen the way
intelligence.
you described them because you're not the man that was in the situation. Hamza was.
Nah.
And artificial
Troy
intelligence can
was.
describe
Troy
something.
was. You wasn't.
Hamza, artificial
Troy.
intelligence can describe something off a real man. That's where y'all niggas is losing it. Slaves.
I hear you.
So no, bro.
You may feel like
It's
That's the
good. Y'all do
bell.
your thing, but
We
y'all could
is,
go to
we is,
my.
we is, we is. The pot calling the
Yeah.
kettle black. My man got 6 fights in detached retina. Earl got 34, 3 world titles and a detached retina. We not the
Yeah.
same, man. We not the same. We got to
Eh,
stop the cap. How you got better defense or you can see better defense than him, but you got 6 fights with a detached retina? Like, we got to stop this shit, bro. This is
No,
what
no, no.
pisses me off
And then
about
what
these
he's
dudes,
saying.
bro. It's like, you should have more respect for what these dudes is doing because you couldn't do it. And you
Right.
know what it takes to do it, and you couldn't do it. So respect the man that
Right.
did it. Shit is
Right.
wild.
Right. Yo, and then the thing is that he's coming out here and he's saying everything that Earl does not do well. He doesn't throw the jab well. He doesn't do this well. And he managed to get 3 belts with all of that.
No, but
wow.
he beat Mikey with the jab. How was your jab bad, but you beat Mikey with it?
It's crazy. He discredits him, but he doesn't give him. He's like, and with not doing everything that he claims, even though I'm not saying Errol's not doing that because I think Errol is, but and he's such a winner. Like for him to come up here and say, "Oh yeah, Earl's not doing this, he's not doing that." I could see if he was losing all the time. He calmed down. He lost 1 fight.
Tevis with the $10. Hamza, is you still listening? Where you at? Yes, you are. Tevis, $10. Hamza's logic. Marvin Hagler is not elite because he only fought in 1 division and he gets hits in his fights. Yo, that's hilarious. Ki Huang says an quote unquote elite fighter is a rarity. Elite fighters are fighters we would consider for Mount Rushmore. Bud doesn't have any of those on his resume. 100 emoji, double exclamation mark emoji. Yeah, I don't know that answers it. Tip with the counterpunch.
Errol got a decent record. He's got Carl Brook, Mikey Garcia. He's also got Terence Crawford. So,
what do you mean? He
Errol
fought him.
Spence Jr.'s record. Errol Spence Jr.'s
but
record.
He fought him. He didn't win, so you can't say.
I know, but he fought him. He's on his resume. So when he looks back, you're gonna. Terence Crawford's a Hall of Fame fighter.
For sure,
you
for
know?
sure. But he didn't win that fight.
I know.
Win that fight. He got to win to get credit. But yeah, that was a good loss because you lost to someone that isn't a bum and is gonna be a for sure Hall of Famer. You know.
And you think Sean Porter's gonna be one?
Canelo, he going GOAT status.
Yeah.
Yo.
Oh, Tim Boski, bro. You gotta change that screen name, bro. I didn't know that was you, man.
My bad. Listen, salute Nestor. Salute. What's this? Round 1. My first encounter with you. Well gone, G. Listen.
What's up,
It's time
brother?
for me to start it's time for me to start punching up the bag again on this boxing topic because I'm hearing ridiculous things. Talking about, first of all, Terence Crawford mentioned Ricky Burns. Why can't Terence Crawford mention Ricky Burns? Ricky Burns was an elite fighter. First of all, can round 1? Hold on. In my opinion, round 1 and Nestor. Do you know how many active boxers there are in a weight division? Do you know?
Sometimes thousands, bro. In the middleweight
1,000,
division, there's like
300.
1,500.
Yeah,
Thank you.
depends.
There's so in the welterweight division and the lightweight division, there's in between 800 to 1,200 fighters. So in this fucking vacuum of a seal of a debate, how the hell can't you be elite if you are top 10 out of 1,000 out of 1,200 people? It don't make sense. It's logic over logic, man. What are we talking about? It doesn't matter. Troy, I'm sorry, sir. I know you was in you're pro this that. That's fine. I understand that, but your logic doesn't make any sense. To be honest with you, you are an elite when you're in the top 10 of a division that has, like I said, 1,200 fighters. Like I said, Ricky Burns. He beat, who is it? Your boy, your Puerto Rican. Who is that boy? That he beat
Rocky
Roman
Martinez.
Martinez. Right?
Rocky Martinez.
Okay, and didn't he go on to win a belt? Didn't he go on to win a title, defeating Magdaleno? Undefeated Magdaleno, by the way.
Who, Roman?
Am I incorrect? Yes.
I don't know. I thought he beat
Am I mistaken?
Salido.
Oh, he beat Salido also. He beat Salido also, but he also went on to become a WBO featherweight champion after he got smoked by Ricky Burns. What are we talking about here? I don't understand. And just because, like you said, you don't have defense, this and that, I'm going to name you a multitude of fighters that wasn't the most skilled, but they're still elite. Wilder, number one, elite. Arturo Gatti, whether you want to say skills, he was still elite. Jake LaMotta, look, the great Jake LaMotta that beat Sugar Ray Robinson was elite. Marcos Maidana was elite. George Foreman had barely any skills. He was predictable, slow, not very technical, but his durability, his power was elite. Ricardo Mayorga, the guy that's smoking cigarettes and touching husband, touching the husband's wife's bum. That guy was elite. He was sloppy, unorthodox, not really technical, unpredictable, but he was aggressive. He was tough. That's why he got wins over Vernon Forrest and held multiple world titles. Niggas are elite. It's not about your skills and flashy shit. No, sir. We've seen guys that are less skilled in certain departments beat the more skilled and more talented fighter. It's not about that. You are elite once you are in the top caliber, like the top, that Mount Rushmore in the division. Like I said to you, if you're top 10, top 5, top 3 in a division, in a weight division, in professional boxing, in professional combat sport, you are elite. What are we talking about, man? Victor Postal was elite in the division. Like I said again, Ricky Burns was elite. You lot can laugh and say what you want to say about Ricky Burns. Ricky Burns got multiple wins. You know what's so funny, Ness? You know what's so funny? How is it that he never got knocked out by Terence Crawford? You know that Terence Crawford he hasn't knocked out three guys. Victor Postal, Ricky Burns, and who was the other guy that who was it that he went decision with? There was someone else that he went decision with. I can't remember, but on the top of my head.
Madrimov.
Oh, Madrimov. Those are the three only guys that guy has not knocked out.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. He's got
no. I'm saying in the past about 10 years. I'm talking about in the past 10 years. So hold on, pump the brakes right there, Ness. But like I said to you, Terence Crawford has multiple elite caliber fighters on his resume. Ricky Burns fought in Dongo. Ricky Burns fought fucking Figueroa Jr.
He
fought
like
these guys.
But it's not.
Come on, man.
Yeah, but I would love him next time to like give his thoughts on why Ricky Burns avoided the biggest fight of his career in Adrian Broner.
Yeah,
two divisions. Broner chased him out of two divisions, 30 and 35.
Nasty and work. What he's saying for right now, for the fans that are watching, currently today in the welterweight division, there are 2,579 registered fighters. In just the welterweight division, there's 2,000. So I see his the way he's going. He's saying if you're at least in the top 10 of your division, you should be considered among the elite because you're ahead of everybody else. So the way he was approaching it, I could see his angle, but what he was saying about, Terence Crawford didn't knock out Ricky Burns. You better be lucky that referee saved his ass because that boy was getting whooped post to post in that ring. And you better be lucky because it was just headed for a knockout. He was getting like crushed in that fight by Terence Crawford. You know, so to say that he didn't knock him out, he took a word. I wish he would have knocked him out. He probably would have spared him half those punches. You know, he took a massive ass whooping from Terence Crawford. I'd rather get knocked out. So, yeah, I get what he's saying.
Tip counter.
Jesus Christ, man! I listened to this
here.
UK nigga. I listened to this UK nigga for 3 minutes, man. Fuck, bro. This is crazy. Shut up. Shut up. The only nigga nigga always talking about some UK nigga elite. like get the fuck out of here, man. You don't give a fuck about them UK niggas. Fuck Ricky Burns, man. Talking about some Ricky Burns. Oh, he beat Julius Ndongo. You should have seen the way he put emphasis on that. Oh, he beat Julius Ndongo. Like niggas was supposed to shake in their chairs. Like, come on, bro. I don't give a fuck about no Julius and Dongo. Get the hell out of here. That nigga done lost his last 10 matches, man. Kick rocks with that shit. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, man, I heard niggas on here disrespect the Hamza and you know what I'm saying, praising Earl Spence, man. Like Earl Spence was some type of killer. Y'all gotta cut that shit out, man. Y'all gotta cut that shit out. Ness, you know better, bro. You
What
know
I know?
better.
What do I know?
Come on,
Like
Tip.
you
Earl
on here
Earl
talking
didn't
about
have
Earl.
defense. He didn't have defense.
No, the nigga ain't had defense.
Oh man.
What defense did Earl have? Please
So you
tell
had
me.
him losing all the rounds before he knocked out Brook too.
Hey, yo, Tip. I gotta ask you,
Tell
Tip.
me.
I gotta ask you. Who's your fucking favorite fighter, bro? Out of all
Gary
these guys,
Antoine Russell. Gary Antoine
you
Russell.
disrespect.
Gary
Who's the
Antoine
guy that
Russell.
stands up to your? No, I just gotta know. Who's the guy that lives up to your qualification? Because apparently to you,
Tank.
everybody else
No,
sucks.
Tank, Gary Antoine Russell. Who else this guy like?
I gotta hear
Stephen
from him.
Fulton.
Who's this amazing fighter?
Yo, where y'all getting this from? Who telling y'all this
Tip,
information, man?
please answer the
Francis
question.
Scarborough.
I gotta know who's this guy that lives up to all these standards that you set for boxers. I gotta know his
Lamont
name.
Roach.
terrible,
Lamont
man.
Roach.
This nigga
Lamont
Ness
Roach.
is
I gotta
terrible,
know.
man. This nigga Ness is terrible.
Jalil Hackett. Jalil Hackett. Jalil
Yo,
This
Hackett.
nigga is terrible.
These
Yo,
all Thurman. These are all his guys. I'm giving you like
These are all
this
his
is all
guys?
fact. What y'all laughing for? This is all fact.
He's saying this because they all locals from the area, bro.
Oh,
I'm
no.
gonna put,
We got numerous
No.
calls of you defending and propping these guys up.
I'm gonna push.
Damn, what you changing a flat tire? What the fuck? You going through
Oh,
your
no,
toolbox?
Respectfully, I'm gonna push my DMV fighters. Respectfully, I'm gonna push all my DMV fighters. This is just how we gonna rock over here.
I'm just saying,
Second of
listen,
all,
I'm giving you
y'all
your
know-
credit. You told us not to sleep on Roach, and you was right. You was the one
I
saying
know I was
that.
right.
Oh, that's right, Talk Trends. Jesus Ramos is his other guy. He got Jesus
Respectfully.
Ramos beating everybody.
Everybody?
Ramos beats
Everybody.
Boots. Ramos beats Boots. Ramos beats Virgil.
Look,
Respectfully, man.
see?
You run me for one. You can run me for one. I mean, I don't know why y'all put Virgil on this pedestal, man. Like Virgil, like, yo, we didn't see the man struggle.
Oh, that's right.
First of
Yo,
all-
the community's showing up. Demetrius Andre, his other fighter, my bad.
Yeah, yes, sir.
They showing
A
up.
fighter,
Shout out.
A fighter who's been ducked throughout his whole career, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, and round one ain't about to say shit about Demetrius Andre. He know better. You know what I'm saying? You can't.
He from
there's no
out
way
there.
in
He
the
might
world-
not be able to
there's
go
no-
outside. Ain't you
it's-
from out there?
There's
Ain't
no way in the
Providence?
world
You
can
ain't from
compare
Providence around there?
Earl
I'm from Boston. I'm from Boston.
But ain't
We
that like
in
an hour
Providence.
away?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's
but-
close enough to get hurt.
Yeah, Providence is Providence.
Go to the wrong gym, you might bump into a little Providence guy.
Yeah, but this whole Earl Spence got defense. I need y'all to tell me the fight where Earl Spence displayed this amazing defense that he got. Like, what's the fight?
Mikey Garcia. For me, it was Mikey. He fought his first pound-for-pound fighter and fought his fight, outboxed him, outjabbed him, outthrew him. Remember, he threw like 1,000 jabs that fight.
That's sad that you got to pick a fighter that jumped up 2 weight classes.
Daring to be
for
great.
him to display this.
Daring to be great. And it wasn't even 2 weight classes. You about to paint it like that because you were Earl Hader. You painting it like that because you were Earl Hader. Because remember, he beat Broner at 40. Excuse me. He beat East at 35. Broner. Yeah. He beat East at 35. Broner at 40.
You gotta pick a
Hey,
fighter.
yo,
that
how
jumped
is
up 2 weight
Demetrius
classes
Andre?
for Earl
How
to-
was Demetrius Andre's defense against David the Monster Benavidez on that night?
You see, you gonna use David.
I'm just asking you, how was his defense? Answer that.
How was everybody's
was
defense
it?
against David Benavidez? How was everybody's defense against David Benavidez? How was Caleb Plant's defense against David Benavidez? Because he got beat up the same way. How was Darrell's defense against David Benavidez? Like, let's stop the games, bro. Let's stop it. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all gotta cut it out. Let's talk about the offensive arsenal Demetrius Andre displayed against David Benavidez. Who did that to David? Who pushed David back like that? Like, let's be for real, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, Earl Spence ain't got that skill set. He a mediocre fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like, we done seen Sean Porter. scrapped with him. Damn near. Sean Porter was about to beat him until he got dropped. Y'all talking about Earl Spence breaking dudes down. Earl Spence, bro, all his knockouts came against lesser opposition. Like, come on, bro. Like, let's be for real. Chris Algieri, you know what I'm saying? Y'all not about to sit here and lie and say Chris Algieri is elite. Damn sure not. What's the other nigga that Tim Tszyu knocked out in the first round? Like, come on, bro. Earl Spence ain't really knocked nobody out, bro. He stopped the 140 Lamont Peterson, who shouldn't have been at 47. Like, hey, bro, y'all got to chill out. You couldn't even stop Danny, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, hey, bro, y'all got to stop this Earl Spence bullshit.
So what?
Now we about to
Now because you don't got knockout power, you not elite? That's what you trying to tell us?
He couldn't even hurt Danny, bro. He couldn't even hurt Danny. And Danny
he
hurt him in the
Danny
fight.
enough. He hurt Danny enough not to go for it.
Danny hurt him 3 times. Now we about to hit Mr. Perfect, get on here and cap for a whole hour.
Hey, man. I don't know, bro. We hating on Earl for no reason. It's nasty work. This supposed to be about Crawford and Canelo. We done changed it into Earl. Shout out to Earl, man. Come back for this Devin fight. Let's get the people what they want, Earl. You, Devin, 150 catch weight. Devin, easy work for you. Take that squabble. One lump sum, $5. Canelo said Bud is a more complete fighter than Floyd. He gave Bud props. I tried to say that. They called me a liar. That video could be found on Fight Hype. I seen it, man. We got Chad in Canada, $2. Ask Tim Boski about your fight. Counterpunch, Lil Zooted, South Africa, champ level for Tim Boski. We got KL Chapo, $2. What? Who got he beat to be elite? That's a Tim Boski question, so he's listening. He'll get all those in answer, or all those in order. Tim, you got another one that gives you 2 new calls. Shout out to you. We got Cliff in Connecticut with the counter. Chad back with another 2. He says, do you worry about Tip going into a... Whoa, we're not going to read that. Nah, I don't think Tip is that crazy. You know?
I think Gotti was well known for
Timbo
not
got all that
championing
support
the
and all
fights
them
he had.
counters. That's crazy. It's
Say
crazy.
what? I ain't
Yo,
hear you.
this
I ain't hear you. What?
nah. It is crazy that Tim Boski got all of those counters. That he got a lot of support for that call. I don't get it.
I mean,
but
he's an alumni. He been gone for a minute. They always loved him.
The call was terrible. Like, there's one dude who called in. The call was terrible. There's one dude who called in and was like, or super chatted. He was like, you got to be on a Mount Rushmore to say that you beat a Mount Rushmore fighter to say you was elite. That's blasphemy. Tim Boski says, yo, there's 1,000 fighters in these divisions. So if you get in the top 10, you're an elite fighter. That's blasphemy. And then... like your co-host argue with you, Jermaine Taylor is not elite when you read his resume out, and I seen him fight, and I'm just a casual. If he's not elite, you can't say Tank Davis or Shakur, which they probably would say those dudes are elite. You can't say they're elite if just Jermaine Taylor is not elite. The problem is everybody got different criteria. So to make the argument right, you have to look at what Canelo and Bud was saying in the interview of who was elite. Bud gave him a couple examples of who was elite, and Canelo shot him down. So you got to go off of what they was considering elite just to keep the argument fair, because everybody who calls in has a whole different perspective of what's elite and what's not elite. So y'all got to get on the same page just for it to make sense. But that's the problem with this sport.
I think that's why the argument is there, because everybody got different criteria, bro. Shit, wow.
Right. And I also think that
the criteria is not even in the same league, though. Like, y'all shits is, some nigga shits is like somewhere, and then somebody else's is wild left. So it's like, yo, y'all can't even come up with like the same playing field. Like, it's too wide of a range.
I gave y'all the real definition. Y'all listening to dudes like Troy talking about his skill. It's always gonna be accomplishment. Wow. Elite is come from being accomplishment, man. You can't be elite without accomplishing. Don't happen. That's why Bud's accomplished. That's why Bud's elite. right? Canelo is asking, oh, you didn't be no elite fighter, but he's not questioning that Bud's elite because what? Bud's accomplishments. He's questioning that Benavidez is not elite. Why? Because his lack of accomplishments. It's always going to be what you
Word.
accomplish. You can't sit here and tell me elite is a skill.
Yeah.
How? No.
But
That's
it's
why
all of
Cotto.
those things.
That's why Cotto was elite because he beat Sergio fucking Martinez. It's always an accomplishment.
Man, it's all of them things because if you look at skill, like Eli Manning, you don't watch other sports, he's not as skilled as many other quarterbacks, but his accomplishments made him elite. But then if you look at someone like Dan Marino or Gail Sears or just other players that did, or Tracy McGrady, players that couldn't get out the first round, didn't have a long career, they were so talented that you would still consider them elite. So
that's what you're doing.
A combination of everything.
No, you already gave them their category. They super talented. They ain't elite, my dude.
But
elite is
some
for
of
the
them made the
top.
Hall of Fame.
Elite is for the top of the top. Yo, and Sylvester Stallone's in the Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah, well, boxing's just full of shit. That's why I got
No, but there's plenty of people that like Earl is gonna make it to the Hall of Fame. He ain't gonna be, as JP would say, at the table that has the chairs for, you know, a TBE Floyd Money Mayweather. Yeah, Earl is in the Hall of Fame, but he's not in that section of the Hall of Fame where Floyd is at and the GOAT Ali is at.
Right. And what I was gonna say was for him to say, "Oh, Rocky's in the Hall of Fame, boxing's fucked up." Wait a minute, you don't get it. Everybody don't get in the Hall of Fame for the same thing. There are ring announcers that are in the Hall of Fame. There are coaches. There are other people that have done different things to get into the Hall of Fame, like Rocky's contribution by his movies, and all the eyes he brought to boxing.
That's called non-participant,
though.
He's a non-participant Hall of Fame inductor.
Right, and you know how many kids he turned into boxers because of his Rocky movies, and still counting, because people are still watching those movies. All the lives he's touched and reached because of boxing movie. Come on, his contribution is huge. You know, it's huge. So for them to induct him under that, I understand. Not because of world titles or anything that he fought for. So there's multiple ways to get in. And so, yeah, that's his little thing there. Is like, nah.
All right, I got Tim Boski, 2 counters.
Let me start off with Cliff first because he's the one that just recently mentioned my name. Hey, Cliff, man, don't worry. You're gonna get shoved off a cliff when it comes to debating with me with real boxing. What do you mean the call is terrible? That's what's wrong with some of you Americans. Like Ness said before, when it came to JT, the comprehension skills are very low. It doesn't make any sense what you said. I never said you have to be Mount Rushmore in boxing to be. No, I said if you have to be Mount Rushmore in a division, which means i.e. lineal champion, i.e. top 5, i.e. top 3, i.e. be a champion in the division, interim. It doesn't matter. As long as you're up there with the rest of the elite guys, elite caliber guys, that makes you an elite fighter. No one said you have to be Mount Rushmore in boxing. No, I didn't say that. So maybe you wasn't, wipe the crust out of your ears. You get me? Wipe the crust out of your ears. And as for what did you say? Someone asked about Arturo Gatti. Someone asked about that. Excuse me, sir.
They
Excuse me,
said,
sir.
what win does he have to be elite?
Oh, he's got multiple wins, sir. Wilson Rodriguez, the IBF title defense. He's got Gabriel. How do you pronounce his name? I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name. But he knocked him out. He knocked him out. Mickey Ward, the trilogy fights with Mickey Ward. I watched the Jesse James Laji fight. I watched that. You get me? He's got multiple other wins in there. He's got multiple title defenses. He's been underdogs in title defenses. Come on, man. He's an elite fighter. Because you lot don't really know the history, the backstories of certain fighters, that's fine. And being elite is subjective. I understand that. You can have your own opinion of who's elite and why they are elite. Like Ness just said, it doesn't just because you don't have a certain skill. Elite is not a skill set. Elite is what your achievement, what you've accomplished in the whole sport. Like I always use Kambosos as a great example. Whether you like it or not, Kambosos was an elite fighter. He beat Teofimo Lopez, which went on to go and win lineal titles in the division above. He is an elite fighter, whether you like it or not. It's as simple as that. And Tip, man, you still ain't changed that water filter in your brain, you little gerbil faced fool. Listen, no one cares about your fighters, brother. What are you gonna sit up here and say Errol Spence ain't shit? Errol Spence is that. Errol Spence got better wins than Andrade. Errol Spence has done more in the sport than Andrade. Errol Spence, what are we talking about here, man? What happened to your boy Andrade? Where is he? Gary Antron Russell, did he look elite against Puello? Did he look elite against Puello? Or let's go back to your boy Furman. That was, where was he? Where was he? He was somewhere in Asia looking for his wife or whatever he was doing, man. Yes, and Keith Thurman was once elite. But, Ness, would you say Keith Thurman's elite today? Would you say he's an elite fighter today? Round one, would you say Keith Thurman's an elite fighter today?
I mean, he came back on a knockout over Brock Jarvis, bro. Big Jarvis, man. He showed,
Yes.
They brought up.
he's
A
back.
guy they brought up.
He showed he's back, bro. He's back. And he was trying to fight Tim Tszyu, who chose to go fight for Honduras. He knew.
The only reason why I won't consider him an elite fighter, the only reason why is because of his massive inactivity and not being a professional to the sport. I feel. I feel that
he's active. He just
gotta fight.
He just gotta fight in a foreign country, bro. That shows you.
Yeah,
hungry.
I saw it to a guy that he brought up.
That dude was fighting at 60, bro. He brought him down. You mean
down? I mean down.
Excuse me. Let me shout to the real people, the real people of the community. Salute to those two brothers that gave me that counter punch. You know your boxing. You get me. You want to hear real shit. Cliff and Tip. Listen, man. You might as well go kiss and make up somewhere in a corner because none of your calls made any sense. None of your calls made no sense. When it comes to this real boxing shit, a real historian of the sport, you don't know shit. Hey, Cliff, there's no way in hell you knew what you was talking about in that call. You said a whole bunch of nothing. Like I said, man, when it comes to the real history, because that's what's wrong with you people. You don't want to accept. You don't want to accept achievements. You don't want to accept, because he's not from here or his name's not popping. It doesn't matter. It's still elite. Elite is elite, whether you like it or not. And like I said, Tip, man. Or Ness, man. You know what? The community. As we all, have an idea that, Tip's about to get destroyed by Lobo. Does anyone, put up a door? Where's the nearest hospital, Ness, man? Where's the nearest hospital to your border was? Where's the nearest hospital going to be, man?
Somewhere in Milwaukee.
Okay, man. So the community, make a donation because Tip, I don't think he's going to have enough money to pay for his hospital bills after Lobos is done with him. Make a donation for Tip's hospital bill when he gets destroyed and punched up by Lobo. And you need to, that's what Lobo's talking about, Tip. You're too invested. You're concentrating on the wrong things, man. You're talking about Tank. You're talking about the wasteful Andrade. You're talking about Keith. No ponytail Furman. We don't give a shit, nigga. We don't care. We talking about real boxing. So go in the fucking gym and go train and get your chin ready for Lobo because he's going to punch on you. And as for you, Cliff, like I said, if you want to come and rebuttal with me with a smart answer because, and another thing, Tip, excuse me, you're another idiot that can't comprehend things very well. I never said Julius Ondongo lost. Sorry, Ricky Burns beat Julius Ondongo. No, Ricky Burns has never been fucking knocked out with 8 losses and he's fought multiple elite caliber of guys. It's as simple as that. How has he never been? He was in there with Terence Crawford, and Terence Crawford couldn't knock out the shitty little UK guy you're talking about.
But you can't. No. But my argument is you can't make him elite because of that. Maybe he got a good chin. Like, why are we gonna change his category?
No. I'm saying he's elite. He's elite.
Yeah, but
I'm saying
that's
he's
what I'm
elite.
saying. But what about the fact that he's been in with multiple elites, but he's lost. He just got a good chin.
He's never been knocked. Yeah, but he's never been knocked. He went in there with Crawford.
Yeah, but
Crawford's knocked out.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But you still lost. You just have a good chin.
Yes, but he put a good account of himself. Crawford didn't go in there and wash him. He put a good account of himself. If you put a great account of yourself, then we have nothing to complain. Like someone said, Jermaine Taylor. Jermaine Taylor, look at the 2 wars that he had with Kelly Pavlik. He put 2 great accounts of himself. That doesn't. How the hell?
I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't mean to interrupt you, but everything you just describes a great fighter, not an elite fighter.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What's your?
There's levels. There's elite, great, good. You know what I'm saying? Everything you describe.
Average.
That's what I'm saying. It's just a level. Listen. It's just a level of something like that. Look at this. Are you going to tell me that? Are you going to say to me Brian Norman Jr. is an elite fighter because his dad is going to say he's an elite fighter? His dad's going to say he's an elite fighter, but to us, he might not be elite. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
An elite
What
fighter,
was that,
to be
Ramon?
honest with you want to know what an elite fighter, to me anyway, to be honest with you,
I
an
mean,
elite fighter is the type of fighter that can adjust to any
by
style.
the
He
standards that
fights,
I keep telling y'all,
he
he's not
fights
elite
lefty,
yet.
he fights,
Okay,
every
see
style, and
this.
he can beat you at your own game. Those are the elites. You see, look, by definition, a good fighter will have you figured out between 6 and 8 rounds. A great fighter will have you figured out between 3 and 5 rounds. An elite fighter will have you figured out in the moment. You make too many mistakes in front of him, or you know what I mean? He'll have you figured out right then and there. That's an elite fighter that can make reads in the seconds, that you can't make too many mistakes against him. That's what separates him. And what you're doing is you're lowering the bar to get these guys that you want in the conversation. Because the best, the elite, it has to be a 1% class.
See, that's what I'm saying to you. So
What you're
hold on, 1 second.
describing
1 second, Ramon.
is
1 second, Ramon. 1 second, Ramon. I do agree with you to a certain extent. You're making an intelligent. You know what I'm saying? You're making an intelligent breakdown of what eliteness is. You know what I'm saying to you? I can't disagree with you in certain aspects. But my point of the matter is a fact. A fact is there is about 1,200 fighters in almost each division. How
I
are you
get
not
it.
elite if you are top 10 out of those 12,000 fighters?
Because not all titles are created equal. Not all
Okay.
titles are created equal, man. Like, I respect Danny Garcia versus Sean Porter for the vacant WBC more than I respect Shakur versus Joette for the vacant WBO.
No, but those two guys are more prestige. Those two guys have done more in the sport than Shakur and Joet Gonzalez. So
no, it's not prestige. It's that they were more proven. It was a more 50-50 fight. We knew Shakur was going to beat Joette. That was an unfair vacant title shot. That was just giving Shakur the belt.
Okay, but was Joet Gonzalez, was he number 2 or was he ranked number 3 in the division at that time?
Who knows, bro? What we do know is he's never going on to win a belt, and unfortunately, he
See,
keeps losing.
you're putting the water underneath the bridge. You can't say who knows. Because if he was
No,
number
I'm
2 or number 3,
telling you, he's gone on to not win a belt, and he's consistently lost, bro.
All right. So when Sam Noakes knocks out Abdullah Mason, are you going to consider Sam Noakes elite?
That's on your friends. You know where. You know. I've always been reserved on Mr. Abdullah Mason. Remember, I was the one that was critical on the 7 6-round fights. I think.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Ness, multiple other sources believe that Abdullah is not elite. That's what I'm saying. Elite is very, very, very subjective.
Yeah, because no, it's not subjective. Elite is supposed to be for people with world titles, championship pedigree, having a WBC, having a WBA, having one of those major titles. And again, those titles are not created equal. How'd you get it? Who'd you get it from? What's the lineage behind it? You know,
Rolly. Sorry, it pains me to say this, but Rolly is also elite, right? Correctness? Rolly is elite, right?
At this point, come on, bro. The Ryan Garcia fight makes him elite, bro.
Yes. Unfortunately, round 1, he is elite. See, round 1 shaking his head.
Even the
He's
performance. How are you not going to give him credit? Did you not see the performance?
And I said this man used to be
The problem is it comes down. Wait, gentlemen. The problem is for me, it comes down to exactly who Ryan Garcia is. He's never competed for a world title. He's never won a world title. So it comes down to your opponent.
Yes, he did.
No, yes, he did. Sir.
Where did he? Where?
Devin.
No, the belt wasn't on the line. The belt wasn't on the line.
He's right. Technically, because he blew the weight.
Right.
Okay.
But we both right. We both right. That wasn't the original contract. The original contract was a title fight for the WBC.
Yeah, I'm not going on what was. I'm going on what is. And when he got in the ring, the belt wasn't on the line.
He wouldn't.
Salute to round 1. Salute to the real niggas in the chat, man. You know what I'm saying?
He wouldn't have got in.
Salute to you.
Got in the fight without it, though. That's how it went down, bro. That's how it went down.
I get it.
It was supposed to be a BC title fight. But listen, again, y'all making it harder than it needs to be. You know, winning belts, beating champions, beating top 5 opponents, defending belts, moving up through divisions. That's how you are considered elite.
I believe that everybody today has had really good points and what we describe elite, right? But I also think that, like the gentleman said, like those fight with Mickey Ward, that trilogy with Arturo Gotti there, those kind of fights are classics. I think that they're going in for the blood that they gave to the fans. It's just like when you look at fighters, what we fail to mention are the awards that they win every year too. For fighter of the year, knockout of the year. How many times did you get these other awards with your accolades and your belts, which put you in different categories? You know, some fighters became world champions, but they were never fighter of the year. How many times did you get fighter of the year? How many times did you, do all these things in the sport?
Exactly, but that's why Bud is
So,
elite. He used to get
right,
ESPYs, Fighter of
because
the
he
Year, all
he
this type of
has
stuff.
he
He
has
got the
shit behind the belt.
accomplishments.
He got shit.
Accomplishments.
Yes, he got stuff behind the belts to prove it.
Bro, pound for
And that
pound rankings, pound for pound
that's
status,
big. That's
lineal
big.
championships.
If
That
all you
is
were
what
a
gets you in
champion,
there. You
yeah.
to sit here and debate that it's a skill set, it's crazy. To sit here and debate that it's anything other than accomplishments it's crazy. It's accomplishments. That's why I said it's a status, because Wilder right now is not perceived to be elite. People call Wilder done. If Wilder beats Daniel Dubois, Joseph Parker, Moses Atoma, he could be considered elite again. He could be considered elite. FYI, he lost to Parker, but it's definitely what you do. The issue is also, does one win, for instance, Dennis Barancek beat Emmanuel Navarrete, 3-division champ, does that make Barancek elite for beating a 3-division champ? Because technically, Emmanuel Navarrete is elite based off the criteria. He's a multiple division champ. He also beat the champ in Dog Bay. He took the belt from Dog Bay, then rematched him and beat him convincingly. Then he beat a champion in Valdez. He got the wins. He's got the belts. He's elite. So does Barancek's one win over him make him elite? And that's where the debate comes, because then that means Buster Douglas was elite for his one win over Tyson. You're saying no. You're saying no, but the last caller, Timboski, said that Kambosos is elite for his win over Tio. So,
yeah, because homeboy is going to. I don't know if he ever made it to the Hall of Fame, Buster Douglas or whatever, but that one win was so big. I'm telling you, that's crazy. I'm shaking my head because I'm saying no, because I'm like, what the fuck, man? I can't believe he beat Mike like that. Like, and he just might go. He became undisputed that night. Like,
but again, Bud is in because he had a dominant performance, 11 dominant performance. That's the same reason Wilder was considered elite. He had 10 straight knockout title defenses. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's performances, it's dominance, it's even popularity, bro. It's impact.
Yeah.
Muhammad Ali had a cultural impact. Oscar De La Hoya had another cultural impact. So you can't tell me that it's not, bro. Like, again,
you can get in for multiple reasons. Yeah. There's your contribution to the sport can be slightly different, but it can mean the same.
Bro,
in other people's. You're like, come on, man.
People will consider a Miguel Cotto more elite than a Roman Chocolatito Gonzalez, and it's because of the division. It's because of who Cotto fought. It's because who Cotto fought compared to who Chocolatito fought. They both legends in their own right. But Cotto fought a higher caliber of just a man. You know what I'm saying? H-Town.
What up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Yep.
H-Town, baby. Nah, man, to me, an elite fighter goes through multiple divisions collecting belts and
gotta go.
is dominant. So that's to me. But Hillbrook, to me, was already done after being knocked out brutally stopped, I should I say, by Triple G. He wasn't the same man. That was a situational win for Earl. Mikey was doing real estate, riding around in one of three cars in the world, all over social media. He wasn't in the gym. Robert wasn't happy with him. Every time I used to always watch the gym vlogs back in the days, and then it came to a point where Mikey was just not in the videos anymore because he wasn't at the gym. They took that fight to get Mikey's hunger back, supposedly, and Mikey showed up to the fight looking like he didn't even train, and Spence still couldn't put him away. You know, the key thing on Spence was that he's a weight bully. He don't box. He don't box off the back foot. He don't use a jab. He just comes forward and high
That's
guard
why
and walks smaller guys down. That was the y'all forget, you know, the time when all this happened. And he wanted to prove that he was a boxer. He didn't do a good job of it that fight. Second of all,
He
he
did
fought
to me.
Porter,
He did to me because he outboxed Mikey with a jab, bro. Like how he
bro.
Mikey was supposed to be the more skilled fighter. That was the
Bro,
narrative that Mikey had more boxing skill, and that's how he was gonna beat Earl. So Earl didn't fight like he normally fights, beating you to the body, pinning you on the rope. He outboxed Mikey, bro. Why? Like you
Mikey was
sitting here capping?
in the worst shape we've ever seen him in that fight.
All right, brother.
Come on, Nance, be real, Nance. Come on. I mean, I'm just letting you know what really happened, bro. I watched those fights.
I'm being as real
You
as I
know?
can be.
Hey, and then Porter proved was the first one to prove that you can't if you make Earl go back, he'll have a difficult time. That's how I knew that Bud was going to stop him. You know, it is what it is, man. I wouldn't say he Earl's elite because he didn't dominate multiple weight classes. He's a great fighter. I don't know. At least, I mean, it's subjective, man. But like I said, my criteria is you have to go to multiple weight classes and dominate people. You know, that's the reason I don't think Triple G's elite. But it is what it is, man. I'm out.
All righty then. And stopped. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button right now. We got about 700 on YouTube, another 700 on X Live streaming video. So if you're on X, don't forget to hit the retweet, repost. Help me grow. I see you. We got a whole bunch of people on Twitch. We got a whole 4 people on Twitch. Let's go. Yo, shout out to everybody tuning in. Share the show so we can get more callers and more listeners. We got my man Pat Bandero with another counter. What up, Pat?
Shout out to you, Nash. Shout out to the community. Hey, man, I'm gonna give you another example because we said Errol wasn't elite. You remember Diego Corrales?
Yes.
Was he an elite fighter or not?
Yeah.
How was his defense?
I mean, versus Floyd, horrible. He went down 6 times.
I mean, you look at a lot of his fight. Man, the majority of his fight, he was like many times, but he was a come forward fighter who had like punching powers, and at some point he would drop the guy. But you cannot say he wasn't an elite fighter because he was like he was hit many times. His defense wasn't he wasn't worse that he wasn't better than Errol Spence defense. So look, for me, there's two things. You can fight at an elite level, but not yourself being an elite fighter. So you can fight an elite fighter and lose, but you're still fighting at that elite level. Maybe you're not gonna stay there because you're losing those fights. So you can fight at an elite level, but not yourself being an elite fighter because you don't get those wins. And the elite fighter, for me, because it's also subjective, but an elite fighter is a fighter that stands. So you have a group of fighter, and you have those that stands out. So those that stands out, you say, oh, these guys, they are, they are like, you have good fighters there, but you have these guys that are elite. You look at these guys, they're like been in that, at that level for a long time and been winning for a long time. And they, when you fight them, if they lose, that's an upset. So these are the guys that I would say like these are elite fighters, and not someone cannot tell me that Errol Spence was not an elite fighter. He was there. Like if you beat Errol Spence, you're the man. So I don't understand this stuff about like Errol's not being an elite fighter. It doesn't even make sense. I don't know how can someone say that. It doesn't make sense.
I showed you the history and explained why he said it, because he has some sort of issue with Earl that dates back to 2017.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. Like, so people that's why I came exactly with the example of Diego Corrales. The difference, Diego Corrales, yes, he was like multiple division champs, but his defense was like he was not known about his defense. Hell no, he was not known. He was known by his punching powers and his heart. That's what Diego Corrales was. So, and he got dominated by
Wilder wasn't known for his defense, and we've said over and over throughout the show he's elite. No one disputed.
And when Corrales got dominated by Floyd Mayweather, we say like Floyd Mayweather was the man, but Jim Corrales was still an elite fighter, even though he got dominated. But that's my call, man.
Champ. You the man with the master plan. We got KL Chapo. He says, Tip, Earl would never lose to Alberto Puello. Big fish emoji. Tip Bellis with the counter. Keno Teller with a Tip Bellis counter. Aunt Son with the $5. AI states an elite fighter is someone highly skilled and dominant in their respective combat sport or fighting discipline. We got New York Bullet with the $5. Is it possible to have an elite performance but not be an elite boxer? Now that's a good take, because Kambosos could be going in there. Buster Douglas could be going in there. Dennis Baranchek could go in there, where you have, and shout out to Jonathan Sims. I seen you chant. I seen you saying things like elite moments, not elite fighter or career, But I don't know that we can subcategorize it the way that we doing. We breaking shit down so much. It's either you is or you not. Tip with the counter.
Yo. Yeah, man. I heard a UK nigga talking about some real boxing shit. When it comes to this real boxing shit, you know what I'm saying? I gotta fight on all the seconds, Timboski. When it comes to this real boxing shit, you got your thumbs out. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to this real boxing shit, you was offered to get a fight in America with the community supporting you, willing to fly you out, and you decline. But you do all this talk about this real passport shit, which we have never seen. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy, man. But we gonna move on, man. Dudes, they get the pump faking again once they come back out. Nigga, I will send you back to Essex. Watch yourself. But yeah, man, all this talk about Earl is like, yo, the nigga ain't never had defense, respectfully, bro. We gotta cut it out. Y'all couldn't give me a fight. And then when y'all tried to give me a fight, it was a motherfucking 35-pounder that moved up 2 weight classes. Like, that's bad. That's bad, bro. If the only fighter you could give me is a smaller fighter that had to move up 2 weight classes, you know what I'm saying, just to get that fight, it's nasty, bro. The man, he wasn't skilled defensively, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason why he got beat the fuck up the way he did when he fought Bud.
What do you mean, the only man we could give you? What do you mean by that?
I mean, the only name you gave me was Mikey Garcia. You couldn't give me another fight where you say
another fight what? That's elite?
No, you can't give me a fight where you say he displayed this excellent defense. You can't give me a fight. Give me the fight. I want to know the fight.
I mean, fuck.
Give me the fight
Chris Algieri. His offense was his defense. Algieri didn't land a punch. He destroyed Algieri, former champ.
Lord have mercy.
Come on, don't do that. Algieri
Lord,
was not able.
Lord have
Pacquiao
mercy.
couldn't even stop
Lord have
Algieri.
mercy.
He got up from 6
Lord have mercy.
knockdowns.
Yo, ain't a nigga in the world gonna tell you Chris Algieri is elite.
What?
You about to sit here
Bro,
and
he
cap,
beat Prime
You about to sit here
Ruslan.
and cap.
Nah, man,
You about to sit
I
and
can't
cap.
do this with
You
y'all.
about to, ain't a
I
nigga,
know
ain't a
that you
nigga in the world
young.
about
I
to
know
tell you
that you
Chris
young.
Algieri elite.
I know that you young. But we
Maybe in
can't
kickboxing.
disrespect.
Maybe in kickboxing.
We can't
Maybe in
disrespect
kickboxing.
Ruslan Pavatnikov. You know,
Maybe in kickboxing,
Ruslan will
man.
never be forgotten. Tim Bradley won't let you forget him. I won't let you
know what,
forget him.
Ness?
Lucas
You know what, Ness?
Matias won't let you forget him. Chris Algieri won't
Ness,
let you forget him. HBO won't
every
let you
dog got
forget
their
him.
day. Listen,
Fucking
there's good fighters.
Mauricio Herrera, who beat him in his real prime on Friday Night Fights, won't let you forget him. Get your ass out of here. Gary
Listen,
Antoine
man, just
Russell
because
has yet to fight
you keep talking
anybody
about some
like
fucking Gary Antoine.
Ruslan Pavatnikov.
You keep talking about Gary Antoine, man. What's up with you, bro? What you got against Gary? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn.
I mean, that's your favorite
Shit
fighter.
crazy.
That's your favorite
And
fighter.
you know,
So since you got these super high standards,
you know
we gotta put them against
you know
your
what?
favorite fighters.
You know what? Then why don't we get the most elite fighter ever? Since you said he'll beat the shit out of Earl, tell your man to put Gary on the fucking list. Since you keep
we want
talking all this
Earl. We
Gary,
want Earl.
nigga,
We want
nigga,
Earl.
nah,
He got more
Since you
accomplishments than Gary.
no, since Gary ain't elite,
We want to be the next
and Devin's
motherfucker
so
to beat up
since Devin's so
Earl.
fucking elite, and you
We
said
gotta
Devin to
go,
beat the shit
man.
out
We
of
gotta
Earl,
go,
put
man.
Gary on the list.
We gotta
Yeah,
go,
run,
man.
nigga, run.
We gotta go, man. We gotta go, Hill. We gotta go, bro. Scenario. Yo, Tip be wildin', man. Stock chases. Tip, you got another one, but I'm sure you keeping that in the cuff just in case. What up?
Yo, that's what's good. How's some?
So far, whoa, you got something going on, but all right.
Yeah. So look, I think this is where the argument started, right? With the elite, bro. There's been a lot of elite fighters. There's a lot of elite fighters, but one thing I'm gonna tell you, Ness, like especially.
Damn, you breaking up, bro. You breaking up, bro. You breaking up, bro. Chill. 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 Burrow City, man. What's up, bruh? What's up?
Yo, fuck going on, G? What's
What up?
good?
What up?
My bro, I don't know why they don't want me to give you your bread, dog. They fight me. If you check your inbox, I just hit you again, man. You know what I mean? You can just answer that on the inbox and tell me what to do from there. I just want to make sure you get your bread, though. But you know, I got your cheese. You know what I mean? You want to send me any personal cash apps to make shit go by faster than, so I could just get you paid. And already, run me if I run over, man. How I gotta get you to break? I can cash app it to somebody else, and then they can sell it to you if theirs is working for you. For whatever reason, it won't work for me, bro. I swear it won't. I don't know why, but what you call it? I got love for you, Tip. I fuck with you. You out of.
Uh-oh. Hello. Yo. You muted yourself or you got a call.
Yeah, I got a call. My bad. I got a call,
All
but
right.
I just will never understand how these guys like, and I want to say shout out to JT for this because me and him used to argue about this shit all the time until he kind of gave me his insight on it, and I agree with it. Like he changed my mind. From now on, you bro. There's no way you get ranked top 10 in the world, Craig, for whatever sanctioning body. You get ranked, you hit that top 10 in the world marker. Who are we as fucking couch potatoes to say these guys aren't elite. Who are we? What ground do you have to stand on to say a nigga who worked his ass off and somehow, someway got ranked top 10 in the world in a sanctioning body ain't elite? That's nasty work, bro. And the more we give these fighters respect, the more we can make the better we can make the sport, the greater we can make the sport. You never hear like in the NFL. Well, we ain't gonna do the NFL because every country don't got football. In basketball, we don't care, and we will tell you a top 10 team is top 10 in the world because that top 10 team in the NBA go kick anybody else in the world ass, but they just can't do it in the NBA. So why the hell when the guy's ranked in actual fighting, that's basketball. That's an actual game. You don't play boxing. How is a guy ranked top 10 in the world and you look at him and no, he ain't elite? Just because you don't like his style, just because you don't like something about him, he don't fit the aesthetics for you. Bro, it don't matter. He fought his ass off to get there. He beat the people he had to beat to get ranked there. So until you lace them gloves up and get him kicked out of the goddamn top 10, you can't say that. But these boys is elite. Whether you like, now you can, now there's levels to the eliteness. You can always, out of these elite guys, say, well, I feel like he's the best out of these elite. That's okay. I feel like he him of.
You breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you got another call.
It's just like I said, Canelo whole argument is counterproductive. If a guy with all the accomplishments, I'm breaking up.
You good now?
Yeah. I don't understand how we can say a guy who got all these accomplishments. You look at him in one hand and you tell this man to his face, you beat nobody, you not elite, you ain't beat nobody elite. Then soon as a nigga asks you about David Benavidez, you say, well, you know, he ain't 2 times undisputed, he don't do nothing for my legacy. We don't know what the fuck if a nigga who 2 times undisputed don't do nothing for your legacy. If a two-weight division champion,
He ain't
up
say
and coming
that.
phenom
He ain't say
superstar,
that. That's the belt.
huh?
He ain't say that.
Yeah.
He said that
Well, I mean,
Crawford do
I
more
know I'm
for his
paraphrasing
legacy.
it. That's not his word verbatim. No, he was just saying he fight nobody elite, name somebody elite on his resume, and he a great fighter. But he basically was telling Crawford to his face he wasn't elite. You know what I mean? And I'm going again. Just tell me, whoever Zell working for you, tell them to inbox me their cash app. I'll send the money to them. Whoever you trust, and then they can sell the money straight to you, so I get you paid,
Send
bro.
it to
But
Stainless. Send it to Stainless.
Stainless, inbox me your cash app so I can get my dog straight now. I owe you 15 now, right? With
Yep.
this call, right? All right, yeah. All right, bet. Yeah, like I was saying, man, like I just it's counterproductive because you can't say on one hand this guy with all these accolades, yeah, he good, but he ain't elite. And then you turn around with David Benavidez ain't elite and he don't deserve to fight. You telling me these niggas ain't elite, these niggas ain't like that. And you fought William Skull. And I don't care nothing about that belt. You had to go back and get your undisputed status. You touched the ring with William Skull. You touched the ring with William. It's no way him being a one-time champion, one division champion, bring more to your damn resume than David Benavidez. And this ain't even about him ducking David anything. I'm just saying
I
how
mean,
counterproductive
technically it does,
what
cause
he
that
said
technic.
about Bud was to his argument.
Yeah, but technically it does, cause that's how he became 2-time undisputed.
I mean, but still, though, he could have been undisputed if he'd have fought David at 68. He'd have been still undisputed. He could have racked up all the other
I don't
belts
know when
and fought there.
when.
No, well, I'm saying before Dave got stripped. I'm saying, like, yeah, I mean, he planned on racking up all the belts any goddamn way. You ain't gave the man one damn chance, and we all know Canelo would have got forced into a mandatory. He'd have did just like he did before and threatened to give up the belt if David would have been his mandatory. You know how you get out. But we ain't gonna get into that. I'm just saying we need to respect all fighters' resume. That way it's easier to judge talent. That way it's less arguments to be had. If you just, all right, he fought this many guys in the top 10, he fought this many champions. Give it respect as it is, and then you judge who was a better fighter at that moment in time. That's how you do it. That simplifies things, and I think
Jonathan
it's
Sims
respectable for the fighter.
covered the debt, so I guess he want you to do it with him. I don't know.
Say that again.
Jonathan Sims paid it.
Bet. Sims, you
He
still
sent
got my.
he
I
sent
don't know if you got my
23.
cash
He
app or
sent
if you don't,
23
but
though.
I'm gonna shoot you mine. You can request it from me. But yeah, though, that's all I want to say, bro. We got to just start respecting these fighters. We got to start respecting these fighters' careers and their resumes, man. Buzz fought a bunch of elite dudes. It's just Canelo has better names on his resume. Point blank. Period. Two things can be true. These guys are elite, and Canelo also fought the better household and skill wise fighters. And that's my call, man. I got 15. Well, Sam took care of the 15, right?
Yeah, he sent 23.
23. I Sam's request that from me, brother. Or either
All right.
shoot me a cash app and I'm coming to you right now.
You the man, champ. Drop that bomb for Sims. We got Stock Chasers trying you again.
Yo, Ness, what's good? You hear me?
We hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know. Service was bugging. Um, but yeah, nah, I think you know what I think is happening here? Ness, I think that there's a lot of people here trying to save face. That's what they doing right now. Because let me explain to you, right? Like I mean, who else has a better resume in boxing right now, active fighter, than Saul Canelo Alvarez? Please tell me.
Nobody. Nobody's beaten
Okay,
more active or former champs, had more title defenses. I think Inoue and Crawford come second and third to him.
Exactly. So I feel like, so look, as crazy as this sounds, right? Because this argument is about two fighters. I don't know why people come talking about. I mean, that's nasty work. That Errol Spencer's an elite. Errol Spencer's Hall of Fame. Like, what are we talking about here? That's a whole stupid argument. But let's not even talk about that because we know why he said it. But at the end of the day, when we look at the elite spectrum, I guess there's elite there's elite of elites. Like Canelo, basically what he was saying is your resume don't match mine. And I don't think anyone listening right now is gonna argue that statement. I don't think there's anyone right now on TBV that is gonna sit here and say that Crawford has a better resume than Canelo Alvarez. That's all I'm saying. So at the end of the day, if Crawford was comfortable talking about his resume, we would have had some different responses, bro. But when Canelo threw that at him, he didn't have an answer, bro. Not to take anything away from Crawford. Crawford is obviously an elite. I'm beyond elite. I mean, he's one of them ones at the end of the day. But like, bro, when we uh Canelo's resume, bro. We're talking about and look, we also got to give him props because we know the names he's fought, from Daniel Jacobs to Billy Joe Saunders to Caleb Plant when he was undefeated to Triple G, Liam Smith. I mean, the list goes on, right? But he's also taken the challenge to fight dudes like Berlanga, bro. Like at the end of the day, he didn't have to do that. To fight a big dude at that. And I mean, he punches. Canelo got in the ring with him down. People want to talk, like, I understand William Sco fighting style was nasty, but at the end of the day, I can give you a list of fighters that William Sco beats right now. So I mean, I don't really know like how we ended up getting like drifting so far away from the argument. I think the argument is Canelo Alvarez has a much better resume than Crawford, hands down. Not to take anything away from Crawford, but when we're about
The
Canelo got
Bell,
hands
player
down.
to the
Yo, thanks.
Himalaya. You the man. If you're watching this on X live streaming video, don't forget to hit that retweet, repost. It's going to help with the visibility. If you're listening on X, I need that retweet, repost. I got Alan Day with the $5. He says, how do you say who is postal? Same sentence. You say he was in your camp. No, because it's sarcasm. Who's postal? I seen him get beat up by a 40-year-old in camp. That's what he's telling you. Like, who's postal? You get it? It was sarcasm. Like, you tripping bringing him up. Come on, papa. You should know better than that. ¿Qué te pasa, hombre? No bueno, man. We got one lump sum with the $2 earthquake in the Dominican Republic right now? Uh-oh. I'm glad my parents came back. Shit. Got to check what part, man. It's nasty work. Lake County, $2. What about Popo Fierreitas? 4 times in 2 divisions. Jonathan Sims back with another 5. Actually 6. Salute. Thanks for the shout out. There are elite moments and they're elite fighters. I think it's clear George Kambosos and Jeff Holm both had elite moments. I mean, I think we should say fights. Moments sound so short-lived. He had an elite fight, elite win, an elite win. An elite win sounds really good. An elite win. Tip Bayless. Shout out Kenyo Taylor with the tip. Bayless. Counterpunch.
Yeah, I'm probably about to cut out because I'm moving on as well. But yeah, man, you was talking all this elite shit, you know what I'm saying? Alberto Pollo and Gary Antoine, nigga, tell your man, put Gary Antoine on that list so we can find out if he elite or not. Since you think
wow, we'd rather fight Pollo. He got our belt and he beat Gary.
Nah, brother, you
see that?
You was calling.
You see that?
You was calling for Earl Spence.
You see that?
You was calling for,
and we
brother,
still want Earl
brother,
at 150 too.
Brother, you was calling for Earl Spence,
and we still do. You seen Earl respond to that video? He know.
Put Gary
he
on
know the
list.
Money fight. Gary ain't the money fight. Devin is, and that's why
put
Earl.
Gary on the list,
that's why
man.
Earl might come back. We seen that.
This shit disgusting. What you do is disgusting. The way
you get
the
what
way
you want,
campaign,
bro. You get Devin Haney on
you,
PBC. This is what you always wanted.
The way you campaign for these dudes is nasty, bro. They ducking this Norman smoke.
Oh,
they on Twitter.
We want that fight. I don't like the way Bill is going about it, though. You know,
because they don't want to fight.
Talking about
they don't want to fight.
Would you take the boots deal? I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he talking to Teofimo. He talking to Tio because they don't really want the boots under the Brian Norman fight, man. I told y'all, bro. Y'all gonna wake up and smell the coffee one day, bro. Y'all gonna wake up and smell it one day. You know what I'm saying? I'm just getting y'all prep, man. I'm just getting y'all prep for what's about to come. He about to fight Harlem Eubank in August, man. He about to fight Harlem Eubank. And y'all gonna enjoy it. Y'all gonna enjoy it. Devin Haney versus Harlem Eubank. This shit about to be crazy, man.
Hey, all I know that Devin Haney got the okay from Gustavo Oliveri. Shout out to the Bandalorian. The president of the WBO has already said that he is sure the ratings committee would grant the elite fighter Devin Haney a top position in the welterweight in regards to a Brian Norman Jr. fight. So
they ain't got no fight lined up. First of all, they ain't got no fight lined up. They don't have a fight lined up. I don't see why they're not pushing to get the Brian Norman fight. It's nasty
they
over
is
there,
pushing.
man.
We just had a pre-press conference on it. Why you hating, man?
Man, no, y'all didn't, man. Because Bill Haney online talking about Teofimo. Y'all don't want that fight, man.
Bill Haney also online. Bill Haney also online asking them would they take the boots offer.
And then why you? No, he's talking to Teofimo, bro. He's talking to Teofimo.
No, he not. No, he not. You read it wrong. You read it wrong.
All right.
You read it wrong.
Do I have to read? Do I have to read the tweet for the public, bro?
Yeah.
Do I have to read it?
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Let's get this Bill Haney tweet and let's read it to the public because we know who he's talking to, bro. Same deal you wanted for Boots, will you take for the Dream? Come on, bro. He's talking to Teofimo. You're not even quoting the right words.
Nah, man. Bruh, Norman's wanted a fight with Boots. They had negotiations. You so gullible. Same deal you wanted for Boots. $2 million. That's what you wanted for Boots. But I don't know why Bill's doing that. I thought Turkey would be giving Brian a number. That shouldn't be happening right now. What up, Majid? I don't know why that's out there happening like that. I don't know why he doing it like that at all. You not there, Majid? Rayochenko?
Yeah, man. Shout out Ness. Shout out TBV. Just checking in, getting that morning check in. I have to agree with Tip though, bro, because I remember uh all of it's funny. Everybody calls out Brian Norman, and then when he knocks a motherfucker out, it's like, oh, we'll fight you, but you got to take this. It's like you should just the only words we should hear out of their mouth should be, yeah, let's make it happen. Yup, I want that fight. Let's make it happen. Not yes, I want that fight, but we're only gonna give them this, like this and that only. Like stop putting a ceiling on people the same way people shouldn't put a ceiling on you. You know what I mean? Let the financial advisors worry about that back end shit. You just say you want the fight. That's all I got. Yeah, and that don't necessarily go for just Devin too. It that goes for every fighter. You know, who goes in here talking about fight when they really don't. You know, they want what's best. Yeah, that's all I got. Shout out to you. Great call from Tip Bayless. Great call from Tip Bayless as always. Let's go.
See, I can't wait for ESPN to announce that they no longer with, or rather for Top Rank to announce they no longer with ESPN so I could cancel that ESPN. Right now, T-Mobile just texted me and said, as a customer, I get access to the streaming benefits with Hulu. See what I'm saying? So right now, I'm paying for the Hulu, ESPN, and Disney bundle just because it makes financial more sense to do it that way versus just buying ESPN alone. But I'm only got the other services because it's a bundle. Like, I'm ready to cancel them and get my free Hulu, man. I'm telling you, I need to switch to T-Mobile. Netflix is also free for my peoples that don't got Netflix. It's part of your Magenta plan, and I don't get no money for saving you that dollar, you know. But if you get that shit now, you're going to get that Bud fight as part of your cell phone plan. You smell me? We got Hawk, Maryland. Yo.
What up, Ness? How you doing today, my brother?
Another show, another podcast, man. Another day, another podcast. We at it.
I hear you. I hope Wilder do good, man. I hope Wilder go ahead, take it easy, and take dude out. I don't want him to push for no first round knockout and mess around and get clipped. But yeah, I want Wilder to win. Keep moving forward. The Crawford thing. God, yeah, with the Crawford thing, man. I open the door. I gotta say, as far as the Crawford fans calling in, can you hear me now? What's phone going on?
Nah, we hear you fine, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as far as the Crawford fans calling in, man, I think they're making a major mistake. Don't they keep calling in talking about, you know, let Canelo and Crawford go through that. Who was better and who did this and who did that. But if I was the 100% Crawford fans like these ones that say they know that Crawford gonna win, man, they need to big up Canelo. Say he's the greatest. Don't go in there talking about he did this, he lost to this dude, and Cotto ain't this and all that. No, y'all want Crawford win to be the biggest win. So the shit on Canelo is a bad choice for the Crawford fans, man. Let them two debate that, and the Crawford fans need to sit back and let Crawford do his thing. But to down Canelo in any way is a bad move. I think it's a bad move. Big up Canelo, give him all his praise, and then go take everything. If they think he can do it, then do it that way.
But don't go shooting Canelo down. He had too many fights. This one wasn't good when he fought him, and that one was old. Let them two go through that. As far as the fans go, because the casual fans is listening too. Man, big up Canelo. So when Crawford win, he win big. That's my call, Ness. TBV #1.
Number one, you the man, Hawk, with the plan. We got Majid. What it do? Trying you again.
Yo.
We hear you this
Yeah,
time.
I'm here this time. Yeah, everybody needs to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. And also, that last caller with all that positive, what we need to do, listen, nigga, some people go out on their shell, you know? I ain't with all that nice talking, like, when you ain't scared to be wrong, none of that shit matter. Like I said before, we gonna be like Black Ice. We gonna show y'all how to get a Mexican out of here. We ain't
Bro,
worried about none of that
bro,
nice boy
people
shit.
people
He
have an issue
he
with
walking
that. They
around.
DM me. They feel like that's
Uh,
very racial. They feel like that's
oh my
borderline
bad, my bad, my
T.O.
bad.
with the
All right.
banana. So yeah.
All right, cool. I won't do that no more. You know, but they heard me. You know, I don't believe in this. You had Canelo riding around on bikes and shit, talking about easy work. And I gotta give it to him. He fought 20 champions. Ain't no comparing, you know, a resume. You know, and as far as elite, you know, he may have a point, maybe. You know, cool. But the fact is that the fight on and none of that stuff matter. You know what I'm saying? Resumes don't make a fighting skill. It just give you experience. You know, so when they step in that ring, it's gonna be skill versus skill. You know, God given that weight ain't no big ass issue. Other than that, y'all getting chipped up. You know, so we ain't doing all that nice kumbaya shit. Everybody already know Canelo a legend. And we coming to slay the legend. You know, do the unthinkable. So it ain't none of that nice shit. And I hope that the rest of the Crawford fans, we already know what the hell. We know we going against a monster. You know, we about to just show them how to slay one. But that's all I got, Ness.
My bad. Mute. Mike was muted. But we are about to hit y'all with a flashback. 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 Oh, where we go? Right here. Let's see. What do we got here?
What's the highest you could fight at realistically?
I would say 154 realistically.
154.
You know,
So
them boys get big up there. Them boys get big up there. And I'm not a person to, you know, toot my own horn too loud to be able to say, oh, well, I can beat the world. You know, I understand there's weight classes for a reason, and I respect the weight classes. And yeah, I think 154 will be my max, given the age. Canelo, and he fights at 168 plus, so I don't see me and him fighting. So
what's the highest you could fight at realistically?
Hey, man. You ready now? We got Alan Day back with another 5. At the end of the day, resume don't put on gloves. When Bud beat Canelo, we'll hear new excuses. Let's talk about Bud getting multi guys' best paydays. Hey, man, that's true. People get their biggest payday when they fight Bud. Oh, you got hurt, Juice? I won't time you out. His feelings hurt because we played that Crawford video. You see what I'm saying? You could tell the fanatics from the regular fans how he mad at me, and I'm now he gotta try to hurt me with names. Oh, juicy juice.
Yo, what's up, Ness? You hear me?
I hear you, James.
What's happening, pimp? Yeah, man. I'm just out here in Jamaica. I goddamn chilling, low key. This shit different, man. Shit different. Everybody need a vacation in their life, man. So just
What
living
part
the
you
best
at?
that we
Ocho
can.
Rios,
Nah,
Montego Bay, Negril. Where you at? Kingston?
nigga, nah, hell nah, man. Kingston, way too good for us, man. I'm not trying to be looking
Whoa.
like that shine from that Bad Boy video, man. We out here in the grill. We in the suburbs, man.
Oh! So you're in the
Exactly,
grill.
exactly.
7 Mile
Yeah,
Beach.
yeah,
You
yeah, yeah.
beachfront? You beachfront with it, or you off the beach?
Nah, it's beachfront. We on the beach. We on the beach. We have real. We have yeah, real in the grill. We on the beach and
Oh,
everything
you
like
at
that.
the you
Shit,
at the
dope vibe.
you at the resort, the all inclusive.
Yeah, I mean that's the only way to travel, man. I mean, cause this my first time out here, man.
Not necessarily, man. Me and my wife did the all inclusive, but we also did, just straight up, like a hotel, and got our own food. Cause
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the jerk pork like a motherfucker. I know a lot of people don't eat pork, but me, jerk pork,
Mm-hmm.
Lord of mercy,
Yeah.
and you could get it in the
Right.
grill, man. Right there on that is. Oh man, I'm gonna have to ask my wife what's the name of that spot. It's right on the beach though.
If you can, just text it to me, man, because like I've been eating some fried estaviche, and my God, man, that shit's fucking amazing, man. Like, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I'm really enjoying my time out here,
There's a
and I
little
mean we
breakfast
enjoying our
spot
time
out
out here.
there too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just send me that shit on the back end, man. But I made the right choice about coming out here and everything like that. So it's gonna be good 2 more days, man. But on this topic,
And
man, I
this
mean,
the trip where you trying to rekindle the ex-wife.
you funny as shit. Nah, man, we just homies, man. Me and the ex-wife, we just homies and shit like that, man. That's how it's gonna be.
Homies on vacation in the grill.
Yeah, for sure. What's so hard to believe?
2 different beds, separate rooms.
What's so hard to believe? What's so hard to believe?
No, I'm
Yeah.
asking questions.
What's so hard to believe?
Separate beds, different rooms. What we
This
doing?
nigga. Yeah. What's hard to believe? Exactly.
Yeah, what? You're not
So what's hard to
answering.
believe?
You're not answering. Yeah, what?
I mean, can we talk the topic? Can we talk
Oh
the topic of the show?
yeah. My bad.
You a funny nigga, man. Jesus Christ. Shout out to you, Ness. Shout out to you, Ness. Goddamn. I see why niggas don't like being interviewed by you, man, because you the worst. You the worst, man. You always gonna try to do the deep dives when niggas trying to move on. But with this topic right here with Canelo Crawford, man, with elites on the resume, we all know that Crawford really ain't got too many elites, man. He got the Ricky Burns, the shit, all that bullshit right there at the 140 and 135, and then you got Earl. So he really needs this win with Canelo to actually make him look like he is possibly the GOAT of all time. So he needs this more than Canelo actually needs this. Because this is like just Canelo beating on another nigga. To be honest, like he already beat on Undisputed Jamel, and now he might potentially be on Undisputed Bud. So it's not really a big deal to him. So I see why Canelo looks like he lacks motivation going into this fight. Now with the Wilder Herndon, bro, like ain't neither one of them niggas really reloaded, but I think Herndon got a better chance of winning than Wilder. The sport of boxing and even people that I talk to, man, more people think Wilder's done than Wilder can actually reload and bounce back. But shout out to Turkey Al-Sheikh, man, for trying to make that fight official with him and AJ at the end of the year, man. So y'all stay tuned for that. Probably December or early February if he does get through Herndon. We're gonna get AJ and Wilder 6 years too late. But that's neither here nor there, man. But next as always, man, shout out to you and shout out to the community, and y'all need to continue believing in B. Norman. It's crazy when 3 years ago when I was calling and talking about Lil B, niggas thought it was a joke, this, that, and the third, didn't think we had shit, goddamn blown from the city of Atlanta. And look at this shit now. Now B. Norman turning into everybody's favorite fucking fighter. Y'all niggas out there need to just believe in JB when I goddamn break it down and give y'all information. But, it is what it is, man. As always, got much love for you, much love for the community as always. And I'll catch you later, fam. You be cool, Ness. And I'll holler at you on the back end, everything else. Peace.
All right, Quest the best.
Yo, you hear me? You hear me?
We hear you.
What's good? What's shout out TBV? James a funny nigga. He brought up that he was somewhere. He's like, no, let me move on. He brought this shit up, my nigga. You want to talk about it, obviously. But shout out to the community, man. Shout out to Timboski. He's back, man. We ain't forget about the footage. You can't be on talk all this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? You ain't dropping nothing. And then you turn down shit. I'm with Tip on that, man. You know what I'm saying? But I had put a comment, right? I had put a comment in the live chat earlier about people calling in, right, and saying like who's elite and who's not elite, right? And coming off the couch and shit. And someone took offense to that. I didn't even ask you, Cliff, man. You know, I didn't ask you, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's crazy that you took offense to that, but I didn't ask you, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the people that call in is like, oh, he's a bum and he's trash. You know what I'm saying? It's bro. You know how hard it is to be like a boxer. You know what I'm saying? Some of these niggas, the niggas that do say stuff like that, they don't have nothing to show. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy. Listen to these callers. And it's crazy, man. I just getting like chuckled by that. This topic, man, elite and who's not elite, bro. It's like if you're in the top 10, you're elite, of course. And it's always perspective. You know what I'm saying? Like if Tank Davis, if you ask Tank Davis who's elite, he's gonna say, "Oh, he's not elite to me because I'm like the top of the top." You feel me? It's always perspective. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be different for like couch potatoes, like people coming up, like you know what I'm saying? Like to most of these niggas, these boxers are elite. These dudes are elite. To most of y'all calling in and most of y'all comment section right now, these are elite. You know what I'm saying? These boxers that if you win a title, if you were in the top 5, if you dedicate your life to boxing, you go in there and you have like a 90-something KO ratio. It's just shit like that. Like if you're able to do that, you're elite, man. And it's crazy. I'm not saying fans cannot talk on boxing. I'm not saying fans cannot debate. It's just people that say he's a bum and then he sucks and like stuff like that. It's like just look at yourself. You know what I'm saying? Just look in the mirror and then say like, is he really trash or was like, am I just like hating? Because most of you guys are hating. Like, let's just be real. Most of you guys are hating. But yeah, man, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. But I want to say, Ricky Burns, he's elite. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these guys are elite. You know. But yeah, man, I'm out, man. Y'all gotta chill, bro. Stop hating, man. A lot of these guys are elite. It's different from being elite and great. I'm out.
All right. Suleiman.
Nesta, how you doing? Yeah, so yeah, man. So big shout out for this Brian Norman, man, because he put out Jin Sasaki. I was a big fan of Jin Sasaki. He stopped him in a fantastic fashion. I mean, there's levels to this, man. You know what I'm saying? Because he showed it and he made us believers. You know what I'm saying? So all you gotta do is hold his head, be patient, and eventually he just become a unified champion. You get all the fights. He's still making very good money, fighting contenders in defending his belt and waiting patiently for opportunities to arrive. And also the lightweights, those big lightweights and the junior welterweights are moving up to the welterweight division. So he's gonna have a lot of competition. He just gotta stay there. And his training is excellent because like he's very athletic. You know what I'm saying? So after that being said, also Edgar Berlanga, I want to see Edgar Berlanga stop this Shiraz guy and possibly get an opportunity to fight the winner of Terence Crawford and Canelo. Uh, Most probably it's gonna be Canelo because Canelo's like a small, like a big Mexican iron fire. He's gonna swamp. He's gonna swamp Terence, man. Terence don't have nothing in that game. He's gonna start running, and he won't be able to run because his feet are not there no more. So he's gonna most probably get TKO or stop. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what people are thinking, man. There's levels to this. That guy's a super middleweight. He's fought light heavyweights. He's a unified champion for a long time, and he keeps learning in the game. You know what I'm saying? And he's knocking out all the contenders in that division. So I don't see what Terence Crawford is gonna bring. The problem with
I mean, he's not
with
knocking
Israel
out the
Adesanya.
contenders. He hasn't got a knockout since
He's not knocking out.
2019,
Yeah,
right?
but he's not knocking out contender, but he's dropped them. Look, he dropped Berlanga, he dropped Monguilla. Those guys are bigger than him, but he's breaking them down. He's winning rounds. The only rounds that I saw him lose recently was the rounds where he lost some rounds to Monguilla, he lost some rounds to Berlanga. But but he's winning, man, and he's connecting shots. He's showing the people that he's very knowledgeable. Terrence, what he did in that fight with Ishmael, that fight could have gone either way, bro. You know what I'm saying? If you would have shut the muted the TV, it's what Madronov won rounds there. You know what I'm saying? He won rounds. The problem is a little too green. I think that fight, they pushed him to that fight. They make him wrong. They pushed him to that fight too quickly. I think if he would have had like 15 fights, 16 fights, he would have done good. You know what I'm saying? He still could become a champion. Ismail Madrimov has enough in his resume to become a champion. He won 12 rounds with Virgil Ortiz after that fight, and was winning rounds with him too. So I think the guy is another one. Like his matchmaking, he should get better matchmaking, better management. That guy should get a fight with Bakram or somebody like that he could
Damn,
because the guy's
you talking about better matchmaking? You putting him in with Crawford, Victor Ortiz, and Virgil Ortiz, and then Bakram? He'd be fucking retired.
Yeah, but he needs to get a fight, man. He needs to get a fight.
Yeah, but you brother, you talking about he's got to get better matchmaking, and you giving him a retirement fight, bro. You put him in there with Bakram off of 2 losses, he's dead meat, man. But listen, that was the bell. Pop, drop, and stop. That's a wild take at the end there, buddy. Wow. Wow. Ty, I ain't get to you? Ty. Going once. Yo. Al in the Bay, what do you say? Suleiman the Scholar, salute, man. Salute. Al in the Bay. Al in the Bay. Al.
Can you get back to me real quick?
Oh, Ahmed.
Yes, right. Could you hear me?
We hear you.
All right. Regarding this topic, it's quite simple. I think everyone would agree. Canelo got a better resume, but he's also fought more Hall of Famers, elite fighters, whatever. But he's also got 20, I think 4 more fights or 25 more fights. I know he turned pro early because he didn't have a long amateur career or whatever, and he turned pro at 15 years old. I know all that, but that's still besides the point. I think it's quite hard to compare his career to Terence, even though Bud on paper I think has accomplished more because he's a 2-time undisputed champion, and I think they're both 4-weight champions. I still would say guys like Victor Postol are elite when he beat Gamboa as well, and I'd say Spence because Spence was rated pound for pound
Postal
top 10.
was never on the pound for pound list.
But he is.
He never unified.
But what would you say was a better win?
And what's his best win? Lucas Matias? And there's nothing wrong.
Garcia's best
there's
win.
never. Yeah. Danny's best win, homie. Danny, meaning he did it first.
But he didn't knock him off.
What the fuck? But he got a better win than what Postal did.
They both beat him. One guy knocked him out, which nobody.
Bro, Postal didn't even get the same version. He didn't get the same version. You can't. There's no way.
You don't let people finish, and you move the goalposts as well.
What goalpost did I move?
You give callers 2 minutes to talk, and you cut people off. This is what I'm trying to say. Look, Danny beat him first, so if you want to give Danny more credit, I agree.
Yes, you got to give Danny more credit.
But Danny also avoided Postol. They were meant to fight. That's why.
How we avoid? Hold on. See, come on, bro. You got to know more about the sport than that.
Wow,
I can't avoid you if you're taking the step aside money. Say no. Say no. What? No. Don't say they could afford. Tell the audience what happens when someone doesn't want to step aside.
Many fighters have taken step aside money.
I said tell the audience what happens when a fighter don't want to step aside, or should I tell them?
You can step. How many times did he take step aside? Did he do a LDL?
3 fucking times he took it. 3 times. He built a house in the Ukraine with that money.
They still could afford. Why would they pay him step aside?
Listen.
If he was such a- if he's such a bad fight-
Listen. The truth is, he refuses to answer. You know why? Because David Benavidez did not take step aside money. He took the fucking belt from Bivol.
No one's talking about David Benavidez.
No, I'm telling you what to do. I'm telling you what to do. If you want to fight Danny and he don't want to fight you, you mandate your fucking mandatory. You took the money because you wanted to build a house in the Ukraine.
He was fighting guys like Rod Sulke. He was fighting guys like Rod Sulke. If he could fight those guys, why can't he fight Postol?
You tell us why the fuck your man took money instead of fighting his mandatory. Why'd he take money instead of getting his title shot?
Hold on. You don't think that was an elite win? I think that was a better win than Dongo. We'll get back to the whatever.
What's an elite win? What's an elite win? I don't know what you asked.
I think when he beat Postol, that was a better win than Ndongo because Postol went on to give Ramirez and Taylor
No. That's unfair. That's unfair. It don't matter how.
What did Ndongo do?
What you mean? He unified and he won that belt in Russia. Then he won another belt in the UK. Like he's like the fucking lightweight Glenn. What you mean? After it's not his fault. He ran up against Crawford.
Which win aged well? That's what I'm trying to say. I still would say
the unified champ. The unified champ. He brought three belts to the Crawford fight. He also had the IBO.
Ndongo got folded in 3 rounds. Postol went 12 rounds, and he gave Taylor and Ramirez a tough fight. I think that was a more impressive win.
Whatever.
And that was. Well, the Ndongo fight was in his hometown, and it was like a cakewalk. That was like his easiest.
The bottom line is you trying to argue for an elite status of a dude that won 1 belt in his entire career, never unified, never was on a pound for pound, never got an SP, never did none of that. No, Banana unified 3 belts, and he's the first fucking Dominican fighter to ever do that.
How did that win age? The guy's been knocked out by everyone since that fight, pretty much.
Don't matter.
This is what I'm saying.
Don't matter. First Dominican to ever unify with 3 belts.
Ricky Burns was a 3-weight champion.
His win is quality. Quality win. Quality. Unlike Ricky Burns losing to fucking Anthony Corolla.
Ricky Burns is a 3-weight champion. You didn't even mention that.
Lost to fucking Anthony Corolla. You didn't mention that.
But he was a 3-weight champion, so was that not like a good win?
It's a good win. It's a good win. But he's not considered elite. How you gonna consider him elite when he's fucking avoiding the Broner fight for how many years was
Spence
it?
And Gamboa, then.
Yeah, for sure. Spence, Gamboa. It's arguably Porter, but he never was on a pound for pound either. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of things. That's what I'm telling you, bro. The criteria isn't difficult, man. Have you won belts? Cool. How many divisions? Okay. How many defenses? Okay. How dominant are you? So when we considering Ricky Burns, how dominant was he? Was he dominant or was he just a champion in the division? Like, yo, dominant, that was Broner, bro. That was Broner. But, hey, that looks like we got to everybody. Let me see here. Yup, got to everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get this lunch in. We right back at it 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern for the second show. Nest GTO, Instagram, and Twitter. We out.